Okay, we're good to go. Morning, everyone. Welcome to Honeybadger. Woo! Anna was kind and she wrote me a speech, but I forgot to learn it, so I'm just going to improvise as usual. So it's been a very hard week for you. Some of you already attended 2 days of Nostriga, and I want to ask you to make a round of applause for this hard people, you know. So, and as usually, the crown jewel of Riga Bitcoin Week is Baltic Honeybadger. And we actually want to make this Honeybadger a bit sentimental, very special. So we want to dive in a little bit into the history of Honeybadger. And I would like our tech guys to launch a special video that we prepared for you. For those who are not aware of Honeybadger, you will be reviving some of the nice moments that we have back in the days. Hopefully this year as well. There's no sound. Yeah, I have to make the sound. I'm a very bad beatboxer, you know, like it's not my thing. Hopefully we're gonna make it. Still no sound. Okay. The third attempt, and then we're just gonna... Okay, okay.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, fourth edition of the Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here, how Bitcoin changes, etc.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money?
This is a special event for us. This is a february.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the most.
That's the key.
Woo! So we started this thing in 2017, and I think it's the longest standing Bitcoin only conference in the world actually at the moment, and we're hosting the 6th edition today. So I want to thank you all for being here today and everyone who has joined forces with us to deliver the Bitcoin and Freedom content. In particular, I wanted to thank team behind Nostriga, HRF, and many more. So I wanted to introduce your MC for today. It's Preston Pysh. Whoa, so he's going to be emceeing. And the first panel is actually, we kind of make last arrangements, but it's going to be the OG panel. So it's going to, these people who will be on the stage, they actually been at every Baltic Honeybadger since 2017. So your host for this panel will be Matthew Mežinskis. He's a host of Crypto Voices, my good friend, and he's actually Latvian Bitcoiner, which is a fucking scarce asset because like there's no many of us. So welcome, Matthew. The second very special person who improved over the years is Mr. Giacomo Zucco, or as we call him, Don Zucco. He's a godfather of this conference, and actually. He significantly improved because this year he sent his presentation 2 days in advance, and usually it's like 2 minutes, so yeah. Legendary man, Adam Back. There's no need to introduce this man. A person that I respect, really strong respect, but he doesn't know about it because he always has his own opinion, and I respect him for that. Todd. And a good friend of mine, a great guy, not only as a Bitcoiner, but as a human being. I really love him. Sergej Kotliar from Bitrefill. Enjoy.
All right. Everybody hear me? Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for being back here in Riga. It's great to have everybody who's presented, I think, every year. Actually missed last year, unfortunately, family reason, but nonetheless, let's get a little...
Oh, get out of the panel, you're not an OG.
Let's get a little sentimental here then. 2017, this was in late November, we had the first one. That was a big year for Bitcoin. We had SegWit activate in August, as about 100 other hilarious forks started at the same time and then died eventually. We had SegWit 2x, of course, died just before this conference in early November. And Bitcoin was screaming to the all-time high mid-December of 20,000. So you guys just take us back to that moment. What did you think about that? There's a lot of ICOs that year. Oh, actually, one thing I wanted to say. So my podcast, my old co-host, Fernando Ulrich, he's a big Bitcoiner in Brazil. We were looking at the website for the Honeybadger at that time. And I didn't know Max and Anna and Mike and all these guys at the time. And we saw all the guests showing up and Andreas and everybody, and we were just like, this must be a scam conference. It must not be real. I couldn't imagine it was coming to Riga. So it was fantastic. And here we are 7 years later. So what do you think?
Many people thought it was a scam conference. There was a lot of web of trust going on that Max started in order to have some Bitcoiners vouching for it to other Bitcoiners. Because back then, as Max said, there was no non-technical Bitcoin-only conference. There was Scaling Bitcoin, that was a very technical one with Bitcoin developers and also shitcoiners anyway. There were Breaking Bitcoin, just started in Paris the same year, but also very technical. And then everything else was blockchain scam fest. So when something started, it was actually pure signal and no noise. Nobody was willing to believe it. It seemed too good to be true. So I think that Max reached out first to the small fishes like me, and then some momentum built up until Antonopoulos and Adam and like big people started to. Not big in the physical sense, so there's also, you're very fit, Adam, but in the spiritual sense, they started to join, and, sorry, let me do this, and then the momentum really became unstoppable, and the second year was already something very, very big.
Any other thoughts, guys? First year and how things turned out?
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting time, as Matthew said, you know, with the resolution to the fork drama and SegWit finally activated. So the topic of discussion at the first couple of them, sort of looking at trying to draw lessons from what happened. And I think that, you know, you see people still drawing strength from the resolution to the fork drama. You see Michael Saylor talking about that and saying that that event actually gave him confidence in the long-term immutability and stability of Bitcoin. So it was dramatic at the time and ultimately a market victory, which seems like the right resolution for free market money to resolve problems via the market, resolved by the market in the sense that the forks and spin-offs that Matthew mentioned got punished heavily in the market. You know, they got sold and shorted and ended up being, you know, like sub 1%, sub 0.1%, and still falling, so that it becomes hard for anybody to, you know, hold on to that idea. If they're not Roger Ver anyway, he kept shorting that till the bitter end. So, sorry, going on. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it was a kind of momentous time to start, and you know, I think, of course, you know, for people who are interested in Bitcoin, they're much more interested to go to a conference that looks at the fundamental value, which is Bitcoin. You know, there is no other, no second best kind of concept, right? Is Bitcoin and lots of pretenders, to my point of view. And so it's the serious thing, and the opportunity to, you know, meet with people who've been around for a while and also newcomers. It's a kind of positive experience. So I like to go to those kind of conferences, less energy to go to the kind of mixed conferences, for sure.
I mean, keep in mind, from the point of view of like developers like myself in 2017, you know, that was like, all right, we've put in years of work getting it to the point where we now have Seiko. Now we can go take a bit of a break. You know, because like I started working on Bitcoin full-time in early 2014. And, you know, the first Bitcoin conference I went to was in like 2013. So like that was kind of a lead up to, we finally now have a scaling path. And of course, that kind of transitions over to all the Lightning devs who now actually had to do a ton of work to get Lightning out. But for the people more working on Bitcoin Core, it's like, great, we're kind of done for a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're talking about splits and forks and so on, I think on the cultural community level, like it did mark a certain split, right, where the Bitcoiner group, or call it what you want to call it, who I think had a self-image of that we were in the minority in the broader, bigger scene of Bitcoin crypto.
Blockchain back then.
It was a lot of blockchain. It was a lot of everything, and there was a group that I think had an ethos that like we're sort of the good guys in the minority, and I think some of that ethos still is around, even though that group is obviously quite big these days and has tens or hundreds of conferences per year, and I guess you can go to one of those almost every week. I think there is something special about Riga, because this is the one where kind of properly happened for the first time. And
yeah, and we'll move forward from 2017, but I still want to stay there just for a second, because you know, those were the market cap days of 100 billion or so. Now we're at 1.2 trillion. This is about the size of Facebook. There's only about 6 stocks in the world. Bitcoin's not a stock, but if you want to look at it that way. So like you said, Sergej, it's a totally different environment now. But 2017, like if you were in that space, there was a lot of noise. There was a lot of noise, there's a lot of scams, there's a lot of ICOs. And are we in the majority now? Is it you know, does the public actually understand that Bitcoin is the way to go, or not?
I mean, to me, you know, in like 2017, it's curious because it's, on one hand, you felt like you were in the majority in one sense, but also in the minority in another sense. Certainly in the majority in terms of the competent technical space. You know, anyone who seemed at all remotely competent was always in favor of Bitcoin. And all the people who weren't in favor were either people who were technical competent who were total scammers, or people who just didn't have a clue. And, you know, that felt absolutely true in 2017, and it still feels true. But certainly in the investment space, especially in the more like scammy side of the investment space, you know, you can feel like you're in the minority because there's all these people doing crazy stuff.
I think that the noise is still here, but it is forced to be closer to the signal every wave, every cycle. If you think about that, the first Bitcoin, so whenever there is a Bitcoin bull market, there is attention to Bitcoin, and so the noise will come parasiting the signal every time. every time. So the price will drive the waves of scams. The first time it was all about the blockchain. So typical discussion was Bitcoin bad, blockchain good. So leave Bitcoin alone, non-financial application, the blockchain as certification or whatever, total scam, but also very, very far from Bitcoin. No discussion about money, scarcity, anything. Anything economical or financial was just driven away. No discussion about cypherpunk ethos in the mainstream blockchain. It was the opposite. The blockchain is like a surveillance tool. So that was the first cycle. The second cycle was all about, in 2017, the second big bull market was about ICOs. So it was what we now call crypto. We accept the idea of Bitcoin, a token that can have value, but not actually Bitcoin. My token is better because it's my project, I have my team, you will make more money, so there's this bubble of ICO scams, and that's the second. The other one is about NFTs and DeFi in 2021. It's about like, we know now that not everybody can launch a token and make you rich, but we can launch a token on top of the existing tokens in order to do some kind of weird DeFi stuff or collectibles. And now this new cycle that is incoming, the noise is about second layers. So it's basically closer and closer to Bitcoin. So every time, it's still noise, it's still nonsense. All this second layer discussion is mostly a scam, but the scammers need to be closer and closer to the essence of Bitcoin every time. From blockchain to tokens, to the tokens on top of Bitcoin to second layers. So maybe the next time we actually be lucky, I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, even scammers need good accounting software. And if you're going to make good accounting software, you might as well go build it on Bitcoin. And I think that's how things like ordinals started to come about. It's like, they want something that actually works to go trade their worthless tokens, so they go start building on Bitcoin. And it took a while for the tech to evolve to a point where they did that, but eventually they reached there. And before long, we'll have really good stuff like RGB.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, in fact, most of the people who are trading altcoins know they're a kind of casino. They understand, and their aim is actually, I mean, they typically fail, but I think their aim is to buy a lottery ticket and use the proceeds to buy Bitcoin. And of course, the insiders who are promoting these coins, they can, create some kind of pyramid scheme where they take the money first, things like Luna and stuff like that, right? So, but, the Bitcoin dominance index is rising. More is less because there used to be, I think it crossed, 10,000 altcoins or something, but now apparently it's like 3 million or something crazy, which is unimaginable.
When you say 10,000, how the hell do you even define it?
Well, you go on Bitcoin market cap and scroll, and there's like lots of them. So it's a long tail of noise, but apparently it's surpassed 3 million, and so that means that anything in there is going to get crushed by dilution, right? So there's all this dilution happening in the other stuff, and the only thing that's sitting there that's solid, that's growing and meaningful is Bitcoin. So, any other individual other coin is just slowly getting shrunk to nothing by the sheer inflation of the number of new coins and the difficulty of marketing in a noisy environment. And I think, the institutional investors, the ETFs, these kind of things are, primarily focused on Bitcoin. Now, of course, some financial institutions will sell anything that they think there is an appetite for. They're in business to make money. But I think those guys also believe in Bitcoin more than other things, like some of the big ETF providers, proponents are, got orange pilled along the way, basically. So, yeah, I think Bitcoin is the signal, and the rest of it's noise. And it did concern me for a while, actually, that, why is the efficient market not destroying these things because they're valueless, like they're, etc. And my realization eventually is that there is a market for casinos. Like, people know that they're playing with things that won't survive the test of time, that they will, pump and dump in a short period of time, and it's like, a game of roulette or something. And so there's a market for that, and it's an unregulated market, or people are getting away with it, and so the insiders can make a lot of money, so there's a lot of incentive for it. And even some of the big VCs, unfortunately, are in the game, which is that they can get early liquidity without needing a product because they can sell it in this kind of unregulated market early on. So I think that's just a systemic effect, and it's just noise. So, yeah.
Well,
I don't know. I think you know, like in many ways, again, the ethos of this conference goes back to the original ethos, which is sort of it's often in the negative in terms of like, here's all the things that we are not about, the altcoins, the crypto, the blockchain, all of these things. But I also feel like, you know, okay, but here we are 7 years later. Let's start talking the positive in terms of, because like now we're not a minority. Well, I think we still are in many ways a minority, but we're meaningful enough that you know, you can. I mean, at that time, I mean, still people are traveling from all over the world. But then it was just like, okay, we're going to Riga, I guess. Yeah, right. Whereas now there are these conferences all over the world, and I think it's like it's time. I don't know. I'm excited about talking the positive about what the things are that we want to build, not all the things that we are sort of trying to distance ourselves from, because I think the distance is already established in a meaningful way.
That's very interesting. As a very negative person, that challenges me. But I think that one of the reasons that I like to be negative is that it also has to do not just with Bitcoin, but with the general availability of information. So we live in a moment in which bringing new information out is basically trivial, and information is already out somewhere. And people, especially new people, mostly need filters in a way. No reference to blogs or spam. They need filters, of like epistemological filters. I feel, maybe just personal thing, I can provide more value in being skeptical or some hype instead of just adding to the hype, because the hype is already there. Is already there's plenty of information about Bitcoin. We have videos about the positive of Bitcoin going back to 2012, 2011, and they're pretty good often. Sometimes they're misguided, but often they're pretty good. So the critical spirit, the separation between the noise and the signal, feels to me like adding more negative, via negativa value. But again, the good thing is that we can do both. We can have the good cop and the bad cop. So.
Well, you know, I'd say like in terms of the use case for Bitcoin, I remember from must have been like 2009 or something when I first saw the Bitcoin white paper. I remember reading, thinking, "Oh, yeah, obviously this is going to work." Like, you know, the need for it was just so obvious. And of course, you know, when you go see something, you know, of course I can't really see it with fresh eyes, but I'm sure if I somehow saw the Lightning paper with fresh eyes and realized, oh wait, you can do like instant payments over the internet. Well, obviously that's a useful thing. You know, the only question is like, can you actually implement it, and can you get enough people to adopt it? And you know, I think you're correct in that the much harder thing is to go and point out all the copycats who don't actually do that and shout them down, especially when there's literally tens of thousands. I mean, you know, Adam Back was talking about the huge set of copycats and sort of the roulette wheel style of it. And one of the things I love to see is how, you know, like was it BRC20 or something, someone literally brute forced like every single possible 4-character letter combination to go make new assets. You know, that's the kind of thing realistically we're actually up against in Mindshare. You know, there's a side of stuff where you go and actually build things, but promoting that is not that hard.
Yeah, let me come back to you, Peter, about Lightning specifically, because I remember 2018, about a year later, at the conference, Elizabeth Stark was here, another venue actually, and it had been growing exponentially at that point, very exciting, and someone had even put something like 100 Bitcoin or 200 Bitcoin, she said, an insane amount on the live net. She was like, don't do that. But people were very excited. Looking back from that time, Peter, why don't you start us off? What was the original intent from Lightning? I know there's been like a million conferences on this, but very specifically, and where are we now?
I mean, so, you know, I've actually got this paper I'm writing on like covenant-dependent L2 systems, and, you know, the way I go talk about those kind of categories, say, on-chain stuff is really, basically speaking, one transaction per transaction. It's the simplest possible model, but because blockchain's limited, it just obviously doesn't scale. And we figured this out so early. I mean, I believe like one of the very first replies to Satoshi, when Satoshi went and announced Bitcoin, was, well, obviously this doesn't scale. How are you going to make it scale?
Right, that was James Donald.
Yeah.
Literally the first reply. This doesn't scale.
Yeah, it was just such an obvious thing. And, of course, us tech people back in 2012, 2013, 2014, we're trying to figure, well, all right, how do we make this scale? Well, looks like payment channels work. I mean, I had my idea of fidelity bonded banking stuff, which, to be clear, Lightning makes completely obsolete. And when finally we came up with Lightning, I think the thing it met was the ability to go scale the payment network across a large number of entities. Lightning still has the problem that you have to have at least one UTXO basically per user, but that's so much better. And, I run a very little Lightning node myself, and it's always interesting to just see how many thousands of transactions go through it. And thinking, what percentage of block space would that have gone and used up just for, my node? It's just such an obvious thing, and as long as you make it actually work, it's going to be useful. It's, in some ways, it's very low bar, because all you had to do was make the thing actually work, and people were going to go and adopt it. Now, making it work turns to be one of the harder comp sci problems in the world, but we pulled it off.
Yeah, I mean, at Blockstream, we were able to recruit a couple of people to start this. So one was Rusty Russell, who's kind of well-known Linux kernel developer that wrote a lot of the networking stack in Linux, and had been working in Linux for, 18 years or something. And he took a sabbatical and started working on some kind of sharding approach to scale Bitcoin, because he got interested in Bitcoin. And then Christian Decker wrote a paper which is basically Lightning, but he put it into the academic review process, and then the Lightning paper came out in parallel, and it's basically the same thing. So it's kind of co-invention. So we were able to recruit both those guys originally, and so they were the Blockstream Lightning team for a while. It was 2 people. And so when we had it working, there's a question of, Peter mentioned that it's a bit dangerous, because, it's got real money in it, and if there's a bug or something, it could lose it. And so there was some debate about, putting up a Lightning store, and I said, no, it's got to be real. You put real money at risk and sell real products. Rusty wanted to use testnet or something, so I was no, it's got to be real. So we got accused of being reckless for that, and that started the reckless tag. So that was fun. And so the Blockstream Lightning store, I think, was the first live store that was selling products. Still there and selling things for Lightning. Yeah.
I think Lightning may be a case in which we have been too positive in a way, because I remember that the excitement to have found a way to scale transaction finally, even if just in one dimension, so scaling transaction but not scaling coins, not scaling UTXO, but it was so huge of a breakthrough that people started to put some skepticism aside. So in the paper, if you read both Lightning papers, Christian's and also Poons and Andreas, in the final section there are all the things that are still limited in Lightning. You need one UTXO for a couple of users, which is still a lot. You have a lot of problem for onboarding, because you always need the first transaction to onboard. You have liquidity problems. There are many problems that were already clear at the first paper. But then after the win in the fork wars and the New York Agreement destruction, we were so, in a way, so feeling so glorious and so strong that maybe the hype around Lightning canceled out. There was some noise created by ourselves, in the sense that we presented it as perfect, which is far from true. Lightning is probably... We did the same with Bitcoin in a way at the very beginning. You can find videos of Bitcoin in 2010 that are Bitcoin is free transaction forever, instant for everybody, which is false. It was false it was false back then, and it's still to a degree false with Lightning.
So I gotta say, I think an important difference here is that the technical community, at least the competent side of it, was always willing to go say that free transactions forever is obviously bullshit.
Yeah.
That hype was coming from a different group of people, or just hype men.
Yeah, true, the marketer, but you need both, right? You need the engineers and you need the storytellers, the marketers, otherwise you cannot reach the people. And there was a disconnect. And in Lightning, probably we recreated the disconnect. I remember joining a narrative in which Lightning was solving everything forever, which I think is still basically true, but not this Lightning we have today, because we still have to change it a lot. For example, even just in privacy. Lightning is potentially a huge increase in privacy, because you are not putting your stuff on chain for everybody to see it forever. So that's great for privacy, but Lightning implementation are not yet optimized for privacy. It's getting better, but not in a relevant way yet.
I mean, I can't actually quite agree with that. Like, and a really good example of this is that Lightning from day zero put onion routing in. Like, that's such an important part of privacy, and they just immediately did that. It makes a lot of stuff a lot harder to implement and a lot more complex, but they just went off and did that. And the thing I think I would say is that when you look at Lightning versus like on-chain Bitcoin, it is much more clear that Lightning could actually be a solution that stands the test of time. And the reason is there's not that many people in the world. You can probably have something like 500 million Lightning users. There's only like 4 billion people who own smartphones. And world population is probably going to go down, not up. So, like, Lightning is close enough to, actually, the whole relevant
I saw
world
your
can use
dimensional
this.
analysis on that. Your
Yeah.
tweet. That was interesting.
And importantly,
Lightning channel.
I'll point out, my dimensional analysis on this, someone else had already done it that I'd either not read about or forgotten it. We came to the exact same conclusion. Like, it's...
Explain it again, please, quickly.
It's just a very simple thing. How many Lightning channels can you go open in a year using, say, 90% of block space? And how many changes in Lightning channel balance can you go do per year? And if you assume that people keep Lightning channels around and use them, you can probably keep in the hundreds of millions, including enough block space to go and like add and remove funds and stuff. Like, that's, Bitcoin is not something that it's that likely that the entire literal world will use. And, even if they do, the world just isn't that big.
So, from the first panel of the conference, you already have a new scalability solution, just depopulation. So that's the...
We'll get there, actually, in Eastern Europe here. We got 5 minutes. Sergej, you were the first company to implement Lightning, were you not?
Yeah, well, I think so.
Before or after Blockstream Store?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Close enough.
But like they sold stickers, like we sold many things. I think what you describe is just the classic tech hype cycle that Lightning's gone through. In the beginning there was all this enthusiasm, and then there was hype, and I would say overinflated a little bit, and then it deflated and over-deflated. I hope that we've kind of passed the trial of disillusionment and can talk in a sober way about its properties, about what can be improved, what should be improved, which direction to steer it, what are the things that Lightning should do, what are the things that it shouldn't do, that other things should do, and so on. And I think that like in part the hype cycle was fueled a little bit by the fact that Lightning came out. It's a technical invention, but the hype around it was not primarily technical, it was political. It was related to the block size war and this and that, and so like, we can do it with Lightning, we don't need big blocks, and so everyone was quite excited that now that there was a Lightning network that did stuff, and so a lot of the hype, and I think many of us noticed, like there was a lot of people talking about Lightning in ways that like did not make sense, or like maybe made grammatical sense, and so like I remain very optimistic about Lightning, but I think also sort of a little bit more sober in terms of like how much trust to put in how early stage technical development.
See, I think the thing is though that Lightning and Bitcoin has this problem too, is that they're all competing with more centralized solutions that work fine until they don't. Like it or not, Tron works pretty damn well for payments. At one point you'll get rug pulled and you'll lose everything, but the chance of that happening per payment is low. So, Lightning has to compete with this. And Lightning also has to compete with Monero, which works reasonably well. It'll obviously go fail once more people go use it, and it runs into block size problems. But at a certain scale, it works fine. And of course, all these things are competing against fiat, which, like it or not, Google Pay and credit cards works pretty well a lot of the time. Especially things like Google Pay, where the UIs are actually kind of nice these days. Like, it's inevitable competition there, and you have to be in a position where the other party does something wrong, which of course gets back to negative marketing.
Well, I mean, The one form of competition for like the self-custodial Lightning is the so-called custodial Lightning wallets. Now they are getting thinner because I think they got a bit nervous about regulatory risk, but it seems to me, it's from a purist point of view, it's not good because you're sharing a fragment of an actual big Lightning channel, so you don't really own anything, and the service operator could take the funds, but for small amounts of payment, maybe that's an okay trade-off, right? And it's a free choice as well, and it interoperates. So I think it's still good because people are okay making that trade-off, which for amounts which to them are a low amount of money or a lot less than the value of the smartphone they're stored on. It can be a way to, improve scalability and it improves reliability and performance too, because there's somebody professionally managing a large channel. And there's a few recent technology shifts that may give some of the advantages of that without it being actually custodial, kind of swapping between different layer 2s basically to rebalance Lightning channels or to convert another layer 2 into a Lightning payment atomically. So those are interesting because they're not custodial as such, right? So that gives more choices.
All right, we're running out of time, but still, I'm going to make this political at the end. We're in Riga here, Eastern Europe, although a lot of Latvians like to say Northern Europe. I'm a Latvian of the American variety. I still see things East and West. Multipolar world. I was in Maidan in 2014. I saw Bitcoin banners, QR codes. That was the old UTXO Bitcoin, of course, traditional all around. People seem to love dictators. They're going to use Bitcoin. How do we see Bitcoin being free market money when the mainstream press, you see this a lot in the US, is just branding it as the old dictator's playbook?
In my opinion, we have to be very clear in explaining that Bitcoin doesn't help the good people. Bitcoin is based on two pillars, the scarcity and privacy. And the relevant pillar here is privacy. When you have privacy, you are helping the defendant against the attacker. So if the defendant is the rightful owner of the asset and the attacker is the hacker, Bitcoin will defend, the attacker is the IRS, Bitcoin will protect the defender. But if the IRS can take your money, now Bitcoin will protect them because it's still difficult to confiscate asset. It's a bearer instrument. So it's an instrument that helps the defendant in a way. Most of the times, inside the country, the dictator is the attacker and the population is the defender. And so Bitcoin can help the population. If you are in North Korea, Bitcoin can help, well, assuming they can get a cell phone, Bitcoin can help a subject against Kim Jong-un. But Bitcoin can help Kim Jong-un against the sanction from the US. Because in that scenario, in the geopolitical scenario, even if Kim Jong-un is not the good guy, he's the defender, he's the small guy, and the US and NATO are the big guys. So Bitcoin is a weapon that creates symmetry based on privacy within force asymmetry. So we cannot expect it always helping the good guy. It will help dictators against the UN and population against dictators, which is actually what is happening.
So
quick comments. Let's close it out with this. It's good.
I think one of the best quotes about kind of Bitcoin as self-sovereignty tool was actually by Obama, who said in a negative sense, but it's actually great, right? Which is that everybody be walking around with a Swiss bank account in their pocket. And so the point is, for wealthy people in countries where there's a low degree of trust in banking and the establishment, they have a recourse, which is they can get international banking, and Switzerland is a prime source of that. But the problem is you need like $1 million and accountants and to fly there and stuff like that, right? So it's very inaccessible. Whereas Bitcoin, anybody can use it. You just install an app on a smartphone and you're good to go. So it's basically massively reduced the barrier to entry to hard to confiscate assets and asset protection.
Peter, you're a huge supporter of Ukraine. Close it out for us.
Well, when you go talk about sanctions, I think the key thing about there is so much of this is a total joke. It was fairly recently that the Western world finally stopped allowing companies to export literal explosives to Russia that they knew damn well were getting packaged up into bombs and then sent back to Ukraine. It's just such a joke these kinds of sanctions regimes. And when you're talking about this kind of target, this kind of thing that they're trying to go stop, I mean, the obvious solution is go and send some cruise missiles over and blow up their shit. Like, you don't need to go and worry about banking sanctions and whatnot when there are, literal sites full of oil that you can go send drones over and blow them up. And of course, that's what Ukraine's doing. It's the most effective sanction out there. Blow their shit up. It's not that hard. You don't need to go worry about AML KYC when you can blow their fucking shit up.
It's a complicated world. We are going to leave it there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here in Riga again.
All right, so you guys now understand the branding of why this is the most OG Bitcoin conference. What panel? Thank you, gents. Giacomo is going to stay up here. He's got the next one. Real quick with admin, we have the FOSS stage that is opening right now, sponsored by HRF. They're the ones that put that together. We also have another stage, the Cypherpunk stage, so make sure that you check out some of those other conversations. That one is no video, no cameras, so make sure you're not taking pictures or video at the Cypherpunk stage. We have the food, so you have the trucks that are out here. You just go out the door, hang a right, they're right over there. And we also have the Plan B lounge right outside here. So make sure you guys are checking out all the stuff there is to offer. Giacomo, take it away.
Thank you very much. So I have to make a disclaimer. My presentations are usually put at the very beginning of Baltic Honeybadger for one reason. They were put there for one reason. They were ugly, so that every presentation after was looking better in comparison as far as slides. Well, because the metrics style slides. Now that's not true anymore, because now I'm also here as the director of Plan B Network. So we have a great team at Plan B Network. You can check out the lounge during all the day. It's a beautiful lounge right next to the entrance. There will be workshop during all the 2 days of conference, and it looks very good. And we could not make my old style presentation will look very bad. It will conflict. So you will see for the first time in my Bitcoiner life, good slides. Thank you to all the Plan B Network team. But the content is still bad, so you will not be disappointed. We start. So the content this time is about Bitcoin fixes libertarianism. That's my claim. Let's start from why should that be interesting at all for Bitcoiners? Are Bitcoiners really libertarian at all? Are you libertarians? And this is already pretty tricky. Am I libertarian? The term itself is pretty complicated already. The term comes from French. Les libertaires, so pardon my French, especially actually French people. It was an anarcho-communist newspaper in France, typical French stuff, And then people in the U.S. started to change the term into meaning what it means today, so opposition to the state. So it was mostly Rothbard popularizing this new case of a reappropriation. The problem in the US was that people against the state oppressing the individual were originally calling themselves liberals. But then people wanting more state and communism started to call themselves liberals, so people needed something else to indicate themselves. So it was liberal was a case of reappropriation, and libertarianism was a case of reappropriation of a former socialist term to indicate something that was pro-freedom. But then there was the rise of the Libertarian Party in the US. The Libertarian Party has been ups and downs, but mostly, especially recently, it was the party that was promoting this kind of policy, which is basically, it's okay if the government takes 50% of my money and locks me down for diseases in concentration camps, as long as it pays for my genital surgeries, which is not exactly what original libertarianism was about. So some people are starting to call themselves non-libertarians because the Libertarian Party is not really a party representing this kind of values originally. And also, I've seen many Bitcoiners recently claiming they are not libertarian anymore. And I think part of this is because of a typical social phenomenon, which is the social pendulum. At 1 p.m., there will be Knut Svanholm on this stage giving a talk about the pendulum. And I think we're talking exactly about the same thing. Basically, when you see something bad, instead of answering with something good, the temptation is to answer with something which is just the right opposite of that. So if there is some kind of communist regime, like the federal government in the United States, forbidding people from entering a shop if they don't take some injection, the reaction is not to remove this restriction and to allow people to choose freely, but the reaction from the Florida government is to impose to all the shops to accept people without an injection. So it's basically to go the other direction. If you go from imposing some kind of speech change with pronouns and other kind of bullshit into maybe forbidding that kind of expression, on the other way around. So many Bitcoiners, I see them feeling that the situation with clown world is so bad that the only response should not be go back to freedom, but just to go back to imposition just symmetrically the other way around. So I think that's one of the reasons many Bitcoiners are not claiming to be libertarian anymore. Freedom seems weak, a weak response to evil. We need the symmetrical evil the other way around, which is not good because you just go back and forth. Basically, you start from, you go from forbidding something to making it compulsory and then to forbidding it back, which is not great. But mostly, Bitcoiners cannot be entirely libertarians because Bitcoin is for enemies. So, as we were saying before, Bitcoin is even for dictators. Bitcoin is a tool that will protect the individual against the system. It will protect the defender against the attacker. So, it's not always true that the defender is libertarian. Even if Bitcoin is strongly related with the history of libertarianism, there is also the Satoshi quote, I'm better at code than words, but Bitcoin can be a weapon for liberty in the arms race for liberty. So there is a lot of, Bitcoin is coming from the cypherpunk culture, which is about freedom, and from the Austrian economics culture, which is about freedom mostly. So there is a lot of contamination. And also I would argue that there is this point that everybody is libertarian. Inconsistently. If you go to Kim Jong-un and you take his stuff, he will be angry. So everybody recognizes the importance of property rights, just on their property. So the only difference is between inconsistent libertarians, which is basically everybody, including the worst dictator, and consistent libertarian that just try to be consistent about that. Not everybody is a consistent libertarian, but everybody is a libertarian for their own stuff. So everybody needs Bitcoin for that. So Bitcoin is for liberty and for libertarianism. But even if I still call myself a libertarian, I always found 6 problems with libertarianism. And I will try to argue that Bitcoin actually goes and fixes those problems, or at least mitigates them very, very heavily. The first problem is the eternal debate of truth versus freedom. Now, you can see here on your left, there is Ayn Rand. She was a philosopher arguing for freedom. She was very influential to many libertarians, especially when they are teens. Then maybe they grow out of Ayn Rand. But it's very influential. And her philosophy is called objectivism. And she was criticized by even other libertarians like Murray Rothbard, because her philosophy was so complete that basically she was ending up prescribing an entire set of beliefs and even tastes. There is a very funny piece by Murray Rothbard, which is about, it's a parody of Ayn Rand, and she was so extent in her definition of what liberty must be that she was even prescribing your musical tastes. And if you like Mozart, you are a communist, basically. So that's the joke by Rothbard. On the other side, though, you have this kind of inconsistency in some brand of libertarianism. The guy on your right is David Friedman, related to Milton Friedman, and he's one of the most prominent anarcho-capitalist thinkers. And he's famous because he's saying that there should not be a libertarian legal code. libertarianism, by definition, should just emerge spontaneously, and every libertarian place should have a completely different legal code, and you cannot say that this kind of law is wrong. You just have to let them compete, and liberty will emerge, which sounds very, very good, but there was some opposition to this idea, because if you think about that, the current nation states, including North Korea, are just a result of an unbounded competition of different systems. How can you argue against North Korea if you can just say, okay, North Korea has their style of government, they are competing against the style of government of Switzerland, and we will see what wins in the free market, geopolitical free market. So you have to have some kind of boundary into defining the competition. Otherwise, the competition itself is meaningless, because if you take anything to be part of the market, that the current situation is always the best situation, and you cannot ever argue against it. You see the paradox here. This paradox is also reflected in another big debate in libertarianism, which is the one between Mises and Hayek. You can see here Ludwig von Mises and Salma Hayek, the two main philosophers of the Austrian schools of economics, and they resonate with this debate about people being able to deduce libertarianism from first principles that are universal and equal for everybody, which is more Mises, while Salma is more about let stuff emerge from the market in a very unpredictable and unbounded way. I think that Bitcoin also faces this kind of paradox, but in a way it fixes this, because Bitcoin is an example of a system where everybody can literally do whatever the fuck they want. You can run a node accepting Bitcoin rules or define Bitcoin rules with small blocks, big blocks, fast blocks, slow blocks, everything you want. You can run your own Solana node or whatever. You can do whatever you want. Nobody's going to hurt you physically or take your stuff because of that. Well, mostly because most of this technology is done in a way that will prevent people from hurting you physically, because it's based on online privacy. So you can do whatever you want, but you shouldn't, because it's not economically convenient to just get out of the unique source of truth, which is the consensus blockchain with some set of rules. If you want to get out, you can, but you are incentivized to converge into the same set of universal truth. So there will be some kind of Bitcoin philosophers. Some of you will hate them, because especially developers, they tend to hate Bitcoin philosophers because we like to be more hand-wavy about stuff. Bitcoin is a source of truth. But this is real. Bitcoin is an example of a system where people going around and do whatever they want creates incentives that will make them converge over a single set of facts that they have to accept. Not because they're forced to, but because it's just economically convenient for them to accept it. So I think that Bitcoin is a good example of both things, universal truth and total freedom for individuals. The second point, the second flaw with traditional libertarianism is that to some people, libertarianism tends to be a final state ideology. So when we will have a libertarian world, then yes. But since we are not in a libertarian world, now we can act the very opposite. I'm sure you have had this conversation with somebody. For example, I'm a libertarian, but I'm going to sue you for your speech. Wait, but that's not really libertarian. But you see, if we lived in a libertarian world, then I will not sue you. But since the world is not libertarian, we have to compensate and act in a statist way. Or same stuff with, I don't know, immigration or like, I don't know, drug prohibition. Libertarians will be against drug prohibition, but we have the national health system, and we are paying for junkies. So as long as we are not in a free market, I cannot allow you to smoke weed. So there's always this kind of libertarianism is only effective when it's final, which is also a very cheap shot for the enemies of freedom. Like, you know, there is no place on earth that is completely libertarian. So your ideology is failed. It's just an utopia. Libertarianism never happened around the world. So you're just a fool. You're just dreaming of something which is unreal and unrealistic. We will never go there. There's always some power structure. So your ideology is stupid. While one branch of libertarianism is a realistic process libertarianism, which says that, that liberty, freedom, is just like health. There is never perfect health, never. Even the most healthy individual on earth, they will have some kind of defect in their cell, some DNA damage in some cell somewhere. There's never perfect health, and if you have it, you are not going to keep it, because eventually you will die. Sorry for the spoiler, but eventually, yes, you will. And so nobody can be healthy forever. There's no perfect health, but that doesn't mean that we cannot do medicine to become healthier. When we see evil, we fight it, even if we cannot achieve a state of perfect good. So freedom is the same thing. There is never a system with no aggression on property rights, never. But there is a way to always fight aggression and always defend property rights. There is just a consistent way to do it, even if you cannot reach the final state. And basically, as the great libertarian philosopher Michael Jackson said, you just start from the man in the mirror. So you start around you, you start not aggressing other people's property. That's already a great start. Then maybe start defending your own property from external aggression. That's also very good. Defend other people from aggression, and you go from there. You will never achieve a perfect freedom stage, but acting that way is already a game changer. Bitcoin is the same. Bitcoin is, so we talk about hyper-Bitcoinization. When we will have hyper-Bitcoinization, that may happen to a geopolitical scale eventually, mostly because fiat is unstable by definition. But hyper-Bitcoinization is already happening to you right now when you go when you hyper-Bitcoinize yourself. So when hyper-Bitcoinization will come, people will be low time preference and they will not suffer inflation. Well, you go full Bitcoin, you become pretty much lower time preference and you do not suffer inflation. You suffer market volatility, but not inflation. You reduce your exposure to confiscation. You can do it yourself. So Bitcoin is not something that needs global, so we talk about mass adoption. Mass adoption is cool, but we don't need it. Individual adoption of Bitcoin is already a game changer for you. You're adopting and your life will change a little bit. People around you adopt it, now you have more liquidity to spend it, and your life improves even more. A country around you adopts it, that's even better. The world adopts it, that's great. But you don't need to get to the final utopic state to start acting. Bitcoin is a process. Just use an asset which is hard to censor, hard to confiscate, and hard to inflate, instead of shitty fiat money. And you improve your quality of life and the life of people around you. So Bitcoin is a good way to teach libertarianism, not as a final utopic goal, but as a process you can start right now. Another flaw in libertarianism, usually, is that it is proposed as a frontal attack to the state. You can see now this other libertarian philosopher, is called the shaman. So the idea was storm into the US Congress with Viking horns, which is it's a great strategy if you have more guns and bombs than the federal governments. Otherwise, it could be risky and not very productive for your cause. Not all libertarians are like this from a physical point of view, but from the intellectual point of view, many of them are let's go frontal against people with nukes, which may be dangerous. So Bitcoin, other libertarians are a little bit more strategic, and there is an example now. This is a game Salma Hayek, but she's older, as you can see. She also has mustaches, and Salma is also known for having said this: I don't believe we shall ever have a good money again before we take it out of the hands of the government, and we can't take it violently. All we can do is, by some sly, roundabout way, introduce something that they can't stop. I'm not claiming that all libertarianism is for frontal attacks. There are parts of libertarianism, like agorism, that has always been about don't try to attack the government frontally, just build your local black market, just build the tools, and that's cool. But Bitcoin is very much that. Bitcoin is not a frontal attack. Bitcoin is a sly, roundabout way. It's something they cannot stop, which I think is very, very cool. It's a very good example for the rest of libertarian strategies. And then there is the fact that talk is cheap. Libertarians like to talk a lot. I mean, I am a libertarian, and you can see I like to talk. And but talk is cheap. Talk doesn't change the world, or it can, but not that much. Not without work. Bitcoin comes from, for example, Bitcoin comes from the culture of cypherpunks. And if you read the cypherpunk manifesto, one sentence which remained very famous is cypherpunks write code. You can find this sentence and the rest of the sentence in the manifesto. But the main point is that we do not just argue for privacy online. That's fine. We also argue for privacy online. But we build the tools to make privacy achievable for people, which is an active stance, which is very different from just talking. So in libertarianism, we suffer from too much talk and too little action. And in Bitcoin, that's very different, because you have two kinds of action. One action is to actually put some work in coding, which is super interesting. And I'm sure many developers here will agree with me about that. But then there is also another kind of action, another kind of skin in the game, which is just put your money in. Developers may be less sympathetic with this, speculators may be more sympathetic with this, but that's also a proof of work. Money is scarce, your money is scarce, and if you put your money in something, you are actually acting, not just talking. Because you cannot, you can talk about many assets, but you can only pour your money into one limited set of assets, because money is limited. So now, I have this conviction that these two sides of Bitcoin, the technical sides and the monetary sides, they just go hands in hand. They are not mutually exclusive. The other problem in libertarianism is technical hubris, where technical is in a broader sense. The image you have there, which I copied in the presentation without infringing on the copyright, I think, but that's a problem for the conference. Sue them. So this is a representation of Chesterton's fence. Chesterton was not really libertarian in a rigorous sense, but he made a very good argument that there is this tendency for thinkers to find something in society that you don't understand, and to decide that if you don't understand it, you have to take it down and restart society from scratch. So the metaphor was, you go in a field, you find a fence, you don't know what's for, then you take it down. Maybe this fence was created since generation to take wolves out, but you don't know that, so you're just taking it down. And libertarianism often suffers of this. There are libertarian thinkers that designed the world after freedom in a way where they just recreate everything from scratch, and they don't accept anything, any social norm, any social convention as something that developed over time for a reason. They just sit down, they deduce freedom from first principle, and I think that's fine. And then they deduce that everything in society which doesn't come from their deduction must be taken down. This is mostly prominent among communist thinkers or fascist thinkers, but also very, very common in libertarians. One of the first cultural reference of American libertarians is the British levelers. The levelers were people, it was a reappropriation of a name against, just like maximalist, but the reappropriation was coming from people tearing down hedges in the UK in order to fight against this kind of arbitrary government division of land. So they were just tearing down everything, including hedges that were there since centuries for some specific reason that was emerging from society. More in general, this kind of hubris is pretending that you can always recreate everything from scratch. And I think that Bitcoin is a great lesson for this. It was for me. Like from when I tried, this is like very personal, but I always try to learn the phonetic alphabet, the one in order to write phonetics. I always fail because every time I think it's bad, and so I recreate phonetic alphabet from scratch. And mine is better, I swear. I cannot learn to play music because musical notation sucks, and I always reinvent it, and also the instrument. So I never play music. In technology, you can fall down the same problem. You find something, and instead of using what works, you want to recreate everything from first principle. Like the work of everybody before was always stupid, always meaningless. And this is a typical, this is something typical in the shitcoin world, where you always have to reinvent computer science from scratch, because you always assume that there is no reason for which stuff developed. And Bitcoin is not like that. Bitcoin is, you want to use Bitcoin, you find something ugly, like, I don't know, C++, that's ugly. The best programming language should be concatenative, stack-based. Well, that doesn't matter. We have this implementation, we have to work on this. Satoshi could use Schnorr signature, but nobody was using them because it was too early. So he had to go with OpenSSL, with ECDSA. It did suck, but it was the practical solution. So Bitcoin teach people to be humble and to use what works instead of only reinventing the wheel. Reinventing the wheel or reinventing the world from first principle is still fun, and I still do it all the time. I like to reinvent the world. And maybe even in Bitcoin research, you can do it. You can start unencumbered from the past. What is the political slogan? Something like that. You can do that, but when you want to do Bitcoin, you need to basically acknowledge technical reality and start from what works, what has been tested, what has been proved over time. And the last problem is that libertarians are poor. I remember when I was a libertarian activist in my 20s, I was in a meeting in a very fancy hotel in Milan with some investors talking about libertarian think tanks, and we were asking for money, of course. And I introduced myself. I am an anarcho-capitalist. And the guy in front of me said, I can see you're anarcho, but not very capitalist from the way you look and dress. And it was true. I was fucking poor. And being poor, I know that some people don't like this, but being poor is not an advantage in fighting for freedom. Being poor, as not having resources that you can use to defend yourself and other people from aggression, is not an added value. Being rich is better if you are libertarian. The problem with libertarians is that libertarians tend to be against the money printer, so they tend to position themselves far from the money printer, and in the fiat system, the money printer makes people rich, and if you stay out of the money printer and far from the money printer, you just get the cantillon tax and you get poor. So there is a problem in libertarianism. You get poorer and poorer, but Bitcoin fixes that. Because in Bitcoin, libertarians that started to pay for weed in 2009 and get a change, now they are millionaires. So it's better to be rich than to be poor. And now the slides are over. I don't have any more slides. So, oh, no, sorry, this was not intended to be in the, remove it, please. This was just a mistake. Sorry, sometimes I just mess up. Thank you.
All right. Everybody's looking up Hayek now. Okay, our next presentation, War, a Vault versus your wallet key. Matthew, come on up. Take it away. There you go, it's on.
All right, thank you. This presentation is going to be about Nazi gold. Nazi gold, I hope this is interesting for you. And yeah, war versus wallet, sorry, it's about war, Nazi gold on your vault versus wallet keys. I'm at One Base Money. You can find me on these platforms. Okay, so as we go through this, I'd like to have you ponder this question. In times of uncertainty, in times of war, where does the gold go? How much does it cost if it goes anywhere? And then, of course, as we're at a Bitcoin conference, juxtapose this to Bitcoin. All right. This is a graph of gold in central banks on the eve of World War II, and actually to World War II. You might have thought that gold in times of uncertainty, people are going to pull it out of banks. It's actually not true. They put it in banks, they take the paper. So central banks actually hold all the gold. There's record gold here pre-World War II. Now, I don't have two players that I'm going to talk about here, very conspicuous players, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. If I asked you how much gold they had, it would round to 0 ounces. Could give you a flavor of why they had to keep the war machine going. But that's what I'm going to talk about. All right, why is the gold in the banks, and how does the gold stay safe? All right, this is a map of Europe around World War II. I have a couple caveats. The first one is to our Ukrainian and Belarusian friends in the audience. I'm sorry, I couldn't get a map that delineated your national borders, and as we know, Ukraine is still fighting a war of genocide, trying to correct Russian propaganda for a long, long time. So sorry for that. It's just one big blob of the USSR here. The other caveat is, you see, I'm going to tell you 3 stories about how Nazi gold moved around Europe in World War II: Norway, Holland, and Poland. It's right there in the yellow box. It's always easier to talk about gold in terms of ounces. I don't know why. It's just people in the gold world, they talk about tons a lot when you're talking about central bank gold. It's not very easy. So if you want to know how much this gold was worth then, multiply it by $40 an ounce. It was actually, the statutory price, as you may know, was $35 an ounce, but during World War II, it rose. So about $40 an ounce. And if you want to know how much it is valued today, multiply it by $2,500 an ounce. So there's a little caveats here about this map and what I'm going to talk about. All right, so the first one up is Norway. 1.6 million ounces of gold. This starts April 8th, 1940. You see Poland's already fallen. Czechoslovakia, Austria are annexed by Nazi Germany. You see Italy's fascist, of course, the wonderful Soviet Union there in red as well. And Denmark has been occupied, all right? So April 8th, 1940. The Third Reich moves in by sea. This is a ship, it's called the Blücher. It was actually one of the flagship warships of Nazi Germany during this time. And on the night of April 8th into the morning of April 9th, under the cover of darkness, as most of this stuff happens, they're going up into the Oslo Fjord there in the south of Norway. And the Norwegians know that bad things are coming, and they have one shot to try to do something good. They have some old guns, about quarter-ton shells, 2 of them, from 1850 on the sides of the fjord. It's dark. They're not even sure if it's friendly British ships. They can't hear them talking, but the commander decides to fire, and they actually have a direct hit. This ship is still on the bottom of the fjords today. I'm sure our Norwegian friends know about this, and this gave them time. Okay? But one thing, again, we're thinking about security here, decentralization, where is the gold, how much does it cost to move the gold? Well, the Norwegians started that day. That day, they took the gold north to Lillehammer by truck. Then they took a train and truck over to this town. I'm part Norwegian, actually, so I'm going to work on my pronunciations. This is Andalsnes. Andalsnes, I can't get the Norwegian exactly, but April 20th, they make it there. All right, now the Nazis are really recovering, started to move up. They're not completely firebombing this part of Norway yet. So the Norwegians decide, let's hide the gold. They take it into this valley, it's called Romsdalen. After a week, they decide that's not a good idea. They take it back to a port town called Molde, April 29th, 1940. All right? And by the way, I haven't described, what are you actually seeing with these arrows here? What does it mean to move gold? Well, what you're seeing is usually 1 or 2 central bankers with their families and 1 or 2 police escorts managing it. You're then seeing some cheaper labor carrying unmarked, loading and unloading unmarked boxes onto trucks, trains, so on and so forth. Okay? Most people could figure out it was gold, but they were never told that it was gold. Highly risky operation, highly expensive operation, okay? So now this part of Norway is pretty much being blitzkrieged, firebombed, bombs dropping everywhere. They can't get a hold of a naval ship. Royalties are fleeing Norway. It's pretty crazy. So what happens is they actually charter a fishing boat to take the gold up to this island. Fishing island's called Intien by May 1st, all right? Finally, they get a hold of a commercial boat. The Nazis have basically taken over Norway at this point, and all they can do is go away from the blitzkrieg. You'll see this is a common theme. You go away from the blitzkrieg. This is what refugees, that's all they can do in times of chaos. They go to one of the northernmost cities, Tromsø, and here, luckily, they can meet 3 British warships. And 3 British warships take the gold to Scotland. All right. I'm going to say this a couple times, but as you're looking at these arrows on the map, think about how expensive it is to move gold. and how expensive it may or may not be to move Bitcoin. All right, so it's still uncertain here in the Northern Sea waters, German U-boats all around. So they decided to take it to the main ports in the south by London down to Plymouth. They take it around the western side of the UK. And from there, they finally get on some major British ships. And by June, July 1940, the gold is split something like 40-60 between Ottawa and New York. So the Norwegian gold, 1.6 million ounces of this. This is not the total gold that Norway had, if you remember the prior chart. They had over 2 million ounces, but nonetheless, 1.6 million ounces made it away from the jaws of the Nazis. Now I'm going to tell you another story from Holland. Okay, here's the middle of the Netherlands. Rotterdam, right in the middle there. This is the main blitzkrieg in Western Europe. By the way, France is attacked this day, May 10th. It's absolute chaos. The next night, overnight, May 11th, the Dutch at the Rotterdam branch of the Dutch Central Bank get 350,000 ounces of gold under the cover of darkness from Rotterdam onto the canal, and they go up to the Hook of Holland, to the open sea there. Early morning hours of May 11th, 1940, and they have a boating accident. Unfortunately, this is not a Bitcoin-type boating accident. They had a German mine. Crew dies, gold bars fall to the bottom of the canal. The Nazis actually didn't know that the gold was there at this point, but they did eventually find it, as well as 20 times this amount in Holland. Netherlands had a total occupation, as I'm sure you know. 350,000 ounces times 20 is how much ended up in Berlin. So the Dutch were much less fortunate, at least for the people's gold, in getting it out of the country. All right. This is how it looked on May 11th, almost. We're going to keep going here, but I'm going to wind back the clock now to August 31st, 1939. This is the day before the Nazis firebomb Poland. So one thing just to note here, in Berlin, it was a sunny day. Germans were walking their pets. We had, very calm day in Berlin on August 31st, September 1st. But in Poland, unfortunately, it was something like the world had never seen on September 1st. Hundreds of planes, tanks, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, eventually millions of soldiers, blitzkrieging from Berlin right into Poland. Now, Poland fought for about a month valiantly. They had Poles, they had Jews, tens of thousands of Jews fighting in their army. They fell in about a month. I'm turning them red already in September. What's the theme here? We're going to follow the gold. Poland had their gold actually in a fairly decentralized manner. They had gold in all branches around the country. They did have some out of the country, but generally it looked like this, pretty much chaos. And unbelievably, in 2 weeks, always under the cover of darkness, in unmarked buses, in trucks, trains from Krakow, they get the gold down to a border town, old Jewish shtetl town called Schnatten on the border. So pretty amazing. The Nazis do know the gold is on the run. They are looking for it desperately. The next day is relatively easy. Luckily, they get on a train. The Romanians allow them to take the gold down to the Black Sea to a port called Constanța. But if that was a little bit later, the Romanians fell pretty hard to the Nazis as well. They would not have been allowed. Now, Poland has no navy on the Black Sea, so they're desperately trying to find a way to move this gold further from Constanța. Luckily, they found a British ship, which was part of an American company at the time from Mobil, ExxonMobil. It was doing some work in the eastern part of the Black Sea there, comes back, picks up the gold, and by the next day, they drop anchor in the Bosphorus in Istanbul. Now, the Nazis pretty much know, they pretty much suspect where the gold is at this time. A sailboat starts sailing around this Mobil ship, taking pictures of it from the German embassy in Turkey. So it's pretty dicey for the Polish gold at this time. A French ship is waiting for them, but the Turks say it's too dangerous. We don't want a naval battle in our waters. You can't take it, all right? I'm going to come back to this. I want to just show you one more arrow here. What happens to Poland on September 17th? The wonderful Soviet Union attacks from the east. And if you're a Westerner, if you learn about World War II, you might hear that Stalin, it was our ally. As bad as he was our ally, Lend-Lease, all this stuff. But here in Eastern Europe, we have to remind people that for the first 2 years of the war, the Soviets, of course, were allied with the Nazis. We see echoes of this today. I'm going to bring this up a few times today with Ukraine. Doesn't matter. It's always going to be two sides of the same genocidal coin. It doesn't matter if you're a deranged dictator from a fascist country or an international communist country or a mafia country like Russia. It doesn't matter. As Anne Applebaum says, you have a network when you're a dictator. So where do you think the Nazis got all of their iron ore for their planes, tanks, and trucks? Where do you think they got their petrochemicals? Do I even need to name the country that supplied that for the prior 20 years, even before the Nazis took power? Do I need to name that country? So, just want to remind you how much Poland suffered here. All right, people know the story of 6 million Jews. Do you know that 3 million of those Jews were Polish Jews? Do you know that 3 million Poles were murdered during these double attack? There was no property rights, no nothing. 3 million Poles were murdered. If you were gay, if you were disabled, you didn't have a good time during these occupations, both of them. So that's what happened to Poland. Poland fell in a month, but we're going to go back here to Istanbul. Luckily, the Poles made a deal with Turkey. They said, all right, let us take the gold on a train. And unbelievably, they go east. A couple nights in Istanbul, they load up the gold, they go east, and by September 23rd, they're in Lebanon. The Nazis actually did not follow this. This is unbelievable that they got it out of Turkey at this point. So September 23rd, they're in Lebanon, and by the next week, a French warship takes the Polish gold, 2.8 million ounces, to the south of France. Are you looking at these arrows? Are you asking yourself how expensive it is to move a base money gold transaction versus a base money Bitcoin transaction? All right, next step. Early 1940, the Poles decided to take the gold to Paris to store it in the vaults there. This was a mistake. This was their first. After much good fortune, at least for the gold, not for the country of Poland, after much good fortune, they go to Paris. Of course, this is a mistake because I've already told you about Norway, Holland, Denmark. Doesn't really matter. On May 10th, the Blitzkrieg arrives to Western Europe from the east, from the Germans. The Third Reich goes this way. Famously, you see the arrow going around. You might know France was invaded twice by the Germans in the prior 70 years before that. So they had huge fortifications, the Maginot Line on the border of eastern France. This was a major own goal. The Nazis just went around it, invaded through Belgium. So it was a major problem for France. Everybody now, you got Belgian gold, Polish gold, French gold, hightailing it west as fast as you can. They go to Brittany, the area, it's a town called Brest, there on the ocean. The only way to go is the ocean. But I want to, of course, as we're in Riga, back up and show you the three countries where you're in one of them right now, still green on the map. By June, mid-June 1940, the Soviets attack us and take over from these. We actually had 3 occupations. This first one was the worst from the Soviets. They just shot you in the back of the head or deported you if they didn't like you. The Nazis, we know what they did when they come, and they came a year after this. And then the Soviets came and occupied after World War II. Major problem. The US, of course, was all against it. Never recognized it, by the way. You'd have Latvian flags flying in Milan, Paris, DC for 50 years during the Cold War. It was never recognized, this occupation, from 1945 to 1991. Nonetheless, I digressed a little bit just to give you a little bit of the history of fascist and communist dictators, out for money, out for blood when they have none. What's the next step? They go, the only way to go is to the ocean. They got a ship, French ships, and they go down. They don't go to the US, they decide to go to French-controlled Africa. First they go to Casablanca, then they go to Dakar. And this is actually very dicey, very interesting, because at this point, almost immediately when those ships with Polish gold, French gold, Belgian gold leave France, France becomes occupied. Early June, they sign an armistice with the Nazis, the Vichy government. But that's not all. You have free French soldiers, Navy, planes, Air Force that has retreated to Britain, run by Charles de Gaulle. And they start attacking almost immediately the occupied French ships. They don't know the gold is even on some of it. So you have French naval battles against French warships in the sea at the very same time that this gold is going south. Unbelievably, they didn't have a boating accident. They made it south, and credit to the occupied French powers. They got it to Africa, and the Nazis were desperately trying to get it to continue to fund the genocide. They were not able to find it, and most of the gold ended up in the US. The Polish gold, finally, when it was relatively safe, crossed the Atlantic. April 3rd, 1944. I'll put the rest of the arrows on the picture here for you on the map. Just to remind you again, we're talking about outside money here. Bitcoin is outside money, by the way, just like gold. It's not part of the financial system. You can do what you want. There's no permission. So are you asking yourself how expensive it is to move gold versus moving Bitcoin with these arrows? All right, if you like that, by the way, most of that is sourced from here. I like World War II. I like stories about money and the history of money. This will satisfy your cravings for both. It's really, really good. George Tabor, Chasing Gold. All right, now let's summarize what I've just been talking about. Whoops, I got a formatting issue there. This is millions of ounces, 4.2 million ounces. To summarize, the Nazis stole from individuals, mostly Jews, also non-Jews, but mostly Jews, and we know that that wasn't the least of their problems, all right? This is how much it is. But this presentation is about security, moving gold, not just in a small way, but in a big way. I've told you the Nazis had no gold at the beginning of the war. So how do you think was the most direct way that they actually attained this gold to continue to fund the war? Most of it came from central banks, all right? The first thing they did when they annexed Austria, the first thing they did when they annexed Czechoslovakia, they said, can we have the keys to the vault? Thank you. That's all they did. And most of the gold that was laundered through, by the Nazis in different countries came from central banks. Now I always want to make very clear here, I'm not morally equivocating, but these two amounts, it's clear that the one on the left is about the worst, and this is most of the most sentimental stories of World War II. But the most direct way that they stole it was just going into the central bank, taking the vault. Now, Bitcoin is no different here, by the way. Bitcoin is no different. You can have a couple central bankers with access to a multi-sig. That's essentially the same, so keep that in mind. All right, back to the story, though, and this is where I can have some echoes of what's happening in Ukraine today. Putin is so maniacally dumb that he did have some gold still in Russia, but 300 billion of his international fiat reserves, was just a different thing, were in Europe and the US, and that will go to pay for reparations once this war is over. But nonetheless, he didn't think at all about, Russia has no money as well. They don't think about funding their genocide further. The Nazis did. They got the gold, and if you think that this is just a few countries that had bad ideologies and this was long ago, these were all the countries that laundered the gold along with them. Switzerland, Spain, Sweden, Romania, Portugal, Soviet Union, of course, Turkey, and Japan. Now, Switzerland's a little bit bigger there. A couple notes on there. Most people know that most of the Nazi gold was laundered through Switzerland. That's true. That is true. But there's an interesting, very precise fact about all this central bank gold that was laundered through Switzerland. Do you think it was happening at some small branches in Zurich? Surely it was, and it's some painful stories there that the Swiss had to have retribution in the 90s at the behest of the United States, which was very good. Was it happening at small branches in Zurich? No. There's a very precise figure. 92% of the Nazi gold that was laundered famously through Switzerland went through the Swiss National Bank, the central bank. Are you understanding a pattern here? And think about, when we talk about a Bitcoin strategic reserve, what that really means. I know that's another topic, but think about that. All right, so I just told you the worst of the worst, the story of the worst, whether it's blood gold, central bank gold, whatever. This apparently is the best of the best. So we've seen the stories. We've seen that the gold flows into the United States, safe, democratic waters, protected geographically. This is actually a low figure. At times, there was like 80% of the world's central bank gold after World War II was in the Federal Reserve and in Fort Knox, apparently. They had all the gold. The United States had all the gold. And of course, for those that know your economic and monetary history, what was the result of this after the war? Well, 1944, the Bretton Woods Conference in New Hampshire, we had the dollar-gold standard, the Bretton Woods standard. But let's analyze that just quickly, just prima facie. By my count, 1944, it lasted 1971. By my count, that's 27 years. This is the best of the best. The gold was literally on a golden platter for them to work through the new, peaceful, international world order. I'm in my early 40s. It lasted 27 years. We've been pure fiat since then. So again, do you think it's a good idea when gold gets centralized, gets moved into vaults that only a few people control? All right, showing you the worst of the worst, the best of the best. Let's talk a little bit about BRICS bucks. This is kind of in the news. There's nothing I think that's more loathsome, more horrible than a Peter Schiff type character or similar that gets on Twitter, has a gold stack, and is very excited that human rights abusing China or genocidal Russia or democratic India is buying gold and going to help their stack. There's nothing more loathsome. There's nothing more embarrassing than someone getting on Twitter and touting that fact. So let's actually look at this for a second. First of all, this is all-time gold, 2.3 billion ounces in 1965, 6.8 billion ounces, again, just do the multiplication if you want to know the value, 6.8 billion ounces in 2024. That is all-time gold ever mined throughout the history of humanity. Most of it's in jewelry. The green bars are central banks. It is true that central banks today in our multipolar world are buying gold. It's about 1.2 billion ounces. In 1965, that was the prior high, it was about 1.1 billion ounces. So we're at a record. Bricks bucks, all right? You can't see it in 1965. You can barely see it in 2008. This is 2024. Now, of course, for effect, I'm going to show you the percentage of total. 1% in 2008, 2.7% in 2024. They are buying more. They have more. I understand. Multipolar world, all the rest. But still, ask yourself the question, is it really noble? Is it moral? Is it even interesting when you're talking about your family's wealth? Do you want your gold bars or gold coins being held in Hong Kong or in Russia or democratic India? This is what they're talking about. I just told you how the story ends for gold. Do you want to repeat that? So this is the global gold supply. Bottom line for this presentation, there is no salvation for central banking by monopoly. Okay, it is a separate topic, but it's a big topic these days. Okay, the strategic Bitcoin reserve in the U.S. U.S. has a lot of debt. They have no assets. They have a little bit of gold. There's not much to offset that. It's the only balance sheet in the world where there's like 35. It's actually over 40 trillion of liabilities, a couple trillion in assets. So they're talking about adding Bitcoin, and that could offset this, of course, when Bitcoin increases in value even more. I understand that argument. We already know how the story ends, though. Okay, it's going to be no different if you have a multi-sig in the Federal Reserve or in the U.S. Treasury. Once those Bitcoins go into the Federal Reserve, they are never, never coming out. So keep that in mind. Just one or two recommendations here. Of course, the first is withdraw. Withdraw, it's very easy to today, many, many tools. And the second one is use multi-sig. Multiple hardware wallet vendors, multiple forms of entropy, multiple jurisdictions if you can. And maybe, I have a question mark, this is kind of controversial to some people, but maybe even use a private vault for some, back it up, but maybe even use a bank. But you know, if you have multi-sig at your house and your vacation house or your mother's house, multi-sig is not going to stop a $5 wrench attack if the attacker really wants. We're talking about moving money in a big way here. So in my opinion, these are the best recommendations. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks.
All right, we got a panel coming up. I'm moderating the panel, so I'm going to stay up here. If we could get all the members to come on up. This is going to be about institutional adoption, so just give us a sec as we set up, and we'll get this going. All right, institutional adoption. It's feeling like this is pretty real now, right? this last quarter or two. It seems like things are really starting to pick up from an institutional adoption side. We could get into some of the stats, but I'm just going to throw it just right down the line. Your point of view for this year, the last 2 quarters. What's your take on the change? Is there a change with respect to institutional adoption? Max, go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, definitely there is a change. Obviously, ETF made a difference, and more companies like institutional players coming in. There's also tools being built up for them specifically, and I think it's getting there. One of the main questions that I heard from Bitcoiners during the last 2 years, whether they will be squeezed out because of the institutions coming in, and I think it's an interesting question. So far, so good, but we'll see. But definitely, yeah, it's picking up. I think next 12 months will be crazy, especially if the price will go up, because obviously we understand that most of the TradeFi institutions, they actually look at the price very closely. So if the price will go up, obviously there will be a rush. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw IBIT was the 3rd highest performing ETF out of all ETFs. This is SPY, QQQ for people that are familiar with some of the more traditional, really large ETFs. I think I saw IBIT was number 3. Lisa?
Yeah, I definitely think it's changing. I can just say anecdotally, in Nashville, I was asked to speak to a group of 50 CEOs. I won't dox the group and I won't dox the person that invited me, but it was the head of a public company that you all know very well, brought together 50 guys that are in a group that he belongs to. And these people are new to Bitcoin. They are not Bitcoiners. This was their first conference. They actually came in, I think it was on a Wednesday, and then the Nashville conference started, I guess, Thursday or Friday. But they came in and they stayed for the Nashville conference. And the headliner of the event, so there were, I think, 4 or 5 Bitcoiners that came and kind of gave our spiel. But the headliner was Saylor. And Saylor said to them, look, the one of you that goes out here and buys Bitcoin, that's the way. Some of you are going to leave here and you're going to want to fix Bitcoin. You're going to want to go build something on Bitcoin. You're going to want to go start an exchange or build a hardware company. And he said, that's ego talking. Just go buy Bitcoin and figure out how to leverage the capital markets and buy more Bitcoin. So just anecdotally, those people left that room so, you could see it. You could see the spark in their eyes. And I think the very next day, Marathon announced that they were buying another $100 million worth of Bitcoin or something.
Yeah. Was anybody else there other than you, Lisa, in Nashville? My personal takeaway was it just felt very different than being there previously. Yeah, from an institutional standpoint, there was just a lot of institutions there. Adam, take it away.
I think the ETF buying has been largely, so in the US, the top 10% of by wealth minus the top 1% own, I think, $30 trillion of stock market and bonds in their portfolio, right? So these are, maybe professionals, people in companies, dentists, doctors, just generally average wealthy people in the US. And I think most of the money that's gone into the Bitcoin ETFs is actually theirs via their...
Say that again, it's what?
I think it's that type of investor that has bought most of the ETFs. Now, and so, when people say institutional, they really mean pension funds, managed strategy funds that have, a gold component and something like that, right? So these investors are, they're talking to their broker, or their broker calls them once their wealth management company they're using finally approves them to advertise or sell Bitcoin ETFs. And then they're just making, it's not like dollar cost averaging, they're making a reallocation from an existing portfolio. And so some of that, if they put a 1% allocation, it's a lot of money, right? It's probably 300 billion will be a 1% allocation here. So, but I think the institutional is still early. There are a few things where some of the firms, like I think BlackRock and a few others, have announced that they're adding a Bitcoin allocation to some managed fund or some strategy fund. And so, as that's a different pool of money, because that is, state pension funds, individual pension funds, government pension funds, and so on. So I think that's still to come. And but the other interesting thing about these ETF buyers is we didn't know how they would behave in the market. You know, if they would panic sell and that kind of thing. And it seems like they're not. They're actually buying and holding, which and actually holding better than the new retail investors are. So when you see selling, that doesn't seem to be coming from the ETFs. The inflows keep going, and yet the price goes down, and that's because other people are selling. Presumably, you know, us, like the retail, the Bitcoin holders who are selling on crypto exchanges. So it's good, you know, people who buy and hold help the absorb Bitcoin and, you know, drive the market dynamic. So yeah, I think it's still to come, basically.
So governments are selling and institutions are buying. Is that what the? What were you going to say?
I mean, well, the sellers are. I mean, structurally over the last months, there have been a number of bankruptcies and events going on. Right, the German government selling some. Mt. Gox doesn't seem to be really selling a lot. Like people are getting the coins back and not selling them, I think. And some government seizures have been sold. And, you know, FTX, all these bankruptcies, FTX and so on, right? They liquidate it all to dollars, but then they're going to pay, you know, $16 billion out to FTX users who used to have Bitcoin, some of them, or thought they had Bitcoin, who will then presumably go and buy it back, you know, and get less than they had. So that was also going on. I think that's largely done now. And so, you know, there's a little bit of selling and some just general volatility of people adapting to the volatility. Yeah.
Lisa, what were you going to say?
Did anyone else catch that? Adam Back just referred to himself as retail.
Well, it's Bitcoin is like the pleb currency, right? So we, you know, the individual front ran, you know, the wealthy people and the institutions and the smart money and the hedge funds for the kind of first time ever, right? And the VC LPs and all that sort of thing. So that's great. It's and it's still early. So I think, you know, they're coming, but they're slow. So I think we can still front run them some more.
Arnab, I got to tell you this before you go. So I'm in Lugana probably, I don't know, a month ago, and I'm sitting there with Adam, and we're having dinner. He pulls out his laptop, and he's like, look at this, Preston. I have tokenized MicroStrategy stock that I'm trading and doing all these things, and this is through Stalker. So for people that don't know Arnab, explain what you're doing with Stalker, because this is, we have all these tokens and all these coins on all these other blockchains and things like that, and I just roll my eyes for years because what we really need to actually tokenize is like real businesses and real equity, and you're one of the few people, you're the only person that I know that's actually done this. But your take on institutions and anything else you want to add about Stalker?
I think like two very interesting things. Like this year, 2024, we saw 17 billion came into Bitcoin ETFs. That's historic, right? Like as you mentioned, Triple Q, like we are very closely competing with that. And 20% of that 17 billion came from institutions. That's also a huge number. It may seem very small compared to retail, which is 80%, but institutions coming is quite big because they will not sell immediately. Now, connected to that, what Stalker is doing, and it's very interesting if you go a few steps back, is we're at over 1 trillion market cap. That means this is actually, a lot of people predicted before that this is actually where the institutions will start coming in. But there's another significant shift happening. This is a time where you see a lot of structured products, derivatives, and those kind of complex capital market products are coming to the market. So Bitcoin will actually create a capital markets around it. What MicroStrategy is actually leverage Bitcoin. It was a proxy ETF for a long time because, yeah, the MicroStrategy is one of the oldest public listed company. They have access to cheaper capital. At COVID, during the COVID time when people were just borrowing, they borrowed and bought Bitcoin, and they kept on doing it. So the idea was, hey, you know, if there is no ETF, you can still buy MSTR, right, which is a MicroStrategy ticker symbol. What we did as Stalker is actually we took the next steps. On the stock market, you can trade MSTR with the dollar, but not MSTR with Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin is correlated now at the moment 1-to-1, why not there is a market for MSTR with Bitcoin? That's what we did. We issued a product which is CMSTR. C means 100. That is 1 CMSTR equals to 100 MSTR. And you can actually trade on a platform called SideSwap on a Bitcoin basis. So imagine on the Bitcoin prices goes down on Friday evening, the market is closed. On the weekend, you can do some different trades and different strategies. And this is actually what Stalker is doing. We are trying to bring different kind of Bitcoin derivatives in the market. We did actually one of the biggest payout in the entire real world asset space. We paid out 80 million worth of Bitcoin in July. It's a Blockstream mining node we did with Adam and the Blockstream team. It's a product that gave investors access to the hash rate exposure, and whatever Bitcoin is mined, they got at maturity, and they gave a very interesting Bitcoin positive return, a 32% Bitcoin basis return. So yeah, excited to learn more about the institutional adoption end.
And this is all on Liquid, right?
This is all on
It's
Liquid, so we're
yeah.
only issuing it on the Liquid at the moment. Stockware is purely built on top of Bitcoin. So the main philosophy is if Bitcoin is a sound money, capital markets will be built on it, and we are here to build it, and we are here in the market for the last 6 years.
You didn't need a token to do to run the blockchain, right? Edgars, take it away.
Yeah, so I think you covered very well the holding of it part, but actually there's also this interest of using crypto as an infrastructure. Like crypto is pretty similar to Swift in a sense that you can use it for the same purpose, but it has some different properties. Like what we see actually with our trading is that a lot of people are willing to move money. Like they're willing to move it, for example, from US to Philippines, and they can use the Swift network to do it, and it costs something, and it takes a couple of days. But if the local markets in these regional places have developed properly, then you can actually replace the Swift network with a better kind of faster settlement layer. But currently, due to the development of these local markets, it's not possible to move large sums of money through it. But you can do but that will improve over time as the liquidity in these local markets will grow. We are seeing a lot of interest from people who are willing to move money for remittances over the globe. Yeah, and regarding the ETFs, there's every day they trade more than 1 billion in volume. So basically, all the part that are willing to, these institutions that come in for the holding purposes of their own interest or of the interest of their clients, they actually come with their infrastructure. So this infrastructure, they kind of move away from the crypto native things that the retails were using. For example, they don't use their regular exchanges. They rather build their own ETF and trade on their exchanges, like on Nasdaq or something like that, which is not very available to retail. So there is this kind of different perspective that they bring in. They increase the price for sure, but they also would like to merge these kind of two bubbles together, basically using their own infrastructure and that way stabilizing the Bitcoin's price over time.
So when we think about institutional adoption, it seems like the ETF is the primary choice that Morgan Stanley's and you name it, bank or institution is using in order to have some type of exposure to Bitcoin, and then they're just outsourcing the custody. The part that I would really like to get into, because this is the part that I think is really immature relative to that, is on the borrowing and lending side. So Max, you guys have Debify. You're having conversations with institutions. My biggest concern moving forward is the tranching of collateral. That's pretty much how legacy finance does it. I've had conversations with Adam and some others and yourself for years at this point, 4 or 5 years, talking about this concern of tranching capital. Do they understand this risk, the institutions that you're talking to? Do they understand the value prop? Because you're not doing that. It's peer-to-peer type a setup, or at least my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong. And do they understand that? How important is that moving forward? Just talk to us a little bit about those conversations and what they're sounding like.
Well, of course, most of them doesn't understand that. They want to put everything on the balance sheet. So they basically want to hold everything in the custody. But there's a bunch of banks and bunch of institutions that already, we've been talking for months. And they actually came to us because they said, we want to offer both options to our customers because we have some whales who want to borrow against their stack, but they don't want to give us the custody of their funds. So it actually pretty much regional thing. So for example, in Switzerland, banks are very much advanced, and they do understand multi-sigs, non-custodial, custodial, and they have certain flexibility. So easier to talk in Switzerland with some banks that already offer some Bitcoin related services. In US as well. But I think that the most active part of the TradeFi community is actually hedge funds and credit funds. These guys do understand the value prop of non-custodial setups. They don't want to hold the funds. They're happy with that. They do understand the one of the main thing of Bitcoin, which is like highly liquid asset, 24/7. You can liquidate it at any certain point of time. And usually we are actually starting to get more interest from like regulated credit and hedge funds. And also there's a large part, especially in Europe, non-banking credit institutions. They have license, but they don't have a banking license. These guys also understand the value prop of Bitcoin, meaning non-custodial setup, over collateral, highly liquid, etc., etc. So I would say 70-80% still, they prefer custody. And this is also what Saylor was telling multiple times, custody, they want to do that. But eventually, we're getting there. We're getting there. But it's also an issue because of the technology. Multisig is kind of open source. It's there, it's available, but it's really hard to build a user-friendly, seamless experience on top of multisig because it usually involves multiple parties. So basically, in the space, I would say Debify, Hodl, Unchained Capital. These are like 3 companies that are doing, I would say, a proper multi-signature approach, user-friendly. Casa probably as well.
Lisa, you have some experience at Custodia with Caitlin Long. And from my vantage point, it was just a policy struggle the whole time. And I think a lot of people are familiar with what's happening just from the public messages that have been shared and how the Fed is not approving and all these types of issues. Without getting into the nuance, what is your take from a policy standpoint on how some of this is being embraced, especially from a custody standpoint, because it seems like it's becoming a bigger and bigger concern moving forward, at least for people that are looking at the ETFs and seeing how much concentration there is with the custody that's taking place with, call it, Coinbase?
Yeah, well, I don't think people have any clue on the custody front yet, the amount of risk that's taking place and the fact that you could have an insider attack. There could be someone laying in wait for a decade, and there's a non-zero probability that that might happen. So it's astonishing that so many people are taking that risk. But what I was going to add, and then I'll circle back to your question, thank you so much to you guys that are building these derivative products and building lending. I have I'm old, and I've seen another market develop, another commodity market develop, and derivative products be built. And the ability for institutions particularly to fine-tune risk using these options that are coming available. I mean, this is what will really bring people to the market. So, I know we all are eager for this market to moon, and, I particularly wake up and question why we're not over $1 million every day. But I think until we build out these other tools for institutions to use, it's going to be, it's going to be slow going. So, the custody is a huge deal, right? But my view is that Caitlin will prevail. Alongside, though, I think that every bank will be involved in Bitcoin. I think that they will all custody Bitcoin. They will all participate in derivatives markets and lending, and so it'll be fun to watch it.
No, I agree. I think it's been a massive wake-up call. I think the ETFs have been a massive wake-up call. I don't think anybody was expecting the inbound flows that we've seen since the start of the year. When I'm looking at the approval of an Ethereum ETF, I'm personally rolling my eyes. I've got my own bias, right? But the narrative that I keep hearing with it is, oh, it's going to tokenize equity. It's going to be our way of doing this. And I think that they're just very confused on the technology and where it's going. And so I'm kind of opening up. We had a little bit of this conversation, at the start. But how do you think that those conversations are going to evolve, especially as we're looking at 24-hour markets? People want settlement immediately. They want to be able to take custody. I mean, how amazing would it be to be able to take custody of a stock certificate and know that you actually hold it and that it's not being rehypothecated? Some of these ideas, I think, are going to become way more important in the coming 5 to 10 years. So how do you guys see that evolving? What do those conversations sound like? And this is really kind of open to all three of you guys to comment on. So,
yeah, I mean, with Liquid and AMP, which is a way to track ownership, basically, because they're typically regulated instruments, then there's a share registration agent, which in some of these is Stocker and some of it's other players. And so the CMSTR that Arnab mentioned, Stocker is a registration agent, and once you enroll, it feels very Bitcoin-like in the transfer, right? That you can transfer a fraction of a MicroStrategy share to a friend in real time and just transfer it as if it's a Bitcoin, right? They both have to be enrolled, and you can do atomic swaps, but you have the equivalent of a certificate, and you have the equivalent of a share registration. And interestingly, with the MicroStrategy stock split, Stocker did a stock split of CMSTR, so they did a kind of analogous transaction where they created, for each CMSTR, they created additional 9 CMSTR, and overnight they did a kind of one-off dividend in stocks to everybody. So, if you had 1 CMSTR after that, you had 10. So you can see that all of the mechanisms are there, and they're real-time gross settlement, unlike the stock markets, which are typically T+1 or something. And people are actually, in the broker infrastructure, able to, sell things they don't have and fix it later. And occasionally they'll go wrong, and some broker will fail, or the next tier up is a prime broker, and then the clearinghouse. And so you've got all this kind of naked selling, which can fail, and that just doesn't happen with the blockchain transfer mechanism. You can't sell something you don't have. So it's good for consumers. You know where you are, and you don't get kind of miscalculations about the number of shares in existence and all that kind of thing.
There's a lot of, I know Caitlin does a really good job, Caitlin Long does a really good job talking about the risk of the frequency that when a bank is looking at their balance sheet and they're looking at the frequency of the money, whether that's the cash or it's called a stock certificate, and they're trying to manage their risk. When there's too much of an offset with the frequency of how often it's turning over, that induces a ton of risk. And so with Adam's comment there is just kind of jarring a thought that the importance of something like Stocker, where you have stock certificates that can keep pace with the turnover of, call it a stable coin or Bitcoin, I think is becoming more and more important from a risk management standpoint, especially for institutions that have very large balance sheets that might get out of sync because they were closed for the weekend as opposed to this other market that's moving at the speed of light. So, yeah, go ahead.
So if you see, after the NASDAQ came in, the concept of dematerialized shares came in. Most of the people are using stocks these days at a dematerialized form. But the predominantly shares were held as a bearer instrument. That's what the concept of Bitcoin is also, the not your keys, not your coins. In this capital market right now, you fundamentally do not have that level of ownership that used to be before, even 30 years back. And there are a lot of arguments that was made by a lot of governmental agencies that, hey, it's inefficient because you need to trust a third party and all these kind of things. And that's where DTCC, Clearstream, and all these entities, the CSDs in so-called sense that came in. But with the element of enabling on liquid as an AMP asset or something, and when you can hold the securities on your own Bitcoin wallet, you can actually claim the ownership, and you can also do P2P swaps with atomic swaps like SideSwap and other marketplaces in that way, right? Where you don't have to give the ownership of the private key to some third party, but you can still have it, and when you want to trade it, you can do it with the other counterparty. But also you can leverage platforms like Debify, and those platforms also later on, you can borrow against them. And that's an interesting era of capital markets that will be developed. And this is, I think, like, I see the...
Because collateral at that point gets completely different, yeah.
Exactly. Now imagine with the CMSTR, you can go to Debify and borrow against it. This will be kind of new capital markets that Max
you need to tell it to my CTO. He's probably going to be pissed off, but that's an interesting idea.
But yes, that
He's getting nervous just hearing this.
No, it excites technically. This is actually the capital markets that will actually build. That's what you are telling also, right? This is where the market cap will grow, and this is where the adoption will also grow. And that's how institutions will also come.
It's exciting just to think about it from a tech. Okay, we're out of time, but Edgar, yeah, I want you to take it away with the final closing comment.
All right. So, yeah, I think it's a really great idea what Debify and Stocker is doing. Like, it will help globalize the markets. Everybody will be able to access. Like, I think it's very cool idea. What we noticed in the change of custody terms, like after the FTX crash, basically what happened was that all the entities that were trading on the exchanges now were asking like, hey, where can we store our assets so it's not on exchange? And a lot of like centralized or decentralized solutions are trying to get into it, but the exchanges are like willing to hold on to their customers' assets because they can use them in one or another way. And I think as exchanges are getting, as more and more like decentralization happens, exchanges are more happy to actually allow for such solutions like custody solutions and integrate them on their systems, because they're basically losing bargaining power, and at some point they would just, it seems that they're going this direction, that they would be like a front end where you can trade, and the custody could be like, maybe assets could be held on some other platforms or some decentralized solutions. Yeah.
All right, that concludes our panel. We're going to have a quick coffee break, and then it's going to start back up here at 12:30. So in about 17 minutes, we'll start back up here on the stage.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money?
This is a special event for us. This is a fifth one.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Hello, everyone. Just like to say that we are about to start. Official time moved a little bit for 10 minutes. We're starting at 12:40. So please, if you're outside, come to the main stage and enjoy the next panel. Thank you.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a smasher for land for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the...
That's the key.
With Hodler and other peer-to-peer exchanges. And the next panel is, I think, extremely important. And I would like to start with a quote by Jay Stark, who said famously, "Live free or fucking die." And freedom is important, extremely important. Freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, freedom of choice. So I would like to thank everyone who works on freedom tech, and I think it's extremely important technology that we have right now to allow us for basically be free. I also would like to congratulate Miles for getting here in time, and he will be joining this panel with us. So please give a warm welcome to the panel, and let's just dive right into it.
Oh, yes, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Arsh. I work at the Human Rights Foundation. Really excited for this chat. We oftentimes hear the word freedom tech, but these guys are going to put it in, and girls are going to put it in into perspective for us. So why don't we start with some introductions, who you are, what you do.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniela. I'm a Bitcoin developer. I worked on BDK until a few months ago, and now I'm just exploring new projects. I wouldn't say much, but I mean, it's open source, it's all open, so you can still open my GitHub.
Hey, I'm Calle. I'm your friendly neighborhood hacker. I worked a lot on Lightning, and I'm primarily focused my time on Cashew, the eCash protocol on Bitcoin, and I'm happy to be here.
Hello, I'm Ben. I work on Alabits and then also some Nostr stuff as well. But yeah, very much into our freedom technologies and how it can liberate people, so happy to be on the panel.
Hi, my name is Miles Suter. I lead the Bitcoin team at Cash App. I
stay involved with all the various things going on across Block Inc. And for the last 4 years or so, I've done a lot of work with the Human Rights Foundation and working with activists around the world on how they can use Bitcoin to secure our freedoms.
Cool, and we're going to keep it to you, Miles. So I want everyone, starting with Miles, to define freedom tech in your own words, just really quick.
To me, it's a moral imperative in this world that's increasingly feeling dystopian, more and more dystopian by the day, by the minute, to build technology that puts the power back in the hands of the people. And so I think we all believe in that philosophy, and I think that's the only way we can make the world be the place that we want it to be now and in perpetuity.
I think for me, freedom technology it's any technology which allows greater liberation of humans. And then when you have new tooling, you get new ways in which humans work together and humanity progresses. So you have the printing press, then you get widespread democracy, and then when we suddenly get these new tools like the internet, and then that gives us this information revolution, but it's not quite right, so we need to tweak the information revolution and make it work better. But then it's like, we don't know what's going to come next. We just have these tools, and then we're just kind of in the dark figuring out what we can do with these new tools. And I find that very exciting, that kind of blank canvas of possibilities which sits in front of you. And then you discover them, and you're burdened by that skeuomorphic design principle of the old system kind of polluting your way of imagining what the new tools can be used for. So quite often you stumble across an idea, like the LNURL stuff or split payments with Lightning, and then you think, wow, this idea is amazing, and you think of all the ways in which this idea could make humanity better and more efficient, and then a few months later you look back and you think, well, that was such an obvious idea, why didn't we stumble across it earlier? So I find that process very interesting, the blank canvas, when you get a new tool set which you can use.
Well, I'll define, I mean, these are great definitions, so I'll try something different. I'll define freedom tech as the absence of control and surveillance. So I'll define it as the opposite of technology that is there to control your life. Actually, every technology should be freedom technology, because that's what technology is for. That's the original reason why we invented things, to make our lives easier, to make our times better on this planet, to have better lives, and to have better communities. So technology is used more and more in the opposite direction, to control people in our everyday lives, especially since the entire civilization is transitioning into a digital realm. Everything is happening online. We see a stark contrast between technology that was designed to limit your potential versus all the other technology. And I would say freedom tech sounds like there is a certain goal in liberating us, but I would actually say it's freedom is the given state. You were born in a free state, and the rest of the opposite of freedom technology, oppression technology, is trying to take that away from you. So I'm thinking more of it in a preservative way. So we're trying to preserve what always has been our rights. Yeah.
To me, freedom technology is any type of technology that gives back freedom that some authority has removed. That might be the government or even, I don't know, your family in some cases. But to me, it's extremely important that this freedom technology still protects your privacy. Because if you think about it, if you use Tor and you can have freedom of speech, freedom to access certain informations that your government wouldn't want you to, but then you're not private in using Tor, then you have a big problem, because then your government can just jail you because it realized that you did that. So it's definitely about allowing some freedoms that you don't have, but also in keeping you private while you do so.
To comment on this, because it's very interesting what you just said. If you think of the internet in general, the internet in the 90s itself, right? It's freedom tech, like the best kind of freedom tech you can think of. In the beginning, everyone thought the internet would liberate us. But what we see right now is that the same technology that was supposed to liberate us is now used more and more to control us. So things can change over time, although the technology doesn't really even change, the base technology. So it depends much more on what the purpose of how to use the technology to either improve lives or to decrement freedom.
Yeah, and I oftentimes find freedom synonymous with permission, right, and being permissionless. Ben, when it comes to the direct development of Bitcoin and permissionless development, why is this important, and kind of reminding the audience on why we're here in the first place?
I mean, that's it. there's nothing stopping you from developing something, and this is why we're going to win, and that's why we are winning, because you have that permissionless developing environment. If someone has an idea, they want to build something, they can just go build it. And there's no one stopping them. Most of the licenses are free and open source licenses, so you can just pull in libraries and code from wherever and build something. And others might not like it, and then others might like it. And it's the only way we can explore effectively all the new ways in which we can engage with the tool sets which we're building is through this permissionless development environment. And I mean, could you imagine like a Visa conference with a bunch of excited devs, like exchanging ideas of talking about new cool shit which they're going to be working on? And when it comes to the internet, or why the internet became so centralized, it's really like there's a bunch of people who could access, could build services on the internet, and a bunch of other people kind of like didn't have the skills yet to do those things. It took a while for people to get the skills to do those things. So the server admins and then the companies came and realized they could monetize it. And then there was, I think that the architecture of the internet, of it being, very powerful server admin company, and then users, I think that architecture is a temporary blip. And actually, because I expected the information revolution of the internet to have more of a positive impact on humanity quicker than it has. But I think it's really just the architecture which came about from just private interests trying to co-opt the internet. And they did a pretty good job. But then, there's so many people who don't want that to happen. So the overriding for humanity, the overriding incentive is more freedom, more liberty. So that's the thing which wins out over the psychopaths and whoever else wants to take control of humanity.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say a majority of the Bitcoin developers, people who are contributing to the space, fellow enjoyers of freedom tech, are they're public to it to a certain degree, right? And some developers choose to be private. People like you, Calle. Why did you choose to be private yourself? And kind of remind the audience about how they can be conscious when being online.
Well, I chose to be private because I want to be free. So privacy itself is the freedom of you being able to choose what you want to share with someone. It's giving you the choice how much you want to share, and not the platform, not the company of which products you use, and so on and so forth. So what privacy enables everyone on the internet to do is to speak up, to say what you really want to think, what you really want to say, to not be afraid of that what you say will have a negative effect on your life, on the lives of your friends and family, and so on. So for many people on this planet, this is a life or death kind of situation, even that to speak up in their political environment, for example, requires them to have privacy, underlying privacy. As a hacker who's building stuff on the internet and open on the internet, it also enables you to separate yourself more from the work that you're doing. And this is a good thing, I think. The work can stand for itself. As a hacker, as a programmer, your work can speak for itself. And that should be the goal. That's the goal of science, that's the goal of technology. And removing yourself, removing your ego from that equation leaves your work in a more isolated and a more clear way for other people to see. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, I think, is also just a good reminder for everyday people out there who are, who maybe don't think about these things because they live in a democracy where their rights are largely preserved, is that you have the choice. Most people who, I'll say the older generation using internet technologies today don't really even realize that they don't have to put all that information into these boxes that ask it from them. Like if there is a text box that asks for your name, you can just say John Doe. Everything keeps working. You don't have to enter your address into every single box that asks for it. Everything still keeps working. You don't have legal requirement to give your real data into this random website. So be mindful of that, and this is my way also to reminding people that you have the choice and it's yours to make.
Yeah, so, I mean, as someone who's private, and Miles, as someone who leads, is quite public, and leads a public company, I want to talk about the sort of long-term versus short-term implications of running a public company, and choosing to insert Bitcoin so deeply within that, right? When it comes to Cash App, having Lightning, having other applications. How do you sort of weather short-term versus long-term, and why only Bitcoin is another thing?
So we believe that Bitcoin is the key foundation to an open monetary system. And I think that helps Block Inc. achieve its long-term goals. We strive to operate much more like an internet native company. Jack has said this about Block and about Twitter as well, but the internet has lacked payments and micropayments and the ability to scale. As a financial services company, it's impossible to scale at the way that you should be doing with the internet, to have global reach, to go one to many and serve as many customers as possible. In the current financial system, it's quite balkanized, where you have to go, if you want to stand up, if you want to set up shop in France or a new country, whatever, you need a new entity, you need a new license, you need this. And we've really struggled, as have a lot of companies, to do this really sequentially. And operating on Bitcoin lets you serve everybody at once. And that's ultimately our goal, is to serve as many customers as possible. There is a bit of an inherent tension with the current financial system and the way certain regulations are written, because they're written in with a view towards the previous system, right? And what worked and how you kept people safe and how the regulators wanted it to operate. But Bitcoin, by its very nature, doesn't necessarily fit into that all the time. And so it's a really tricky thing sometimes to, but we're committed to always doing the right thing for Bitcoin, but also as a public company, we need to really thread that needle and make hard decisions and hard trade-offs on how can we serve our customers the best, how can we stay in good graces of the regulators, but also, and it's always been really, really important since day one, and it's the reason I respect Jack so much, is how do we always do the right thing for Bitcoin? As Calle was talking, I was actually, just to go back to the pseudonymous development, I had this like brush fire of freedom spin up inside of me, thinking about like the Federalist Papers and the American Revolution and pseudonyms, like putting out these siren songs of freedom and letting like the words and the messages speak for themselves. And so I just wanted to give Calle a shout out, because like he is like the modern day revolutionary, singing these songs of freedom and inspiring the world and letting that work stand on its own and building freedom for the rest of the world. So thank you.
That was in the Cypherpunk Manifesto as well, what Calle was saying, that that privacy is the ability to reveal oneself to the world if you want to, and if you don't want to, then it's your choice. And another thing which you touched upon, Powell, was the Hal Finney quote of, I realized these things these computers which are used to control us could also be used to liberate us. And that's a really good point. So I've been to some place like the Chaos Computer Congress, for example, where you go where you're surrounded, and here as well, you're surrounded by people who have autonomy and have taken control of the technology, not just the software, but also hardware. And then it becomes a beautiful thing, and people build beautiful things with it. On your point as well about having a business operating on something like Bitcoin, I find that topic absolutely fascinating, because for me, Bitcoin is a commons. We can all access it and access its fruits. But if we try and co-opt it or do something which is against Bitcoin, then there's this force which prevents us from doing that, internally, but then also there's an external force. You'll get I call it the Adam Smith invisible hand bitch slap. And it happened in 2017 with the Roger Ver and his lot. And we have the same thing in Nostr as well. So I think that I love, and we have it in Linux too, and all these free and open source projects where there can be private capital operating within them, but they are beholden to the wider community, which I think makes them more likely to behave. I find it a really interesting form of private capital. So I'm glad you talked about that.
Well, it's very interesting, because when new technology comes out and you're an incumbent, you can either embrace it or fight it. And we've really chosen the perspective of like, this thing is here, it's going to change the world, and it's a self-interested thing too. It's like, obviously I want the world that Bitcoin creates because of all its freedom-enhancing attributes and all that, but at the same time, it's a self-interested thing that like, we better embrace this thing or get disrupted eventually. And one of my favorite things that we've ever done in 2019, like, we're a payment company, but we saw this badass project called BTC Pay Server taking off. We saw they embodied the values of Bitcoin, and they had community support. And we, as a public payments company, we decided to support and donate to BTC Pay Server and get them their first grant, and then they just kept rolling in after that. And so that's something I'm really proud of, in that we want to disrupt ourselves and enhance the ecosystem and grow it, because eventually it's going to serve all of humanity and really help the goals, our internal goals of like serving more customers around the world and being a company, but also the goals of like preserving and enhancing freedom around the world.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the other things that, Cash App, Block Jack mentions, right, is the idea and the ethos of open source. We've heard it this whole week, the importance of open source, and I don't think the idea in and of itself can be understated, right? Being an open source developer is oftentimes a thankless job. You take personal risks, you take pay cuts, and you also basically get involved in a lot of burnout, right? So Daniela, I want to bring it back to you, and given your recent journey, if there's any advice you can offer for open source developers when it comes to burnout and how to stay motivated, I guess, within their projects.
Yeah, of course. First of all, I just want to say I really love this way of structuring organizations, specifically the ones based on grants. Because to me, it's crazy that we have all these people, all these developers just working together, just following their own curiosity and then being paid externally. But that does create some challenges. I mean, in the companies that I can think of, there's a very set structure where you do have a boss, and so if you misbehave, if you don't have motivation anymore, you have someone you can talk to, and that either tells you, no, you need to do this job, or you can have even some conversations. While in a decentralized environment, it's a bit harder. Like we're all peers, and so you work with someone, and you're not their boss. They're not your boss. If you don't communicate well, if you don't like each other, you need to find a way to fix it by yourself. That's a challenge, I guess. But I just really like that we have this system in Bitcoin where it's just people following their curiosity and just building things because they want. And then, yeah, one of the challenges is motivation. I mean, as I was saying, I recently quit BDK because I've always loved coding, and recently my job just wasn't fun and satisfying anymore. So I just thought, okay, it's time to find something else, because I can't give myself fully to a project or just do very good contributions if I'm not enjoying it. And I think I went through what you could call a burnout, exactly because I just didn't like working anymore. So yeah, I'm not maybe the best person to give advice, right? But at the same time, I just want to say I realize that having balance is just so important, because I do see a lot of people, myself included, just having these periods of hyperfixation on something, and then this period of just boredom, just like, I spent 3 months just working a lot on this. I don't want to do this anymore. And to me, just reminding myself that I need to give constant output, and sometimes stopping myself from doing too much, and sometimes forcing myself to do something when I don't feel like it. That's been super helpful. I know maybe it sounds dumb, but one rule that I have is that I can't work on weekends, which you're going to say, I mean, obviously, but just a few weeks ago, it was a Sunday, I really wanted to code, and was like, nope, it's weekend, I can't do that unless real emergency, but that happened really rarely. And then it was Monday, and it was so cool to be back at coding. I was so happy. So, finding balance and having rules does help.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I think it's very important that we talk about these topics, because especially our work as open source developers often just is viewed in isolation, and the life as an open source developer is something that most people can't really imagine what it means. I just want to do a small shout out there, because I know there are many developers listening to this who work in companies who are very good coders who have reached a level of maturity in their careers. I know dozens, if not more, developers who work in companies who tell me, oh man, I wish I would work in open source. It sounds so good. I know exactly 0 open source developers who say the opposite, like, oh man, I wish I would work in corporate. So wonder why. So as a developer, there's a certain point in your life that you reach where you get really good pay, but you realize something is lacking. And that something is often the purpose. Because you have reached everything, but the purpose is really hard to reach. And corporate life doesn't give you that much purpose. But Bitcoin itself is very special. Open source itself, but Bitcoin, again, a little bit more even than that, because with Bitcoin and open source in general, you feel like you're working on something that is bigger. That's a bigger humanity project that we're all working on together, and that draws people in. And this is what gives open source developers also the energy and power that you need to sustain through hardships like these, because you know, it's not about you. It's about this maybe 100, maybe 200-year-long project that we're starting to work on here, and every person is adding a little bit to that. That makes you humble and also gives you something in life that everyone needs eventually, and you can find this in Bitcoin, which like I'll just phrase as an invitation to everyone who's at the edge. You know, think about it. There are many opportunities today that didn't exist like 5 years ago in Bitcoin, and if you can make the switch, well, that's better for the entire world.
And just to bring it back to freedom technology, I mean, obviously I get burnt out and stressed and sometimes as well, but right now in the world, like, you know who doesn't get any days off? The protesters in Venezuela right now that I know for a fact are using Bitcoin to sustain these protests and to push back against the stolen election. The Anti-Corruption Foundation, exiled from Russia, Navalny's foundation, set up in Lithuania. They operate all on Bitcoin because of necessity to push back against the Putin regime. And so there's really amazing examples in the world right now of Bitcoin pushing the values of human freedom forward. So much of it has been told by HRF. So Arsh, nothing but so much love and respect for you and Alex and CK and everybody helping to highlight those stories, because Bitcoin has had a narrative problem for much of its since inception, and a lot of that's false and a lot of it's untrue. But you guys have really started to tell these stories, which are so important, and it's just heartbreaking some of the battles people are going through. But it's inspiring and gets me motivated to keep working on freedom tech like Bitcoin and related things in order to support these people who are really pushing the world forward.
Yeah, I think it's the getting more micro uplifts than downlifts. So when you're working through an open source, in many ways, like, I mean, it's a great thing to work in, but then it can become quite thankless sometimes. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, which no one kind of acknowledges. Like I was up till 4 a.m. yesterday fiddling around with a bill acceptor for our new free and open source ATM. But no one will care. When it works and then there's a tutorial on putting this thing together, people will just do it. And no one's aware of the amount of effort which goes into building some of these things by free and open source developers, and how much pain we put ourselves through, which we enjoy. I mean, and for whatever reason, maybe it's I don't know. We for some reason we enjoy this thing. But then I think it's having, as long as you've got more examples where people are using the technology you build to liberate themselves and have greater freedom. And then also, like when users say, oh, thank you for the thing you've built, or this thing, I'm using it in this way, and they give feedback, or contributors contribute upstream to a project rather than just forking and doing something else. Like, they're all little micro uplifts, which, as a free and open source developer, gives you that motivation to like keep powering forward, push through. Sometimes you've got to burn the late night oil, as they say. But if you have a lot of these little downlifts, so you're tired and you're running out of time and everyone's bugging you because the thing's not being released yet, and you haven't got enough developer time, there's not enough contributors, and you don't really see your work being used in the real world, and then those little downlifts can put you in quite a bad place, and then you end up with that John Nash mind on strike, where your mind kind of shuts down and it makes it worse. You can't think straight, so you can't actually be productive. So I think as a community in Bitcoin, it's very important that we're all supporting each other and be encouraging to each other, and supporting financially if you can. You can go to Guys, there's a whole bunch of projects you can support on there. And then that gives those little micro uplifts, which really makes free and open source developers' lives a lot more fun. And you don't get the burnout so much.
Yeah, thank you guys for sharing those sentiments. I mean, I know there's a lot of developers who are in the room watching this live right now too. You know, every one of you on stage has helped or been involved with my organization, the Human Rights Foundation. So we thank you. Humanity thanks you. On a more positive note, we have a few more minutes left. I want to get to some of these technologies and kind of why the panel is bullish on the respective things that they work on. So starting with eCash, who here has heard of eCash? by show of hands. Great. Calle, please make the bull case for eCash. Please share my excitement and why this is something that people should pay attention to.
Well, eCash has a very long history, and eCash was originally thought of as the way we would do online payments back in the 80s. And that world never materialized because back in the 80s we didn't have Bitcoin. It was basically a project of the banks that failed. You could say that like that. And today everything is completely broken. Everything is PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, and all this, this consortium of companies that don't respect any of the values that we have mentioned here on the stage. So eCash is kind of having a rebirth moment here now on Bitcoin because we found a better monetary layer for the internet that already works, that exists out there, that doesn't require permission to build on top. And what it enables, eCash, is that it enables users of custodial systems, of banks, of financial applications to have perfect privacy and uncensorability, being censorship-resistant payments on the internet. And this is what we're working on. It basically allows everyone to run a service for their community, for their website that respects the principles that we've been talking about today. So with Cashew, we're working on a protocol that makes this very easy to implement, a very simple protocol that you can add to your projects. And it's particularly taking off a lot on Nostr, where also a native payment layer for Nostr is dearly needed. And I'm just very, very stoked about this. And we have a large community of developers who are joining. So if you're interested in that, I'll just send you to cashew.space where you can find more information.
Yeah, and there was a lot of people who weren't here for the Nostr conference the past couple of days. Ben, with your early involvement in Nostr and with LN Bits, what are you excited about for that project, and what can you share with the audience?
So I would say it's like marrying technologies to overcome problems, which is often the way we overcome these problems. I'm very excited over Lightning. I feel like people are really trying to tackle scaling now because we have the higher fees. And they're also finding solutions to still be able to engage with the Lightning Network, even if they're running a node. So one of the solutions, so in LNBits, we have all these different funding sources you can connect it to. And that's what kind of makes it useful is because you've got, if you're developing it within your stack, you can just develop for this one API and you can switch out funding sources if you want to. And the new funding source, which just got merged last week, was using Bolts. So Bolts does trustless atomic swaps in and out of Liquid. It's very cheap. It's like 0.01% for the fee. But it means that you could spin up an LNBits and then fund it with a Liquid wallet. And it's weirdly, it works just like, you would expect it. You generate invoices, pay invoices, but it's all going in and out of Liquid. And that's kind of cool because it means that somebody who doesn't want to run a node or doesn't want to run even like a managed node like a Phoenix D, and it doesn't really want to use a full custodial service, they've then got another option. So it's like we're always exploring ways to kind of marry these new technologies, bring them together. And the ATM, so the ATM I was working on yesterday, so we're using Bolts in that as well. And what it means is you get a $250 ATM, and you can put your fiat in it. It generates an LN euro withdrawal. It's a completely offline ATM, but it has a prefix to the LN euro withdrawal. So if you scan it with a regular normal QR code, scan and open the link, it takes you to a page, and there you can withdraw on-chain and Liquid as well. So we don't have an on-chain or Liquid hot wallet. We just have the Bolts, trustless atomic swaps, and then when you give that on-chain address a Liquid address, you withdraw to those things without having to have a hot wallet. So for me, that's cool because it's like the first Bitcoin ATM you can run selling on-chain, where you don't actually need to have an on-chain hot wallet. So I love that stuff, like just sort of tinkering around with the different technologies and exploring different use cases, and then people can make use of it for running their things.
And Miles, Cash App being, I think, the first publicly traded company to integrate Lightning, how do you guys view, I guess generally these technologies were very early to it in a public sphere. How do you guys view integrating earlier on technologies as a part of the play for Cash App?
So I love playing around with new technologies. I'm in a side chat with Calle all the time, talking about what can we hack on with eCash, and playing around with everything new because I don't want to be caught unexpected or let competitors or new entrants come and surpass us. I want to be up on the latest stuff. But before we integrate anything or take it to the market, we really want to have conviction that this is adding value to customers, that we've checked all the right boxes and whatnot. And so I've talked to a lot of developers in the space. There's all sorts of investment in Bitcoin right now, whether in like zero knowledge layer 2s and this and that and this and that. And I always ask people like what is the use case? How is this going to add value to my customers versus just like building technology for technology's sake and looking for a problem? And so, and by no means am I implying that about Cashew at all. I actually see a ton of utility with Cashew, and it's super fun to play around with these things. When you have a large user base, you really want to have high certainty and test that there's going to be adoption, and it's adding to customers' life, because there's always a big trade-off of like, if we did this versus this, and how is it driving the metrics and increasing the benefit of people's lives.
Yeah, Daniela, quickly close us out here. I know you're finding your footing back post BDK, but what are you sort of excited to tinker around with next?
I'm really excited about the Bitcoin space in general. I think we're going in so many cool directions. One thing that I explored recently that really excited me is the peer-to-peer network of Bitcoin nodes. So as you might know, Bitcoin nodes do have to communicate with each other to basically send blocks and transactions. And one great thing that happened recently is that developers implemented what's called BIP 324, which basically encrypts this communication. Because since a few months ago, it wasn't encrypted, and now if you want them to be encrypted, you need to enable them, because we're not all using the encrypted ones. But the very cool thing is that if you do use encrypted communications, it means that you have better privacy, because people looking at what your node communicates can see any metadata, and so can guess what your transactions are, for example. And at the same time, it makes Bitcoin way more censorship resistant, because if everything is encrypted, then ISPs can easily just see Bitcoin nodes and just cut them off. So yeah, that's extremely exciting, and there's so much just happening on that side of Bitcoin, and just working on having nodes that have more robust connections between each other, so that the network can continue to work, and also to make nodes more difficult to censor. So that's something that I do feel it's very linked to Freedom Tech, and that's just so exciting.
Really exciting stuff, guys. Onwards and upwards. Thank you all very much. Let's give a round of applause to the panel.
Great. Thank you so much for this amazing panel. I hope everyone learns the lesson to play around with mini bits, create your own mints with eCash, and support your favorite open source developers, zap them. And talking about support, for those who watch us live stream, subscribe, like, and share, leave a comment down below, all these good things. If you're watching it also zap stream, subscribe, like, and share, zap us some sets. If you're in the audience right now, take out your phones, open YouTube, and subscribe. Okay, I'm fine, joking. Anyhow, next speaker is incredibly interesting human being. I got incredible chance to get to know him better. He is this wonderful, very sharp-minded, very enthusiastic, very funny at the same time. He's very direct. It seems like sometimes he doesn't have a filter at all. He can bring into the room what everyone is thinking, but kind of afraid to say. And I really appreciate his direct way of communicating. Recently, he published a book which I bought, and you should too, especially because you can get it signed by both co-authors, which is Knut and Luke, and also here is a person who wrote a foreword, who is Giacomo. So if you want, you can get 3 signatures in one book, which is amazing. So please give a warm welcome to Knut.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, before I start the talk, did everyone notice that we had like a 50% God candle yesterday, right? Bitcoin went up $5,000 in a day. Isn't that half a God candle? Yeah, yoo-hoo. I'm slightly unfamiliar with, like, I don't really know these units, but I think a God candle is 10,000 a day, isn't it, right? And I think Samson coined the term Godzilla candle, which is 10,000 in a day. So what are the next steps? Do anyone know? Is there a 100,000 a day candle? What is that?
Is that the Omega candle? Yeah, and what's $1 million candle then? I propose that's the Oppenheimer candle. And of course, the real big one, 10 million in a day, that would be the Stormy Daniels candle. Okay, all right, this is Pendulum, why the opposite is not the answer. And I'm going to talk about a few things here that I've observed in the Bitcoin space lately. Where do I point this? There. So, that came out funny. Venn diagrams. I love Venn diagrams, as many of you do. This is one I made a couple of years back to illustrate joke currencies, kleptocurrencies, which are obviously the fiat currencies, and cryptocurrencies, which are the altcoins, and joke currencies here. And you can see what you get if you combine all three of them. And I'm going to talk about another Venn diagram, one that I found on the internet, and I put up in an old workplace of mine. I was sailing around the world on a tall ship, and I put this in the crew's mess on the wall. And you can see here, I think it was called the Venn diagram of irrational bollocks and not nonsense at the time, but you can see here religious bollocks, quackery bollocks, pseudoscientific bollocks, and paranormal bollocks. And the funny thing I observed was that every single other crew member on the ship had one item in this diagram that they said, but hang on a minute, that's not bollocks. That's actually true. And I found that very fascinating. So everyone has something they believe in that is not verifiable by empirical evidence, so to speak. And I myself started to think about this diagram, and I realized that I agree with most points, but I have a problem with the burden of proof on one up here. Where do I laser the thing? Oh, yeah, moon landings. The burden of proof of moon landings is not on the guy that suspects. Oh. Okay. Listen to that. Okay. So this is a laser pointer now? It is. Okay. Here's the laser from the gun. All right. So the burden of proof for moon landings lies on the people who claim that the moon landings actually happened, and not on the people who are skeptical about it. So what is rationality and what is nonsense, and how do we get closer to any sort of truthful representation of the world we live in? And this is where another Venn diagram comes in. And this is one I made with a little help from my friend Giacomo. We thought about deductive reasoning and first principles. That's what Bitcoiners learn about when they fall down the Austrian economics and the praxeology rabbit hole, right? And that we should take this approach of just deductively reasoning ourselves to our positions. And in the other circle there, you have systematic academical research, which is basically science. And on the right-hand side there is bro science, which is anecdotal science. One example of that, I would say, is the seed oils theory. It makes a lot of sense from, like the theory goes something like the seed, the oil around the seed is made to protect the seed and not to nurture the human body. So therefore, it has not evolved to help people in any way, but it has evolved to help the seed survive the journey through the animal that eats it. I don't know, I haven't looked into this very much. I happen to think that Americans who are obese, and other nationalities too, of course, might not be obese because of seed oil specifically, but also not walking and driving cars everywhere and eating tons of sugar has something to do with the equation. But I don't know. We all have our things that we have a value scale, what we think is more or less true, right? And in between the two, you have, between systematic academical research and deductive reasoning, you get something like game theory, which is a bit of both. And bro science and systematic academical research has shown that placebo medicine actually works. If you believe the medicine works, then it works to a certain extent at least. And deductive reasoning and bro science, we can all conclude that politicians suck because their incentives suck. And therefore, you know, what's the saying? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think we have that slightly wrong. I think absolute power attracts the already absolutely corrupt, and that they end up on top. So this is a little fun thought experiment. If we go in a little deeper to systematic academical research, we can see here, where's the button? Ah, next. Yes, science. Yeah, these are the points I was supposed to bring up here, but you can see here, these are the 3 different circles. So next slide. Academia, what's wrong with it today? It has incentive problems. The pressure to secure funding leads to research driven by popular trends rather than innovative ideas. Researchers need to get their funding from somewhere, so there's an inherent incentive problem there, because every funder has their own agenda. And it stifles true innovation and mirrors the high time preference issues in broader societal behavior. So science gets political over time and turns into the science instead of proper science. And peer reviewers, I had an interesting conversation about this yesterday. Since science is, scientists, the peers are other scientists. So when scientists read each other's papers and all of a sudden they, in certain subjects, they run out of things to write about, so they have to make things up. And all the other scientists that, the scientists that read the papers, they have the same problem. So they are incentivized to keep the theories fresh regardless of the truthfulness at some point. This only applies to some types of sciences, so like history evolved into maybe critical race theory and gender theory, and that's what we have now, which is maybe not as based in reality as it used to be like a couple of decades back. And like in comedy, you get cancel culture in science. It's increasingly constrained by political correctness. So you can't really say anything about climate change without losing your funding. And there are other topics that suffer from the same dilemmas. So this is do you know who this guy is, by the way? That guy there? That's Hans Hermann Hoppe. And he wrote a great book called, with a not so sexy title, called Economic Science and the Austrian Method. And in that book, he explains very clearly why the empiricist's statement, like all science is based on that we can never find an absolute truth. All we can find is an approximation. And by doing experiments over and over again and checking the results, we get closer to any type of truth. But that statement in itself is an absolutist statement. It cannot be absolutely true that that nothing is absolutely true, because then that statement runs into a logical contradiction. And this is where a priori thinking and first principles comes in as what should have always been the fundamentals of any scientific inquiry, right? Yeah, deductive reasoning allows us to identify these contradictions, offering a more reliable path to understanding. So this is why I think first principles thinking should always precede any other scientific endeavor. Climate change, this favorite topic of Bitcoiners. I mean, I think that right now we have, this talk is called Pendulum, right? So what I'm trying to describe here is that I've observed in Bitcoiners and in general in people that have figured out that the government is lying to them a lot, that they instantly swing to the opposite opinion and they buy whatever the other side is saying without doing the actual work of looking things up. And with climate change, I think this happens on both sides. You get the alarmists and you get the deniers, or whatever they're called. And the fundamentals of climate science is this ice core research where they drill big holes up in the Arctic to measure CO2 levels over time. It's a little like counting the rings. If you saw a tree down, you can see how old the tree is. And they can, in a similar fashion, find out how much CO2 was in the atmosphere at a certain point in time. And they have noticed that there's a very steep increase in the last 100 years. And the theory is that that is because of human activity, mostly burning fossil fuels. And this is probably correct. I mean, they have observed this. There's little to deny that the CO2 levels are rising. Probably pretty true. The other thing is that models trying to predict how the super complex weather systems of the entire globe will behave when this increase happens. And here it gets slightly muddier because these are all models and they are predictions, and it's pretty hard to predict what the entire planet will do over time. So we can't really know that. So it's a pretty big leap from saying that CO2 levels go up and it's probably because of humans, and then saying that therefore humans ought to change, otherwise we're fucked. I mean, that is debatable. What is very clear, though, is that assigning a politician to solve the problem is like putting an arsonist in charge of the fire brigade or a pedophile in charge of the Catholic Church, a kindergarten. So that is provably true, that politicians are unfit to solve this problem because, again, of an incentive problem. They are incentivized to think 4 years ahead at maximum because their main goal is not to save the planet, but to win the next election. And also second and third order effects, like if we implement a climate policy that has impact on individual lives so that people get poorer, and therefore then everyone gets enslaved and everything sucks. And I'm very unsure that that will lead to a better climate in the future. I don't think that's the path to the future. And I think all of these things are sort of provable. This is the pendulum here. It's a little... Yeah, this is from a poem by Edgar Allan Poe called The Pit and the Pendulum, where there's a guy attached to it. It's a torture thing there, and the pendulum is slowly swinging down. And it's sort of a metaphor for this whole way of thinking, that we ought not to just go to the very opposite conclusion, but be a bit more rigorous in our thinking patterns. Examples of pendulum effects in thinking are, here's my new favorite transformer here, Optimus Pride. Veganism versus carnivory. That's one of the first things you could see in the Bitcoin community. As a reaction to everyone becoming vegan and gluten intolerant and stuff lately, Bitcoiners on a large scale became carnivores and decided that, okay, the solution is to eat only meat and nothing else. And for some people this works, but common sense or bro science sort of tells us that it might not work for every type of body or every person. So there might be something to, moderation in this. I don't know how many in here are carnivores? Oh, a couple. Good for you. I like steak too. I eat mostly meat, but I'm not a 100% carnivore. Another thing is anything anti, so anti-fascism, anti-sexism, anti-racism, basically just a flip side of the same coin. Like what we should strive for is like no racism, no sexism, and no fascism. Doing the opposite and claiming that one group is more oppressed than another is not the answer. Like that is just perpetuating the problem. Also, as I went into before with alarmism versus denial, and this is not only to climate. During Novid and the lockdowns, vaccine deniers was a term frequently used by the media, and we were all lumped together. Like, you can still, believe in vaccines and like them, but have the opinion that they shouldn't be forced on people. My body, my choice, and all that. But everyone was lumped together and called a denier. So that's another example. And yeah, government recommendations versus various Alex Jones theories. So like, I mean, if you follow the, if you do the exact opposite to what the government recommends you to do, you're probably better off than following the recommendations. But there is probably also a middle ground that is slightly better. And clinging on to conspiracy theories without doing the work to understand what's actually going on is probably not the way. One of the terms in Bitcoin that it gets, a lot of the terms get thrown around a lot. Like back in the 2017 and the shitcoin boom and everything, the word decentralization was everywhere. So everyone was talking about how great decentralization is. And in Bitcoin, decentralization is I view it as a necessary evil to ensure that we are able to verify rather than trust. It's a thing that is needed. If we could have this centralized and it would work and we could trust the people in charge, then we wouldn't have to have Bitcoin. The problems wouldn't be there. So the decentralization is in order to give us sound money so that we can form centralized organization. There's nothing wrong with a hierarchical structure by default. Another term is proof of work. Proof of work to me is not even Bitcoin mining is about proof of work. It's about proof of results. It's the winning block that matters. And the work that goes into it, it's all fine. But I see a lot of Bitcoiners think that proof of work is the most important thing. You have, for instance, I don't want to trash this guy because he's a nice guy, but there's a person writing the word Bitcoin 21,000 times in a book, and just to do the proof of work. And I mean, nobody really asked for that. Like, it's not a market signal that triggered that work. So proof of work to me sounds a bit like, let's go back a bit. It sounds a bit like this guy's theories. Marx believed in the labor theory of value, that if you just put in the thing that gives the products their value is the work put in. But we know that that is not true. Value is subjective. We subjectively value things. So, for instance, another favorite example of proof of results is this. On Infinity Day, Ocean mined 3 blocks. Isn't that great? Yeah. Hey. And I was very happy to see that. Another example of proof of results rather than proof of work, or a bit of both, is the Beatles. This is from the Get Back documentary that Peter Jackson made a couple of years ago. And in the documentary, you can see that the Beatles, they had long work days, but I wouldn't really categorize what they did as work. They were just goofing around most of the time, and occasionally something good came out of it. And the fascinating thing about the Beatles to me is like their entire career spanned only 7 years. And during those 7 years, they produced like 3 movies, 11 albums, and broke all sorts of sales records and written immortal songs. Mostly by playing. Here's another example, Bill Murray. He made his entire career is about not giving fucks. He made a career out of just being in a perpetual midlife crisis. And one time he was arrested in Stockholm for driving a golf car at 4 o'clock in the morning in a roundabout, around like this. Which is just in line with his style, I think. And what I'm getting to here is that Bitcoin is not the signal. Bitcoin is the noise remover. that allows you to find your meaning of your life. Like your approach to work, your approach to efficiency, your approach to everything. Mostly because of, acquire some hodl for a decade or two and become shit rich and nobody can screw with you anymore. You can spend your days doing whatever you want, like some people in this room are. So is Naskar, by the way. These are freedom tools that allow us to find our own signal. This is another thing to illustrate this. That, yeah, you see the diagram here, more noise, less signal, more signal. What we want to find is clarity, right? So with Bitcoin, we can have the lower two quadrants. We can have less noise. But since Bitcoin is not the signal in itself, it's just a piece of code, what we can have is a mysterious life or a life full of clarity and where we find what we want to do. But we need to do that ourselves. We need to look inwards and find our passions, our way of life, how we like to work, and what it can lead to. And the mechanism that Bitcoin uses to remove the noise is simple. It's this. If you're spending your own money on yourself, you prioritize value. If you spend someone else's money on yourself, you prioritize quality over price. So if you're working for a company and you can choose whichever hotel you want when you're out traveling working for the company, you are more likely to choose the more expensive hotel than you are if you're spending your own money. If you're spending your own money on someone else, price is more important than quality, probably. Or at least in comparison to spending someone else's money on yourself. But the worst part is if you're spending someone else's money on someone else, which is basically what the only thing governments do. Well, they spend some of it on themselves as well. But it's like, then you get to that Margaret Thatcher quote, like the problem with socialism is that sooner or later you run out of other people's money. And Bitcoin removes this and gives us this and that, which are better quadrants to be in. And this is the noise removal mechanism. This is how it works. Yeah, I think that's all I had for you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Knut. I'm sorry for the miscommunication with the clicker. I have to maybe give better directions on the slide.
It clearly said next, and I missed it.
Okay, clearly says next. Okay. Fine, thanks. I do resonate with this idea of pendulum, that society goes into one direction, which is, pretty extreme, and then it kind of bounces into another direction, and then eventually it's all kind of balances out somewhere in the middle. So thank you one more time, Knut, for this wonderful presentation. And next up, we will have another great speaker who is product manager for Spiral, and they're doing a variety of different things. That's, I believe, one of the most interesting is supporting open source developers, but from what I understand, there are other things that they're working on, and I'm sure in this presentation we're going to hear more about what exactly is happening. So please give a warm welcome to Conor Okus.
Woo! Hey, how's it going? How we doing? So yeah, my name's Conor. I'm a product manager at Spiral. Just by a show of hands, okay, awesome. Just by a show of hands, who's heard of Spiral? So there's a few. Who would say like they know what Spiral does? So it's about the same. Okay, so there's a few hands. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about like what Spiral does and how we contribute to Bitcoin and open source development. Let's see here. So let's start by just talking about Bitcoin and open source development in general. So as we know, Bitcoin is open source digital money, and Bitcoin never did an ICO like other tokens. So from its outset, it didn't have any kind of funding or any opportunity to provide a way of living for people contributing to Bitcoin at its essence. It was predominantly people volunteering and giving up their own time to contribute to Bitcoin, and those people obviously we're very thankful for. But it's for this purpose as well that allows Bitcoin to be like a neutral, sound money and a credible money for the world. Most Bitcoin developers and designers don't work for a company, or they don't have like a traditional 9-to-5 that helps support them in their open source efforts. But instead, what has emerged is a number of initiatives like ourselves, Spiral, which help support open source Bitcoin development. And we'll go into a bit more detail into what some of these are. So Spiral was founded around 4 years ago by Block, by Square at the time, now called Block. It was an initiative started by Jack Dorsey to help basically give back to the open source Bitcoin community and open source Bitcoin movement. We are an independent, not-for-profit organization. So if anyone's not familiar with Block, it's the family of companies that includes Cash App, Square, Tidal, TBD, and ourselves, Spiral. But we're a non-profit organization, and we get a yearly budget, and our remit is essentially to help improve, progress the Bitcoin open source movement in the best way we see fit. So we do this in a number of different ways, which I'll go into detail in a little bit. But we're predominantly focused on Bitcoin. We're Bitcoin only. We're open source, and to date, as far as my understanding, we're probably the most prolific funder of open source Bitcoin developers and designers and PMs. We've given over $10 million in funding over the last 4 years, and we've given out over 50 plus grants to individuals spanning across the globe. That number's probably increased a little bit, because when this slide was done, it was at the beginning of the year, so that's probably increased a little bit, but our reach is very broad. I'm also really happy to say and to see that we're not the only initiative that are funding open source development. So some of our friends include the likes of HRF, the Human Rights Foundation, who I think are sponsoring the free open source stage at this event, Brink and OpenSats as well, and they operate very much like Spiral, and they've got some incredible people there with a lot of expertise on Bitcoin and open source software. So we do see a variety and a range of different people wanting to contribute and wanting to give back to open source companies. We even see more recently companies like Bitwise, who are offering the iBit ETF. They're offering 10% of their revenue through that mechanism and giving it back to open source developers. Many of these organizations, like a Bitwise, like a Coinbase, don't necessarily have the in-house capabilities to vet and do the due diligence on what's going on in the Bitcoin open source ecosystem. So they typically will fund an organization like a Brink or an OpenSats, where they do have that in-house capability to kind of distribute the funds in the best way they see fit. Let's see here. So yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about Spiral's mission. So what is our actual mission? So yeah, today's digital money is highly regulated, and although we've kind of transitioned to this digital money kind of ecosystem, and it's very convenient for us, like me myself, most of the time I'm just tapping a card or using Apple Pay, but it does come with a lot of risks, mostly around like censorship resistance, mostly around privacy. So our main mission is to see if we can make Bitcoin digital cash and more of a medium exchange. I'm sure most of you in here agree that it's pretty much performing an A+ in terms of store of value, but we do believe that we can take the next step and make Bitcoin's properties almost equivalent to the cash we use in real life, and maintain some of those properties that we lose by going from physical cash to digital money that we kind of use today. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so this kind of just highlights this as well a bit more. So Bitcoin emulates the best kind of properties of cash. So you do get this relative level of privacy. There's no middlemen like we have in a traditional finance system. There's no surveillance, and it's borderless as well. So it gives access to a lot more people as well. And our main goal is to try to help accelerate this process of making Bitcoin this borderless, frictionless, and ubiquitous money for all. So let's talk a little bit about Spiral's structure now. So we have a full in-house team of developers. We have 7 or 8 developers who are focused on like a single project, and that is the LDK or Lightning Development Kit, which I'll touch on a bit in a little bit as well. We have a few product-focused people who help to organize different initiatives and move projects forward as the best they can. We have a creative team, which again, I'll go into detail a bit in a few more slides, who work on more marketing-based and educational-based efforts. We recently hired a research team, which we call Wizards, who are focused more on research-based efforts, trying to improve privacy, trying to improve security, things of that nature. And then we have the worldwide free open source grant program as well, which is currently funding around 40 or so individuals globally to work on Bitcoin open source. Okay, so let's talk about some of the projects that we support. One of them is the Lightning Development Kit. Kind of like it says, it's a software development kit for developers who are interested in implementing Lightning functionality into their applications. Prior to a tool like this, it was very difficult to get up and running and add Lightning, add Bitcoin functionality to a wallet. You would have to pretty much understand the protocol at a very deep level and kind of re-implement the protocol to some degree in your own application. Whereas now we have a tool like LDK, and I'll talk about BDK in a minute, which abstracts all of that away, so a developer can somewhat get a Bitcoin experience up and running in hopefully like a weekend or a couple of days. And some of the companies and projects that are using LDK include Cash App, who have been supporting Bitcoin for a long time, 6 or 7 years now, I believe. Lightspark, which is a more recent addition. They're more focused on enterprise Lightning in a non-custodial manner. And Albi as well, who have just changed their infrastructure over to use LDK as well, and allow you to have different types of Bitcoin experiences in the web via like browser extensions and things of that nature. So the other one is the Bitcoin Dev Kit. So similar to the Lightning Dev Kit, it's more focused on-chain payments, and very much in the same vein. It's a library that's abstracted away to give developers just a more streamlined way of implementing Bitcoin into the applications and wallets. And some of the users of that are Bull Bitcoin, an exchange in Canada, the Envoy companion app for the Foundation hardware wallet, and BitKey, which is the new wallet from Block. We also support design-focused efforts as well. So if you used Bitcoin 5, 6, 7 years ago and compared it to today, it's pretty clear that the user experience has improved quite a bit. We're not quite there yet. We're not perhaps on par with what you see in the traditional financial world, but we have made great strides. I think one of the the projects that have helped improve that side of things has been the Bitcoin design community. When we first thought about this, we wanted to pretty much hire like an in-house designer to potentially lead some of these efforts, but we realized there were fantastic designers spread all over the world, and we wanted to bring them together. So we helped initiate the Bitcoin design community, and they work on something called the Bitcoin Design Guide, which is a set of best practices or a set of advice for project teams and project developers who want to build different types of Bitcoin experiences as well. And they've done many collaborations with different Bitcoin projects throughout the ecosystem. Some include Blink's Wallet and Wallet Scrutiny and PayJoin. Fedimint as well. Fedimint's another project that we support, the Fedimint open source protocol, not to be confused with like Fedi the company, because I know sometimes there's a bit of a confusion, but we support the Fedimint. We've supported four developers to work on the Fedimint open source protocol. Like, we're big fans of kind of eCash and community banking tools, because it has very good privacy properties and the scaling capability it has in terms of pretty much no transaction fees for users and things of that nature. So the super app that Fedi have created is being powered very much so by the Fedimint open source protocol, and the Mutiny team also did some explorational work integrating Fedimint and Lightning and on-chain all in one application as well. Two more projects I'll highlight. So the first one is Stratum V2, and Stratum V2 is essentially the kind of end goal with Stratum V2 is to try and help to decentralize mining. Stratum as a protocol has been around quite a long time, and it's basically a communication protocol between mining pools and individual miners. But one of the downsides of the current protocol is that transaction selection ultimately happens with mining pools. With Stratum V2, individual miners can do transaction selection themselves, and this is beneficial because it helps enhance Bitcoin's censorship-resistant properties, because individual miners can choose what transactions they want to mine, essentially. So yeah, we've been supporting this project for a couple of years now. Some of the projects that are looking to adopt it include Brains, Foundry, and Riot as well. And this last one is a very interesting one. So, like, network monitoring tools. So one of our, at this stage, a previous grantee, but nonetheless very important one, is 0xB100C, and he analyzes transactions kind of like at the network level, so we can see if transactions are being censored. We can determine what amount of hash rate is being attributed to how many pools, and these are really important metrics for us to kind of keep an eye on and to understand, so we can again maintain the censorship resistant properties that Bitcoin has. And yeah, to put some faces to the grant program then, here are like some of our alumni or some of the people who have gone through the program and gone on to continue to work in Bitcoin, whether it be through open source means or whether they've gone on to work at Bitcoin companies, reputable companies like River and Voltage, start their own organizations like FI3, who we just spoke about, Stratum V2. He was someone who was working on it for many years and now has kind of started his own mining pool over at Demand. And then we have like Justin Moon, who helped to co-found Fedi, and and Leon is also doing great work over there, and then Gloria, who's also a Bitcoin core maintainer now. So these are just a few examples. We have many more. But we tend to also give people who are new to Bitcoin opportunities as well. Many of the people we've supported didn't necessarily have a history in Bitcoin, so we try to give opportunities to people who are new to the space and want to, start a career in Bitcoin. And so yeah, this is just talking a little bit about our research and development team. And this was mainly formed to help improve Bitcoin security, decentralization, privacy, and all of those things outside of kind of LDK. So our full-time team is focused primarily on the Lightning development kit and scaling through Lightning. But Lightning has problems and challenges that are currently being worked on and overcome, and it's not the silver bullet. So we do want to do more research and understand different types of technologies that might help us reach our end goal of making Bitcoin digital cash. So we've got Yuvas focused on privacy, and Greg is doing work on package relay. And we are currently hiring as well. So if you know any wizards out there, do get them to reach out to us. So a bit more on the quote unquote fun side. So we've shot 2 short films. One is about the Lightning development kit. Has anyone seen that? Has anyone? No? If you haven't seen it, you should, because it includes a Jack Dorsey puppet. And it's a really different take on like a technological tool. And then we have Who is Bitcoin as well. Many people can kind of answer the question why Bitcoin or what Bitcoin is, but no one's really answered the question who is Bitcoin. So we shot that, I think it was in the summer of last year. I made a little appearance in that, so I've started a side career as an actor as well. So if you haven't watched that, you should definitely watch. You should definitely have a go at watching that. And off of that, very recently we've launched some plushies, or the Bitcoin plushie. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to bring any with me to this event. They made their debut in Nashville at the Bitcoin Nashville conference. But they're very cool in figurines, I guess, or plushies that can add some more, I don't know, I guess they're just a fun thing to have at your desk, or as a decorative kind of thing for children as well. It helps bring a nice, fun experience to Bitcoin as well. So feel free to scan the QR code and get yourself one of those. And some of the other things we do as well. So we try to dispel some of the myths that you often hear in Bitcoin around whether it be mining and using up electricity that's boiling the oceans, or some other security FUD that might arise. We do this through our Bitcoin mythology series. And then we also have Here Comes Bitcoin, which is a set of license-free assets and resources that you can use in any way you want. So you can create different types of GIFs, you can make different types of stickers, memes, that type of thing. So you can head over to bitcoinmythology.org and herekomesbitcoin.org to learn a bit more about that. And yeah, big shout out to our creative person in the team. He works very hard to create narratives and establish themes that make working in this space just that little bit more fun. Yeah, that's basically it from me. You can find us on Twitter and our website, and we did try TikTok, but we're not on TikTok anymore. That experiment kind of failed. Yeah, you can find us on Nostr as well. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Great, thank you so much. We still have some time, so maybe we can open for questions. If there are any questions in the audience, we could go for questions. Yes, there we go.
Hi, I'm wondering if you fund actual Bitcoin educational programs, or if they're your own in-house educational programs, or how that works.
Yeah, good question. So we predominantly fund technical development, and in the past, when we have funded educational efforts, it has been in that vein. So we've funded something called Summer of Bitcoin, which is an initiative to help like university students who are doing computer science or marketing or product management, and help them get into free open source Bitcoin. So our educational grants are predominantly be given in that way, as opposed to more like broad use of Bitcoin and how to use it. So yeah, we do set aside a small portion of our budget for like technical education, if that kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Awesome. Any more questions? Yes, I see.
Thanks. On the support of the design, I think foundation, you said it was. Can you explain a little bit of the dynamics? How does that work? It's external, but how does it actually work?
Did you say the design?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the design foundation, initially we started by funding 3 or 4 designers, and they started an open source community, and the initial project they started was the design guide. As time's gone on, they've actually established their own foundation now. So there is something called the Bitcoin Design Foundation, which is separate from Spiral. We do fund to that foundation directly, but the people in charge of the foundation decide where the money goes. So sometimes they give micro grants to people to work for a short period of time or over a longer period of time. But the way we see the life cycle of a project is like a project starts, Spiral provides like early stage funding, and then it grows into more of an open source community. And then the third phase is like multiple organizations, like some of the ones I described in the presentation, would provide funding to that community. And then if Spiral was to walk away, that project can still exist independent of Spiral. The design community is not quite there just yet. We still do provide a lot of funding to the community, but they have a lot of autonomy in terms of how that money gets used. So yeah, like the design community is a effort we want to continue to see grow. Open source design in general is quite a new concept, and the Bitcoin designers are helping to lead many of those initiatives as well. So yeah, I don't know if that answered your question, but that's just some.
That's a good overview. Maybe a quick follow-up if we have time.
Yeah.
Do you guys think about more like strategic design? Because I'm a little bit familiar with the work of the foundation, and they provide like guidelines, and it's basically UI guidelines. I'm a designer. I'm actually giving a talk on strategic design in about a half an hour, but I'm interested more like design as a cross-disciplinary strategic field to solve problems, to understand people's needs, to frame what type of products should we be building, instead of skipping all that and just focusing on the UI. Do you guys think about that at all?
Yeah, no, that's another good question. So we have a designer, or more specifically a researcher, who we funded over the last few years, called Magashni, and she's done more of the work on trying to understand like users and their needs, because yeah, depending on where you are in the world, Bitcoin can be, the experience can be customized in so many different ways. So she's released something called the UX Research Toolkit, which is specifically aimed at trying to understand what type of Bitcoin experiences we should actually build. But it's still, I would still say it's in its very early days, and you know, the more kind of experimentation we see, the more type of people putting proposals forward for the type of things we should build, the better. So yeah, it sounds like I need to come and sit down in your talk, really.
Follow up, thanks a bunch.
Yeah.
Right. I think I've seen one more question, so it will be the last question, then we're gonna wrap this one up. Here we go.
Hi. I was just wondering if you guys are open to funding any Nostra projects, or if you're already funding any Nostra projects.
Yeah, we have had conversations about this. Ultimately, it ended up us determining that we're gonna stay on Bitcoin for now, but that may be subject to change. Nostra is like a fantastic protocol, and it's very much like adjacent to what Bitcoin and Lightning is doing. So we definitely do see the value in it. But we decided that for now our focus would be just to double down on trying to make Bitcoin and Lightning scale and more private and more secure. But thankfully there are other organizations that are helping to support the Nostra ecosystem. I think OpenSats has a whole funding stream for that type of work as well, and we're watching that very closely. But as it stands right now, we don't plan to fund any Nostra development.
All right. I know I learned a lot in this presentation. I didn't know that you support such a variety of projects, from design, from Lightning Development Kit and Bitcoin Development Kit. Great. So please give a round of applause for Conor. Thank you so much. Great. And next up is going to be a break. So we're going to go for half an hour. You can go outside, grab some food, some drinks, chat with each other, and we'll be back at 2:30 Riga time, which is around half an hour. Thank you, everyone, and see you in a bit for a lightning panel. Woohoo!
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
When I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here, how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
But now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special event for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is different.
That's the key.
next amazing panel, please.
Test.
Yeah, good.
Hi, everybody. My last panel went over by 30 minutes, but thankfully this one started 30 minutes late. Whew. I'm D++. I'm a Bitcoin educator, and I'm here to facilitate a conversation about Lightning. So I'm very excited to hear what you guys are excited about, but let's get started with some introductions. I'd love to hear what you guys are working on, your companies, and a little bit about yourselves. Who wants to start?
Start. Okay, I am Vincent. I work on Lightning Dev, on Lightning Development Protocol. I am a contributor of most of the Lightning implementation, and I currently work for Notion on the Lightning side.
Hi, I'm Nicolas. I'm the founder of Calle and Blink. We develop a Lightning product. If you're using Lightning to pay for food at the merchants, you may see a BTP server interface, but the backend that is being used is Blink. And so this is the type of thing we are doing.
Hi, I'm Paul. I'm the co-founder of Stackwork and Sphinx Chat.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bumi. I work on Albi, where we work on tools to bring Bitcoin as a payment layer to the web to allow applications use open source money natively. Our main known product is probably the Lightning browser extension that brings Lightning to browsers and allows applications to use a simple JavaScript interface to talk to Lightning. And we recently launched a new wallet called Albi Hub, where we rethink how wallets look like for the age of programmable money.
What do wallets look like for the age of programmable money? I'm curious. And what made you rethink that question?
Yeah, one important thing is that we think applications are interacting with wallets, not only humans are interacting with wallets. We want to enable like a deep integration into existing applications that, for example, whenever you press a like button, it automatically does a payment, things like that, so that we can really have like native programmable interactions.
That's exciting. So it sounds like we have 3 folks working on the application layer, and one of you is a protocol developer. So I'm so curious, for the application developers, what are some challenges in running a company on the Lightning application layer?
I'll go first,
Yeah.
if that's okay. So one project that we'd like to highlight is called the Validating Lightning Signer. And it's a project, I believe, funded by several parties. I think Spiral also funds them. And what they're doing is actually moving the private key from the node itself to a remote server or device. So one of the limitations of running Lightning in a corporate environment is the same people that control the server also control the funds, which as you grow, the server gets bigger, the amount of money gets bigger, the more people who have access to it, then the concerns over this grows. And so if you have seen the private key and you leave the company, it raises all sorts of issues. So I feel like that's one of the challenges that's being addressed by the community. And then just trying to pitch my talk for tomorrow, but we're going to show a demo of, I believe, the first time multi-sig has been done on one side of a channel in Lightning, which I think then further helps with channel management.
And you're the first.
I don't know. We're the first ones I've heard of, but.
So when you say multi-sig, obviously there's op-check-sig add, there's musig 2, there's Frost. So when you say multi-sig, like, can you speak more to what type of multi-sig?
This is Frost without being embedded in musig 2. So
Impressive.
musig 2 embedding will come when someone can figure that out. But Frost inside musig 1 has been done in theory, but musig 1 was broken, so it needs to be embedded in musig 2. So
I would love to hear more about the signing device. I mean, a lot of us have heard of Greenlight, right? So like, for those of us who have heard of Greenlight or used Greenlight, how is this product different?
Actually, it's pretty similar. Did you work on Greenlight?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is any difference because Greenlight is using VLS. Yeah. And
Wow. You're very humble, Paul. I noticed last night. You're a very humble guy.
It's all coming together. Yeah. So we were one of the early testers for Greenlight as well. So
Okay.
Greenlight, I believe, was the first Node project doing the VLS side, which is removing the key from the application.
yeah, the first production one. VLS, I am a contributor in VLS too. And VLS is supporting also LDK. So every LDK full node in the future can use VLS too. And one of the cool thing of VLS is that I can add is that you can round robin the signature. Let's imagine that you are a full node across the world and part of the world is down, but there is someone that can see your transaction from another places. So yeah, VLS is powering most of the Lightning device, but no one know about it.
Yeah, that's why we try to talk about it a lot. So I think VLS is super important. I'm sure we'd also love to talk about Taproot assets. Are people familiar with Taproot assets on Lightning? So
Who's actually used Taproot assets, sent or received? Nobody in the audience?
And you can really send with Taproot asset?
You can now.
Yeah.
Okay. I am not able to do the swap from USDT to Bitcoin. But yeah.
do you want to describe Taproot assets?
No.
Or D?
because-
D?
No, I am not familiar with this tokenization on top of Bitcoin. So.
Crack? Oh, okay, sorry. So I don't mean to hog the mic, but yeah, so Taproot assets, I'd say, is one of the larger kind of developments on Lightning in the last year. It's being able to tokenize other assets. So you can have a channel in Lightning that has all the attributes of instant send, fees, and you can actually route any asset that you create in Taproot. So the first and most obvious one is Tether over Lightning, and I believe someone called Speedy Wallet just integrated Tether over Lightning for the first time. I'm not an expert on it, but I believe it's called Speedy Wallet, S-P-E-E-D-Y. Haven't tried that yet, but that was literally 2 weeks ago. And so if you look at how much volume is going over Tron on Tether for cheap fees and relatively faster transactions, in theory, this should be an attractive product out there. So that's just an example of what you can do over Taproot assets.
So I'm curious, I mean, what does Taproot assets unlock users to do now that we have it? I mean, is it just that we're going to be using stable coins, or are there new applications that we can build? And that's a question for Paul.
I think people basically think it's shitcoins on Lightning is essentially what's possible. But I will bring up another use case which we're particularly interested in, is if you have a pseudonymous economy, you have to have some form of reputation management. And so you can have your reputation with multiple identities. If you just have sats and the ability to transfer money, then, okay, so you're rich, that's one metric, and you have money, so you're not spam or something like that. But without the ability to send reputation points of some kind, then it's actually pretty difficult to build up a personality in a pseudonymous economy. So if we want to be hyper-Bitcoinized, we want Lightning to handle payments, you will want at some point to know who you're dealing with. We run into this paying developers over Lightning. Is this the developer that was great or crappy? I don't know. I see they've earned a lot, but I don't know if they're the same person or not. So being able to sign an asset over to someone and transfer that asset and not spend a lot of money doing it is an interesting thing for us. So we built a prototype reputation system actually on Liquid because it was cheaper, and it's a non-monetary good, so we don't mind transferring it on Liquid, and I thought that was a great use case. But Taproot assets and issuing, let's say that you're a Python developer, you'll list a price saying, I'll get paid $20 in Bitcoin for this project, but I'll also get 100 Python reputation points. Then I collect those, and then when you go to their profile, you can see, all right, they have signed points from 6 companies I'm aware of, and I see that they've earned these. There's a timestamp There's an identity of the sender. This is how you build up a profile that can't be faked easily by an AI version of that. So if we think that all these fake profiles are going to proliferate, I think this kind of signed reputation is going to become much more important.
It's something I'm really excited about because we've been following the Web 5 DID verifiable credentials stuff for several years now, and they call them VCs, verifiable credentials, but it sounds like we're calling them now points. We need to come up with a catchy name for it, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what else? I didn't get to chat with you last night about what you're doing on the protocol layer. But I did talk to Giacomo on your behalf, and he says that you're a big fan of async. And I'm so curious as to why that's your favorite Lightning implementation and how you think we can get the other implementations up to that enterprise grade level.
Yeah, I am fan of async of Phoenix because it works, right? And I like the solution that is proposing, but because it's based on the protocol, right? I gave up a workshop before just 30 minutes ago, and one of the idea is that we have currently Phoenix that is proposing a solution, and the other one, for example, BitKit or that kind of way, that is using the same idea but in another way. I think that Phoenix is doing. I am a fan of Phoenix because it's trying to modify the protocol in a way that every Lightning node can adopt the same solution that they are using, hopefully. Yeah, I don't know if it's too general, like an answer, but yeah.
You're one of the only Lightning, well, I don't know too many protocol devs. I mean, there aren't very many protocol devs, are there, right? But you're one of the only ones that I've ever met that's worked on multiple implementations.
Yeah.
Usually they kind of stick to their own.
Yeah. Well, I'm also one of the few devs that are not inside a company that is powered, is implementing a Lightning node implementation. So I like to swap around different way, but I also contribute in different way in different implementation. I'm not, for instance, I am the more active on core Lightning, but I report bug report to Phoenix. I'm not a contributor directly to Phoenix, and so yeah.
That's so cool. So what are you working on?
Too many stuff.
What are you excited about? What's something that you're working on that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we recently are doing is try to adopt the Bolt 12 at the use case level, right? If you remember 4 months ago, no one knows about Bolt 12, right? We, at Ocean, I say, okay, we can use Bolt 12 to pay out, but this is just a way to announce our next release, right? And our next feature that we will announce at the end of the year. But the thing is, we want the thing that I am excited about Bolt 12 is the anonymity from the receiver level. Right?
Yeah.
And also from the sender one. You can, there is also reusable invoice. You can do all fancy stuff. And the Phoenix is proposing also a way to do address on Bolt 12, right? If you go on Phoenix, you can add a contact that is a single Bolt 12, right? You can add a link to the Bolt 12 to a name, and then I want to pay always Vincent, and you know how to reach them. How to reach Vincent because you know the Bolt 12, and you can do all this kind of stuff. I think Bolt 12 is the more exciting stuff that is happening, but in the near future, I like the way of I like the feature like splicing that is Phoenix is using too, but I think payment that LDK is implementing a little bit. Then there is trampoline or a lot of stuff that is going on in the future, but yeah.
That's really cool. So I saw Ocean does support Bolt 12 withdrawals, and that was you. You implemented that. That was pretty cutting edge for a mining pool. I mean, amazing. Most mining pools don't support Lightning, period, let alone Bolt 12. I mean, do any of the pools support Lightning besides Ocean?
Don't know. Probably there was a
nice hash
or something like that, but I don't know. At least we provide Lightning directly in a non-custodial way, in the sense that we run the Lightning node, you can prove that we are paying the payout and not someone else, right, that is paying the payout. So let's imagine that we make a mistake to pay less because I wrote a bug in the backend, and you can go directly to us and ask, hey, you pay me less, right? And you can verify all this information. With other mining pool, I don't know. I'm not really an expert. I just stick on my stuff and try to do less damage.
Well, yeah, like I said, I was impressed. Moving on, we haven't heard too much from you, Nicolas, or Michael, or Bumi. And we had a really fun conversation last night about what Lightning wallets look like, what nodes look like, and it kind of got us to ask ourselves some existential questions, right? Like, what is Lightning? What is a node? What is a Lightning user? And there's a bit of a debate, a bit of a disagreement that we got into last night, which was the eternal question, right? As to whether or not we're going to see more and more Lightning node runners, more and more users, more smaller, lightweight, easier to use nodes, or if we're going to see Lightning continue to centralize with more custodians, with more liquidity and better user experience. And maybe the answer is both. Maybe there's no correct answer, but I'm so curious to hear, Nicolas, what your take is and what you're working on at your company to address this question, and same from you, Michael, as well, what you think the answer is and what you're working on to answer this question.
I can start. I guess you're touching on the centralization or decentralization of the network.
And also just what a node looks like, what a node runner, is everyone a node runner? Or is there just one node to rule them all?
How many node runners are
How
here?
many node runners?
Oh, quite a bit.
That's a good number.
Oh.
Phoenix on your phone counts.
Maybe 50%.
Phoenix on your phone counts as a node, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, wait, so I think the starting point is that today you either use your own node or you use someone else's node. If you use someone else's node, there is an increasing pressure around the world to do some compliance around your node because your custody found from someone else. And the reason why I see centralization around the network is that if you want to be a node runner and you need to have some compliance, then there is a cost attached to it. And this cost, there is a big fixed cost component. And so if you want to be profitable as a business, you need to have a lot of volume to basically justify the compliance cost. This is why I think I really envision in the future that, okay, there will be, you can think maybe like the big bank today, like they have enough money to do the compliance. And there will probably be this very big pipe between big nodes, which I think we start seeing, right? All the US regulated company are have a lot of liquidity around their node, and you have the big exchanges, and this is really like the centralized network. And to some extent, so for people who are not aware, I started a project initially called the Bitcoin Beach Wallet that is now called Blink. And we went on the regulated path. And so now there is an increasing pressure on the regulatory side to that is increasing costs, right? And the only way to make this business viable at some point is to have, become big and so that we can, so that the cost of compliance can be justified because we generate enough revenue. And I think that's one path. And we definitely, see many companies going there. That's the path to centralization. What's interesting is that there is also the alternative path, and I'm not sure there is as much, a disagreement on the, I guess on the discussion we had yesterday, as there is certainly two parallel paths, happening currently on the Lightning Network, which is the other alternative. I let Bumi dive into it, but at a high level, it's the idea that, okay, you can also, as a company today, try to help individual manage their node, and there is many options that are being explored currently. There is the green light, where it's you try to really optimize for okay, you run in a VM and you just very low cost to run a node, or There is what Bumann is trying. And then, you know, you have other set of complexity. You no longer have the cost of compliance, but you have the cost of liquidity is becoming the main hurdle where, okay, now you have this individual nodes, and you need somehow to give them liquidity. And like, do you give them liquidity on the fly, you know, when there is an incoming payment, or do you try to offer them like a subscription fees where, okay, you will always have liquidity, but you need to pay this like monthly subscription. Like, there's various paths being explored. I found this very fascinating, all this exploration, and I think we need that because Lightning, unlike the fiat system, and what makes one of the elements that makes Lightning very unique is that even though there might be this big centralizing force, as long as we have the ability to opt in to the network, you know, anyone that want to join, if I have an UTXO, I can just open a channel with some node in the network and join this network. That's fine that there is a centralizing force, right? And so I think the work that Bumann is doing here is like key to, okay, we need to have this counteracting force, you know, we need to have this alternative, like decentralized network of many users running many nodes. Yeah, I'll just pause here and let maybe Bumann continue on what I'm saying.
I think the last part is a very important point that the user has options, and there is not a real lock-in effect on the Lightning level. I can start with a service provider, a custodial service provider. I can grow, but I don't into my own, running my own node. But as a user, I don't have any negative effects on that. I can still participate in the same network. That being said, I think that the whole ecosystem has been growing greatly in the last years, and the tools and SDKs and service providers also like LSPs and so on has become a long way that it is now becoming possible for much more companies, but also much more products to implement a Lightning node directly. And I think a lot of the people that have been in Lightning in the early days, they think of a node as a very complex, huge kind of, I sometimes call it a bit enterprisey kind of thing. But as you said before, I think nodes are becoming more specialized and can become more specialized. So they are catering to certain user groups where certain features can be automated, that it's actually no longer that scary to run a node, to be a node on the network. And yeah, this is for sure what we're trying to do. We believe in one user, one node, kind of this idea that the user has a setup to run a node, to connect through a channel with an LSP to the network, and yeah, that we are getting in the direction with the whole ecosystem that actually these costs to do that are becoming reasonable, that it's doable.
I'm just so curious. I mean, I'm a big fan of Albi, so I can't picture it though. I mean, can you tell me actually what the product looks like? Is it something that if you have a phone or a computer, I mean, how do you run this new product?
Mm-hmm. So what maybe some people know is the Albi browser extension, which is that in your browser you have the wallet interface. You can directly make payments, interact with Lightning through the web applications. And now the question is, where is the connection to the network? Where is the channel? Where is the money stored in that case? And now you can say, I'm using the browser on the desktop, but I also have a mobile phone. I have a podcasting client. I have a Noster client, and so on. So these are all kind of touch points that are interacting with the Lightning network. And now the question is, like, do all these applications, all these applications a node itself, where they are interacting and store money, interacting with the network and store money. And we think that this is becoming more. We are using more applications that have Lightning integrated like that. But that's why we think it will not be the case that the node is within these applications directly, but the node is running, the user is running one node that is connected to the network, that has a channel, and allows these applications to interact with this node.
So just so that I'm following, so there's some kind of cloud-hosted node that Albi is hosting on my behalf?
There can be a cloud hosted, and yes, we are offering that for people to make it easy, and there's then also certain automation processes around that. But also here, I think the important point is that the user has the choice where to run that. I can run it, for example, on a small hardware device at home, because ultimately what I need is a signing device that is in my control, and I can outsource some of the other heavy lifting that is required. So the user has the choice. So I can run it at home in my closet. I can run it on my desktop computer, or I can run it in a cloud infrastructure. But all these other applications, all these other touch points are interacting with this central node then for a user.
Well, you know, I thought we were going to have a little bit of a spicy debate, but I think you guys are both right. I think Lightning is everything that we described. And I'm certainly excited for the new Albi product. Looking at the time, we only actually have a couple minutes left. So what else do you guys want to talk about before we wrap up? Paul?
I just want to take a step back because I was thinking of just how Lightning is developed. I'm not sure if everyone's aware how much Lightning adoption has happened out there. That's one thing. I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, Cash App, who am I missing? Ocean mining. Yeah, so everyone is supporting Lightning at the exchange level, and I think if you count, we did a count of the estimated users now who have access to Lightning through a centralized entity like that, and it's something like 230 million people. So that's something that is definitely something to celebrate in the last couple of years. And how many degrees of separation, especially through Binance around the world, are people from someone who can send them sats over Lightning? So I think that's an untapped thing by Lightning companies. There is an installed user base that happened through these centralized companies, but it's at least a starting point for that. I think that's pretty critical out there. And there's just a huge opportunity around that. And one more tiny point would be, you were talking about non-humans that are interacting with Lightning wallets. I went to a whole hackathon that went through the use cases of paid APIs. So definitely look, if you're thinking about starting a company or working in the space, the L402s, the ability to charge anonymously for an API, Bitcoin, anywhere in the world, is, I think, a key building block for these models to get paid for the compute that they're doing. So someone is going to be smart about basically having a marketplace where your application can pay for the intelligence it needs from these various models around the world. And because once the model, if you use a credit card to pay for a model and it's a fraudulent card, then you've burned through the compute from that provider. So it's a non-returnable good. So these providers get tons and tons of credit card fraud. And so what they're looking for is a bearer asset like Lightning. They just don't know it yet. So that's an important area of adoption too, is the B2B side of Lightning.
If I can make a point, in my mind, Lightning won already. It's just not distributed. And one example, I can give two examples. One example from last week, Ark have announced a funding round to go from the ID to a product. And there was some thought maybe last year, is Ark going to replace Lightning? And in the press release, one of the things they say is like, yeah, we're going to integrate with Lightning. You know, it's like, and Lightning is really the connecting tissue between all the, what I would call the Bitcoin banks that are being built today. I'm building one of the stack, which is more the related stack. But another example, I've been very amazing by the progress of Cashew over the last year. And Calle did a demo, and I've experimented with it over the last 2 days as Nostriga. And when you open a Cashew wallet, like you don't have an on-chain option, you just have, okay, I can redeem with Lightning and send with Lightning. And if you think about it, all the apps that are being developed today, they're not even layer 2 in my mind. All the apps that say, okay, we're building a layer 2 application, it's like layer 3. because Lightning is a layer 2, right? And those apps are using Lightning. They're not using on-chain. They're using Lightning because Lightning has some unique property of instant settlement that are very useful for most applications that are being built today. And Lightning is already the connecting tissue across all new applications that are being built today. People don't see that, I think, overall, or people don't talk enough about it. But Lightning won. Like, there is nothing competing against Lightning. So yeah,
we won. I wanted to make. I think we should end with that. We won. It's not a question. And I like what you said last night, is that the language is Lightning, that all these applications use Lightning, and that, according to you, we wouldn't even have these applications without Lightning. So thank you guys so much for coming. It's been really fun talking to you guys. I'm sure we'll chat more tonight at the after party, and hope to meet some of you guys there as well. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for an amazing panel. Lightning haters in disbelief. No one can imagine. Like, the level of progress and the level of innovation is stunning. Yeah. So while we are setting up the stage for our next speaker, I would like to say a few words about the next topic. It's pretty exciting for me. Peer-to-peer lending. I think it's one of the ultimate ways to lend when collateral is locked in the escrow. Now you can verify yourself that the collateral is not moving, it's not being rehypothecated. So for me, it's like an exciting thing to see. Also, the fact that there is no central bank that actually sets the rate for the loan. It's a free market, and finally we can see free market rate formation for the, price of credit, essentially. So please welcome the CEO of Please Let This Be the Supercycle I Was Promised, Ambroid.
Hello, thank you. So, I haven't been on stage since 2019, fairly private. Let's start interactive. How many of you have used Hodler in the past? That's like 20%, holy shit. Okay, how many have used the lending part and not the exchange part of 3, 4 hands? Holy shit, okay. Okay. So how many of you are familiar with how Hodler works? Okay, that's still not enough. Okay, so about me, I've been a full-time investor since 2018 in the crypto and Bitcoin space. I'm the only approved shitcoiner at Baltic Honeybadger since 2017, and I represent 100 towers. We have been lending on Hodler since 2021, and we have partnered with Bonster.cz to reissue the loans that we offer on Hodler itself. So, how to start on Hodler? Let's start with that, since a lot of you are clearly not familiar with the platform. Hodler is a peer-to-peer trading and lending platform. That means that the platform itself doesn't hold your money. The money is always locked in a smart account on the blockchain, on the Bitcoin blockchain to be specific. It's a 2 out of 3 multisig. That means that if everything's fine, then the counterparties agree upon everything, Bitcoin is released where it's supposed to be released. If they disagree, then Hodler comes in and settles the dispute wherever it's supposed to be settled. For the lending part, this means that if you have Bitcoin and you want to use it somehow, you nowadays have issues, right? How do you use your Bitcoin? Do you just hold it for the store value? That's probably not enough for many users, for many holders. You're looking for your options. Nowadays, fairly shitty options are to wrap it on Ethereum and use wrap Bitcoin, which is a centralized shitcoin. Do you really want to do that? Do you need to trust a third party to hold the Bitcoin for you? And then you, again, use it in a smart contract that cannot really be trusted. How well was it audited? Is it going to be hacked? Am I going to lose my money? I don't know, right? So your real options nowadays are Okay, I can maybe use it as a loan collateral. I can borrow stablecoins or euros or dollars against my Bitcoin. Your best options nowadays, this is from me as a lender, are Debify and Hodler. We have been lending stablecoins on Hodler for over 2 years now, and it's very easy to start. You need to have some kind of money, meaning you need to have stablecoins that you currently don't want in Bitcoin. This is probably because you think Bitcoin is overheated, you don't want to hold on to it right now. You maybe want to hedge yourself, you're bearish on Bitcoin. Okay, let's use that stablecoin. You want to start with lower rates to build a reputation, and you want to be flexible with the stablecoin options that you offer. Over time, as you build reputation, you want to talk to people to build repeat customers, right? You want to adjust your lending rates over time to be flexible. If the market is not volatile, not many people are going to want to borrow. And you need to be patient. It takes time to build a portfolio of loans. You can start small. You can start with $1,000. You can go as high as you want. So this is the beginning of the data. We have done over 300 loans over the last 3 years, sizes from a couple $100 to $100,000. And is this visible? Raise your hand if you see it well. Okay, only a couple hands. Is this better? It is better, okay. Everyone knows the candles. This is what the 2021-22 bear market looked like, and then the bull market that we are probably still in, right? We have started in October 21, towards the end of the distribution, and we saw a lot of liquidations in winter 21. Then, as you can see, there's a cluster of early repayments in the deepest depression of 22, and then a bunch of repayments after the first run-up in 23, and then a lot of repayments in late or middle of 24, and again, first liquidations recently on 5th August of 24. So what does that mean for us? We have done 300 loans total. Regular completion, only 100 of them. Early repayment, 113. Together with liquidation, that comes up to 56% early repayment. Each loan that's done on Hodler, you have to return the principal and the interest as well. Even if you return the loan early, you still have to repay all of it. So this increases the yield significantly for each lender if there's early repayments. On average, we've had the starting APR, the starting lending rate has been 20%. When I averaged out all the data with the returns, it came up to 58%, which was extremely high. It didn't add up. So then I volume weighted it, and it comes up to the final 24.5% yearly returns on stablecoins over the last 3 years. With a liquidation rate so far of 8%, but in reality, with current in-progress contracts that we've got going on, I expect something like 6%. So very, very low failure rate, very high early repayment rate. For a lender, for us, that means that we can expect that about half of the borrowers will return the loans early. This means that you can rotate the money faster, you have higher yields. Hodler also and Debify also, they offer the option of returning the loans in Bitcoin, not in stablecoin. This usually only happens in bear markets. When people lose faith in Bitcoin, they return the loans in Bitcoin. This means that you can, as a Bitcoin hodler, that means that you sold your Bitcoin, you lent out the stable coins in hodl, and you get returns back in Bitcoin at a lower price. It seems so far to me as an extremely efficient dollar cost averaging strategy for a long-term Bitcoin hodler. On average, from the liquidations, if you remember from this chart, they happen during the bear market, during the downtrend. Most of them happened here on these 2 or even 3 spikes down in the price, right? So you don't want to hold the Bitcoin that you received from liquidations. However, the Bitcoins that you received from early repayments, that is something you want to hold. This clearly signals a very deep bottoming in the price. If everyone's depressed, nobody cares about the ecosystem, please get me out. Yeah, that's when you want to buy, right? Lending and being down in the trenches on hodl, lending out stable coins to people when there's very little interest in borrowing itself, that's when you want to buy Bitcoin. So if I average out the liquidations, that was something like 40,000 USD on average. But if I take into account the early repayments, that was something like 20,000 per Bitcoin. In total, averaged out is something like $30,900, still better average than Michael Saylor. But yeah, there were practically no loans during winter 2022. We had, in total, throughout this period of time, we only had repayments. We lent out about 10 loans in total throughout these 2 quarters. Like as a lender, it's a painful period, but if you use the platform as something more complex, as something that is a part of your entire portfolio strategy, then it's an extremely powerful tool. So this is a different chart that shows what I'm talking about in terms of data. This is each column is a quarter. This says that we lent out about 75 in a quarter, right? Look at winter 2022-23, almost no loans. So in terms of averaging into Bitcoin, any loans that were returned during that period should be kept in Bitcoin. So in terms of the overall strategy for your loan portfolio on HODL or on Debify, you want to use as many small loans as possible if you don't mind the work and the communication with the counterparty. They will want to talk to you about, okay, how does the process work? You are essentially educating a new user. You're onboarding them to the platform. Oftentimes, it's their first loan. You need to be ready to explain to them, yes, you need to deposit the Bitcoin. Yes, you need to wait for confirmations, etc. Right? So if you are fine with all this communication, small loans, and many of them are superior because you experience higher repayment time. For small loans, you don't want to use Ethereum mainnet because of the higher fees. So overall, that's that for me. If you have questions, ask.
All right, so Are there any questions right now in the audience? Raise your hands. Awesome, great.
So, what time it usually takes you to get into the loan? Even the small loans, I guess there's the longer time period.
Usually the communication, is that what you're asking about? The communication with the counterparty, it takes an hour to 5 hours. It's fairly low intensity. You're just chatting with the person in the Hodler chat window. You are both waiting for Bitcoin confirmations. You're waiting for the stablecoins to arrive to their wallet. You know, it's not much work. It's fairly low intensity, but it takes a bit of time.
Okay, so the next question would be, do you know, like, I don't know, number of loans per customer during their lifetime interacting with you? Do you have that kind of idea about that?
So we do have return borrowers. It happens often. When someone borrows from you, they want to borrow from you again because you have built up reputation with them, you have talked to them, they can sort of trust you. You know, you've returned their Bitcoin on time, all this good stuff. So yes, you do get repeat customers, especially in bull markets. When people borrow and the price of Bitcoin goes up, and then they repay the loan, and they want to borrow again to re-leverage themselves, they repeat the loans with you, in general. Yeah, in general.
Okay, I have a question here. If you compare yourself with, for example, Ledden, what are the big differences between the two companies?
I don't work for either of the companies, right? I'm just a lender on Hodler and on Debify. I'm not an employee. I'm not affiliated with Hodler. But yeah, we do not use Ledden right now. We are not really planning to. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Because on Ledden, I cannot be a lender, right? On Hodler, I can be a lender. I could be a lender on, say, Firefish as well, but the rates are much lower because they don't really follow market rates because it's black box. I have no idea what's going on there. With Ledden, it's kind of similar. I have no idea what's going on there. With Hodler and Debify, I keep in touch with Max. I keep in touch with Anna. I know them. So in terms of like the chain of trust, I know the platform works. I know that if the platform dies, then I can still recover the money. Like it's all open source. I feel safe as a lender. Right? That's the main difference. Also, KYC, I guess. Hodler doesn't require KYC.
Fantastic, awesome. Now we have a question here. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't have a question. It was more also an observation. I think that one of the key highlights of this model is that the Bitcoin is not rehypothecated like on other platforms.
Yeah. Exactly.
Not to be
so, we should expand on that because all the platforms that have died in the previous bear market, all the lending platforms that have died in the bear market, they were black boxes that rehypothecated the Bitcoin collateral that they were trusted with by the borrowers. Right? Every single one. Nexo didn't die. Let's be honest, Nexo didn't die, but they're still a black box. I wouldn't fucking touch them with a 5-foot pole. But yeah, Hodler has been consistent since 2018. With the exchange and with lending since 21. So yeah, thank you for the comment. It was very valuable.
Great, thank you. That's it.
We good? One more question?
I think one more question over there, yeah.
Yeah, we have time. I made the presentation short so we can discuss shit.
Hello, I would like to know from your observations and the borrowers who are like the money borrowed, what for? Your borrower's money.
So what's the use case that the borrowers are borrowing for? So it differs from blockchain to blockchain. there's a lot of requests for liquid USDT. That is mostly, as far as we know, like often we don't even ask the borrower because I don't give a shit, you know. I don't have to trust them because it's all in an escrow on a Bitcoin smart contract. I don't give a shit. So, but the few that we ask, you know, liquid USDT is used a lot for arbitrage between exchanges. So they do it with arbitrage trades. But a lot is also used, I think, for speculation, where the users borrow a stablecoin and then they buy Bitcoin with it. So they leverage themselves, right? And then I think a good use case is if your country has, say, capital gains, and you would have needed to sell your Bitcoin to pay taxes, borrowing against the Bitcoin is not a tax event. So you can pay your taxes with the stablecoin if you convert it to euros or whatever, and it's much lower taxes for you. So I think that's the main three use cases.
Question is, if more lending capacity comes on the market, and there's not a bottleneck for that capital, how low can rates go, in your opinion, to still be an acceptable level of return for what I think seems like a relatively low risk lending proposition?
So right now, I'm from Slovakia. The non-banking sector, like the lending there, the average rate for a loan is 15%, right? If you go to a regular bank and you ask for a mortgage and you mortgage your house or whatever, that's 5 to 6%, right? So I think, personally, anything below 15% is right now irrational. Anything above is market rate, right? And all it's all a peer-to-peer market. So all the lenders are also peers. They decide on what their acceptable rates are. So what I would suggest as a beginner is, yeah, go slightly above the 15, like 15 to 17%, attract new customers, attract positive reviews, repeat customers, and make the rates slightly higher over time. Again, like even if you went to 13% in the deepest bear market, you would have had no loans. Like, it doesn't fucking matter what your rate is. Nobody was interested. There was a question there.
Yeah.
So what's like the average loan to value rate that people use on the platform?
We use 70%, and liquidation starts at 90. So the borrower has to be careful. They need to watch the loan. The Hodler platform doesn't really limit it. Like you can go to 10%, but nobody's going to take that offer. So 50 to 70 is the average rate on Hodler right now.
And are there also auto top-up functions there?
Can you repeat that, please?
Are there also auto top-up functions there?
Auto top-up? No, you have to manually top up. So what you can do is manually top up the Bitcoin balance, or you can partially repay in Bitcoin, or you can partially repay in the stable coin, or you can get liquidated.
But can you like put on some extra marge there to have some leverage? To have like...
To have more leverage? No, you would have
no, not leverage, but marge. Yeah, my English is not.
Yeah, yes, you can put in more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And then that would decrease the loan-to-value ratio and make it safer for you. Yes.
Good, very insightful. Any more questions? Oh, I see.
Way in the back.
In the back, yeah. Just a sec.
Yeah, we still have a minute. Thank you for all the questions. Thanks for the discussion.
I saw one hand here. Yes.
I've just got one very, very simple question. I've actually been a lender for quite a while, but why is the website not shut down yet?
Why is the website not shut down yet? Yeah. So from my understanding, it's because it's non-custodial. That means it essentially dodges a lot of the regulations that happen in EU and elsewhere, right? All the other platforms that were shut down by the regulators, they held the Bitcoins in central wallets, whether it be hot or cold storage. Hodler doesn't hold any of the funds. It is all the Bitcoins are stored on the blockchain in a smart contract. And I think that's a major difference, and that's why it's still alive. Does that answer you? Why is the website not shut down? Why would it be? Like, if it's not breaking any laws, like, who would shut it down?
Well, I mean, I mean, it's just a website, and websites can be blocked.
Right. So like you're asking why the front end is still up. The same answer. But yeah, like even if the website goes down, Hodler team has released they call it the Doomsday Code, where you can still spin it up and liquidate all the loans with the agreement of all the counterparties. Yeah, Tony?
Yeah, essentially, if I might jump in, it's a Doomsday software, so you don't have to rely on the front end. You can create a transaction, you can pass it on to your counterparty, then they sign it with their key, and then you broadcast it to the network. So you don't need the front end to do that. They have to extract the Bitcoin.
Yeah, so even if the platform dies, it stops all the next flow of business, right? But it doesn't shut down the platform itself, or the product rather.
Yeah, it's a good, valid question. Thank you. Any more questions in the room?
Does that answer you? Not really? Still unhappy? Can we talk about it after? Because we ran out of time. We can talk about it outside if you like. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much. Give a round of applause for Ambroid. Amazing, very insightful information. If you want to know more, I'm sure you can go and pick up his brain some other time. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And now I am pleased to invite on stage the humblest, the most humble CEO, Max, which I appreciate and admire as a human being. And we will have a beautiful presentation. So please welcome a person who started Honeybadger, one of the person, Max Kei, please.
Guys. Hey guys. I'm not gonna raise your salary, so there's guys, my name is Max. I'm from Debify. I'm founder and CEO of Debify. So let's talk about this today. So we actually started Debify 2 years ago with a goal to improve the lending system by onboarding all TradeFi liquidity providers into a Bitcoin standard. That's a very massive and nice goal there. Although it has been a very long journey for us to develop Debify and develop this dream, we just started and the growth has been so far insane. We just launched 5 months ago and there's been tremendous growth even with the limited capacity that we have at the moment. There are also some old insane numbers that we also want to share with you. And they actually are staying with all of us. And yeah, let's see what are these numbers. So unfortunately, you can guess what it means. Any guesses? Kind of, yeah, you know that. So it's definitely not a Bitcoin adoption rate in US. And this one, unfortunately, also is not a Bitcoin adoption rate in the European Union, sadly. It's actually the average interest rate on the certain markets in this region. So in US, the average interest rate for credit cards is, according to Forbes, on 23rd of August, it was 27.62%, which is like extremely high. And in EU, it's 24%. So why I'm saying this? Actually, last week I called to my friend, he's a banker, and asked, why are these rates so insane? Because you're obviously borrowing from central bank with the lower rate. Like in EU, it's actually 4%. And he explained to me that, yeah, they're borrowing with 4%, but they can add shitload of other interest on top of that because they just can't do that. But there are also three important reasons why they're doing this. Now, the reason number one is that people want to get fast cash. And they're blindly happily to overpay with 27.62 or with 24%. Now, the another reason is that the average default rate for credit card loans is around 5%. And banks need to compensate these losses to piggybacking on the remaining 95%. But the most important part is that actually the reason that credit card loans are so high is that they're actually collateralized with air, hope. You know, fugazi, mumbo jumbo, there's no collateral. The collateral doesn't exist. Now, knowing that, we also thought that by bringing a Bitcoin standard to the credit card loans, we can actually fix this. And how we can do that? Well, obviously, for us Bitcoiners, the answer is very simple. And the obvious solution is to use Bitcoin as a collateral for credit cards as well. Using Bitcoin as a collateral effectively eliminates the need of a credit score because your collateral is actually already there. Bitcoin is actually the best collateral because there's no class, no subculture, no VIP customer or special investor or qualified investor to use Bitcoin as a collateral and to back your any type of loans, whether it's macro loan, micro loan, whatever. Bitcoin is for everyone. It's accessible everywhere in the world to all individuals or to all corporates. Now, with all that said, we had an obvious solution in our minds for a lot of time, but we figured out how to properly do it only now. So our solution is actually to introduce cards and to redefine how cards are functioning, focusing on both the underlying technology and the physical cards themselves. Today, we are actually happy to announce that in Q4 2022, we're going to introduce debit cards, and they will be coming to everyone. Now, what is it? Thank you. Now, these are easy, fast, micro cash loans through the Debify mobile app, so you don't need anything else, just your mobile phone. Using our already successful Bitcoin multi-sig solution, and you will be able also to get a cool Debify card. Now, like Bitcoin, our cards are made for everyone, and to start reaching out to all individuals who are partnered with two pioneer companies in the space. Now, company number one, which will help us to serve North and South America, is the Bitcoin company. Round of applause for them. These guys will allow us to serve USA, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, and Brazil. These will be single prepaid cards that will soon be available in your Debify app. Now, in European Union, we're actually taking a step forward. So we're partnering with Bitterfill. Round of applause for them. And with these cards, sorry, all other countries outside of EU, you will be able to use the same card. It will be reusable, rechargeable, and you can use it as much as you need at your will. So basically just like a standard credit card backed by Bitcoin. Now, electronic cards are great, but we don't want to stop there. We want to redefine how you interact with traditional plastic card as well. And because of that, we actually partnered with CoinKite to bring you Tap Signers by Debify. So you will be able to use Tap Signers as your key and help your key to be separated from your mobile phone. Every time you want to create a loan, you tap your Tap Signer onto your phone with a Debify app, and every time you want to get your collateral back, you will be able also to tap your card and get your loan back. These cards will be integrated to Debify in Q4, but you can actually buy them already here at the venue. And the idea is that we hate fast plastic, as we say, because all your payment cards are usually issued for several years, even less. And with Tap Signer, you can still have your plastic in your wallet, but it's not going to be a payment card. It's going to be your key storage card, which is actually great, especially great for Bitcoiners. Now, another thing is, since we're bringing the cards, tap signers to the world, we're also meeting everyone where they like to be. And some weird people in this world actually still using Apple phones. So in Q4 2024, we're gonna launch the iOS version of Debify as well, which is highly requested. Now, if you want to be one of the first users of our cards, you just send requests to getcard@debify.com and you will be able to join our waitlist. Now, to summarize, our goal is to bring non-custodial Bitcoin lending to all kind of users. It doesn't matter what your preferred Bitcoin app or even fiat bank is. We are happy to support them so you can tell them about the best experience that you have and bring them on the Bitcoin standard. If you want to have this experience, feel free to tell them about Debify. This is for them as well. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show.
Thank you. All right, our next panel is going to start in like 15 minutes. So please take a little break, stretch if you want, and then let's be back for the amazing panel that everyone was waiting for, I'm sure. The unpopular opinions. That's super exciting. Every year we're here. It's a very, very juicy panel. See you in a bit.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here, how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special event for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here, how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special event for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special for land for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special for land for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special for land for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special event for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Chaos isn't necessarily a bad thing. All of nature is chaos. Every 10 minutes, Bitcoin seems to have governance because a new block comes out.
You know, when I first got into this space, I thought that Bitcoin was an interesting kind of proof of concept thing.
After being swatted a year ago, I set out on a mission to start my life over with a renewed focus on privacy.
You know, I think we have a good handle on how to send money on Bitcoin.
As Bitcoin comes and becomes a more prominent part of everyone's lives, this is one of the things that we have to get used to. We have to get used to having more personal responsibility over our stuff.
Finally, 4th edition of Baltic Honeybadger. After 3 years, we're fucking back.
So 3 years ago, I gave a talk here how Bitcoin changes incentive.
Speech is a fundamental right.
That now is a great time to build.
That's not going to happen without privacy.
How do you guys make money? This is a special event for us. This is a February.
Keeping the people poor is also a strategy.
Online is great. We all know that from Zooms and all that bullshit that happened for the past few years. Meeting in person is the
That's the key.
Great. So we're almost there for the amazing panel I'm sure we've been all waiting for. I see some people already here. Right. So let's give it a few minutes. I see that more people are coming in. And unpopular opinions. Yeah, it's so interesting how united we are, how joined we are as a community, and then there are some points that are almost like triggering. You know, some people are like, from what I discovered here right now in Riga, JPEGs is not a pretty intense, controversial point because everyone agrees that Bitcoin is like a monetary asset that needs to be used in a like financial way and not as a decentralized storage protocol. So that's not really, I guess, like a critical point. But then some weird people, they have like different feelings about the Ocean protocol. I thought like consensus, or obviously not a consensus, a lot of people support Ocean protocol as like, decentralized mining and everything. And then yesterday I realized that people kind of also hate Ocean. And I was like, all right, I thought we were all happy about, like Ocean, increasing hash rate. So there are many different opinions that I'm sure we're going to dive deeper. And all this panel is basically so famous, I'm sure no one needs any introduction. So please give a huge round of applause for our wonderful panel.
Gentlemen, I added one to the group. Alex is joining us because we were talking about an unpopular opinion. This is my second time hosting this panel. The last time it was Giacomo, Peter, Eric Voskul, and Paul Stork. That got pretty heated. That was 2 years ago. Just because I have some recency bias right now. We'll start with introductions. Lisa reminded me to introduce everybody. So why don't we start with that, introduce yourself, what you're doing, and we'll get into the discussion after that.
I am Alex B. I write at Bitcoin Magazine right now.
That's pretty unpopular.
Very unpopular, actually. Yeah, very unpopular indeed. Yeah.
Giacomo Zucco, director of Plan B Network. I'm unpopular because people just suffer from envy because I'm too. I'm joking. I will try some popular opinion.
I'm Peter Todd. Craig Wright doesn't like me very much, so I guess I'm unpopular among some people. And you know, I just like unpopular opinions. They're good. They get me on stage, which means they must actually be popular opinions.
I'm Sergej Kotliar. I'm the CEO of BitRefill. We're the world-leading place to buy real-world things with your bitcoins. I sometimes become unpopular by sharing statistics.
Hi, I'm John Carvalho, CEO of Synonym. I'm probably the most agreeable person here.
All right, so let's start it off with something that Alex and I were talking about a couple hours ago. That's why I threw him on stage. You have an unpopular opinion that you don't think mining pool centralization is an actual problem.
Yeah, I think it's a little overblown, and the reason for that is that you know, you look at the hash rate distribution on the usual charts that you're used to, and I think this only tells very little of the actual story and the sort of like dynamics, whether they be social or business. But mostly, the reason why I think it is so is that my sort of fundamental model for Bitcoin mining or proof of work is that you can boil it down pretty much to a two-player game. I find that it's effectively a reflection of the power dynamics in the world in general, where you know you have East-West, you have United States and China, yin and the yang, and I find that it becomes very unlikely, given that proof of work is sort of like a resource-based infrastructure, that a single party is ever going to gain enough control over, you know, effectively the world's resources, electricity, to be able to sort of permanently sort of take over enough of the hash rate to be able to censor individual actors. And so, you know, the way I see it is, you know, people talk, why are we concerned about hash rate centralization? We're concerned about censorship, the idea that maybe under certain U.S. sanctions, certain people or addresses would be censored from transacting on a network. But what this ignores is that, you know, we don't exactly live in a unipolar world. You know, there's certain like power dynamics where China, Russia is never going to, or perhaps even you can put it as the rest of the world against the United States almost, are never going to sort of like unilaterally agree on enforcement of sanctions at that level. So if you're worried about being censored by China, most likely you're going to get into a block produced by a United States miner and vice versa. Obviously, I mean, it's always ideal to have as much distribution of the hash rate as possible, and we should strive to sort of like we were talking about some of the inefficiencies that come out of like some of the payout models and whatnot. But this is, I think I said, perhaps the most more concerning aspect of is not necessarily the hash rate distribution, but more so perhaps like hardware distribution. And I'd like to see more progress as far as that's concerned. And yeah, mining pools for me is a lesser concern. I was in Asia just a couple of months ago for the Bitcoin Mag Asia conference. I was able to talk to a lot of miners there. And obviously, as you can imagine, regardless of their affiliation, for example, with entities like Npool and whatnot, and regardless of like the suggestion that, you know, 60% of the hash rate is pointing or is, you know, a proxy of Npool, if push comes to shove, and we saw that perhaps, you know, during the block size debate and whatnot, people operating on very tight profit margin are going to react perhaps in significant ways if their livelihood and their business model is impacted. So I guess that's my controversial take.
I'd like to take the popular side on that, mostly because I think you are very right on geopolitical sanction, something like the geopolitical sanction on some war or something. But you can find many cases in which mostly all the governments of the world can easily collude and agree together because they have the same interest. For example, when you talk about tax reporting and blacklisted countries, you didn't end up with two blocks. The blacklisted country block just reduced because every government understood it was in their best interest to try to tax the hell out of everybody. Or COVID policies like lockdowns, in that case was the Chinese policy that was adopted by everybody in the West in a very, I mean, except for maybe Belarus and Tanzania, something like that. Everybody else inherited some kind of crazy lockdown policy. So in some cases, you basically have a collusion. You still have many blocks, but this block will find that they have the same interest in censoring Bitcoin. That said, I think that is still not so bad because we have second layers that don't depend on miners. It could be worse if miners were more important in Bitcoin, like with front running for MEV games or with sidechain stuff. In that case, maybe the miners could be more critical. Luckily, we can go without miners for, if you have a Lightning channel and the miners are not colluding with your peer, then you can just disregard mining for a very long time.
If miners start fucking with censorship, Lightning is fucked. There's technical things you can go do to go steal money from your counterparties by exploiting the existence of censorship. So we're actually really, really fucked if this happens. And I'll just take the popular opinion. I'd also go point out, like, you don't even need them to do anything unilaterally. You can go and have them do things that are completely different that act as censorship for Bitcoin as a whole. China, as an example, could bring back, an even stronger version of its attempt at mining bans. And that would cut off block production in one way, and then the US can do it in a totally different way and cut off block production in a different way. And the net result of this is overall censorship. It doesn't have to be they cooperate. It can be they do 5 different things that collectively mean we're all fucked. Now,
always positive.
Yeah. Now, fortunately, actual physical hash power is reasonably decentralized in the short term, although in the longer term, we do have the problem that ASIC manufacturing seems to be something where there is an inherent level of centralization, because humanity, literally humanity as a whole, is not large enough to fund all that many chip fabs. Modern chip fab costs tens of billions of dollars these days, and there just aren't very many entities in the entire world that can do it.
That's why we need Jack to step it up.
Jack isn't funding chip fabs. He's funding ASIC runs. Like Jack's nowhere near big enough to go fund genuine chip fab.
Not yet.
No, we were saying earlier, it's like a damn shame that Intel has dropped the ball over the last 20 years. Like, they should not have gone DEI, hire McKinsey consultants to run their business, because
that could very well lead to the end of the U.S. Like it or not, advanced chips are absolutely essential to a modern economy, and there's definitely a path where China goes and uses this to go fuck over the U.S.
Yeah.
So popular opinion.
Would you say very quickly? Would you say like that? Then the centralization of Bitcoin is kind of correlated with the basically like the takeover of like a single entity, a single state, like China ruling over the world, basically.
Thing
From a production point of view.
Thing is, like, centralization of mining, it's both centralized and decentralized depending on what time frame you're talking about and what layer. Like I say, chip fabs seem to be very centralized and very difficult to go fix. Actual physical running of hash rate is inherently very decentralized because power does not exist in a central location. It's widely spread across the world. And then, due to variance, centralization of pools is a very, very strong thing. And the pool thing doesn't worry me that much because hash power can go switch. Although certainly a lot of L2 protocols are designed in such a way that short-term censorship really screws them over. Lightning channels tend to have like timeouts, like 1 day. So like 1 day worth of censorship can mean you lose a ton of money.
But for ASIC production, don't you think that, I know that we are repeating this mantra since many years, but there is some level of commodification in which the innovation in nanometers is not going that fast anymore. So eventually, the production, the stock to flow of ASICs becomes very, very high, and the new ASICs don't matter as much as the ASICs already on the market.
So that's one of the things that helps us, the fact that there's a ton of ASICs already on the market. Although one problem there is, for all we know, they're all backdoored. Now, fortunately, it's hard to go backdoor ASICs because they have very limited communication with the outside world. But this is a theoretical possibility, and certainly in a long enough time frame, new production does matter. And we're just bottlenecked on the fact that ASIC manufacturing is not a commodity business. It is, like, it's a commodity business in the sense that, TSMC, you can go send them an order. But it's not a commodity business in the sense that TSMC is one of the very few players in the entire world. And fortunately for geopolitical reasons, they're kind of forced to spread their foundries out over a reasonable number of countries. But, we're still not talking very many.
Yeah, I mean, and historically, Bitmain has proven to put backdoors in machines.
Ant-bleed.
Maybe unpopular opinion here, but Bitcoiners very often focus on this, hash rate and this and that, and the pure decentralization and so on. And it's a little bit like, to refer to Matthew's World War II presentation, it's a little bit like the Maginot Line. Like, we can discuss how tall to build it, but that's not where we're going to get attacked. We're going to get attacked by on-ramps, off-ramps, getting centralized, a couple of prominent Bitcoiners thrown in jail, other people scared into submission, this and that, and then we end up in some kind of weird place. That's much more likely, but that's difficult to argue about because it's the hash rate type security and so on is measurable, and you can kind of see number go up, and it seems like.
But we already get people get thrown in jail. It's happened
Exactly.
over and over and over again.
Exactly.
And it doesn't kill Bitcoin.
I guess.
I think the proof of work type thing and that kind of sort of existential problem, that is actually the bigger concern.
Well, which cryptocurrency do you know of has been shut down by a nation-state hash rate attack?
Because they don't matter yet.
Yeah, they don't matter.
Well, okay,
That's
but
argument.
that's a nice caveat. But the reality is that we can all say that Bitcoin by all definitions of security is more secure than say Litecoin, right? We will all in agreement here. But the truth is secure against which kind of attacks, and then we will also need to specify what are the attacks
But look
in
at
which
this way.
both
If
Bitcoin
you're
and
in
Litecoin
El
survives.
Salvador.
Hey, can I finish? Or if you have to specify the types of attacks in which sort of Bitcoin and Litecoin goes under, then there is the band of attacks in which Litecoin goes under but Bitcoin survives, and then there is the attacks where both Bitcoin and Litecoin go under, right? And so the question is, how thick is the band of the types of attacks in which Litecoin goes under but Bitcoin survives? And because we pay a big cost in terms of the decentralization for that band of, and frankly, I think none of us really knows how wide that band of attacks is.
Well, we can easily say, for proof of work, we can easily go say the cost of it is a certain percentage of our entire Bitcoin holdings, because monetary inflation in Bitcoin's was it now 0.5% or something per year, 0.25? I forget what the number is. But I think the bigger thing to talk about there is the problem with something like proof of work security is it doesn't matter how friendly you are with the local government. It doesn't matter what Bitcoin oasis you go create. Some foreigner in a completely different country that has nothing to do with you can completely destroy your life this way with sufficient budget. And that's very different than other types of attacks where you can fight back politically. We've actually had a lot of success fighting back politically against the sort of Bitcoin bans we were expecting. A lot of devs back in 2012, our assumption was, obviously Bitcoin's going to get banned, and then we're going to have to go deal with the consequences of that. And how do you go and use a currency that's illegal? And none of that happened because people fought good political battles and won. But something like proof of work, if proof of work isn't strong enough, it doesn't matter how many political battles you fight. Someone with a budget can just go kill you. And, if Bitcoin was more important but less money went to proof of work, chances are at some point someone would just go kill it off. And other currencies have been killed off by 51% attacks. Certainly in terms of actual use. And it's kind of hard to compare with Bitcoin because other things don't get used very much. Monero, I think, is a very rare example of a altcoin that's actually used for payments and actually is proof of work. For the most part, they've all either entirely centralized things or they're not used enough to matter.
Yeah, because it depends on the motive of the attack, right? If the motive is to somehow rob money or make a profit, there are much lower hanging fruits in the ecosystem. We see North Korea is not trying to 51% attack Monero. They're just hacking centralized exchange and DeFi protocols, right?
So I guess I just summarize this is that the concept that Bitcoin mining fears of centralization is overblown. I would say that that's reasonable, but so is the counter argument, and that neither person can actually predict the future. And so we're just talking about like where the threshold could be. But I think if we're using evidence-based, we would say that, yeah, there's actually, maybe we underestimate how resilient just the blockchain design is. And maybe none of us know how much decentralization we actually need and when we need it. And so, yeah, I think that something like centralization of the hash power seems to not actually be a problem, maybe never will. Centralization of pools seems mitigatable because you can just spin up a new pool and join that one. And as long as there's miner awareness, they would do so. We've seen it happen in the past. Bitcoiners had a very allergic reaction back when, what was the name of the pool?
Gigahash.
Yeah, Ghash, and it had more than 50%, and people were freaking out. A bunch of mining hash power left. Now, that's just one example, but I think that if miner incentives are true and the design is good, that's what will happen in every case. So the argument would be basically that consensus transcends protocol.
Well, Ghash was a different environment, right? Right now, the way the mining industry is way more industrial. Now we have publicly traded miners, and I think even though technically it is very easy to switch your hash to a different pool, I think we're getting to a point in the mining industry where a lot of these publicly traded miners specifically have like contractual agreements that would prevent them from making that technical switch, which could throw a wrench. Like it may not be as easy as it was in 2015 with G.
Well, that's more an argument against corporate mining than, than anything.
But it's happening, right? Like, 'cause
my understanding is a lot of miners have gone and borrowed money from, centralized pools and mainly Ant Pool.
Well, it's the mining pools that have done this, not the individual miner.
No. My understanding is actual hash rate has borrowed money from Ant Pool in agreements, which basically says that like they'll borrow the money, they will go point their hash power at it, and then they will get discounts on the rate of capital basically, and it's not like I've ever seen these agreements, but this is sort of the rumor mill going around, and it's not clear how much of this has really happened.
FPPS is also a financial deal in which the pool is anticipating money to miners, basically. So they are providing a financial service, and they can get wrecked. I hope they will eventually. I think that will be good for Bitcoin to have a very strong chain failures of public miners.
Yeah, I mean, staying on mining, I mean, we have an hour to talk, so we can stay on mining. But like another unpopular opinion is that the solution to this problem isn't technical; it's a capital problem. Everybody's screaming Stratum V2, get it adopted, but that doesn't really solve the problem at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, Stratum V2 does nothing for the root cause of why mining pools are so big, which is variance. And equally, the whole idea of like block templates being created by hashers, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much.
Somebody's got to broadcast the block, right?
Well, I mean, it's not even that. It's like, so long as the pool goes and creates a block template roughly matching what people would have created anyway, I mean, who cares? The important thing is they can go switch to another one. Now, if you can create something better than Stratum V2, like rebooting P2 pool, that's genuinely a really good improvement. That's a genuine decentralized pool is a wonderful thing. But people are not figuring out how to go do that yet. And Stratum V2 just, it's a half measure that rounds down to nothing.
Well, you're dealing in absolutes. I mean, there is a spectrum. The most decentralized thing is solo mining, but it's very inefficient. Then there is braid pool. It's very, very good, very decentralized, but the problem is that we have to broadcast to everybody, every single part.
No, the problem is it doesn't exist yet.
Okay, it doesn't exist.
I can't
but
install braid pool.
But there are even conceptual skepticisms about the fact that you are sending around the partial proofs to everybody continuously. Assuming that can happen, it will be less efficient than a Stratum V2 miner-side template creation. Miner-side template creation is less efficient than a totally centralized pool that will do FPPS. So, and then you have basically a corporate pool that's meaning entirely in-house, which is the most efficient. So you have the spectrum. Of course, decentralization is always non-competitive with centralization until things are good. But then when things go bad, the government start to ban centralized mining, and then the more decentralized mining can slowly take over.
The problem is, like, your solo mining in braid pool, P2 pool type things, from the point of view of Bitcoin, the rest of Bitcoin, they're basically the same thing in terms of how good they are. There may be technical advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, there's financial differences. But from the point of view of everyone else, they're basically the same thing. The problem with Stratum v2 is from point of view of everyone else, Stratum v2 and just having a pool, for the threat models we care about of people actually censoring transactions, they're basically the same thing because
They're not the same. They're slightly different. Well, the main difference.
Stratum v2 templates.
The difference is I get basically I give you hash rate blindly. Now you decide to censor me. I already put the work there. I already sustain the cost. So my reason to switch should be very, very motivated. Just because I don't like the way you put the template when you reveal it, maybe I will stay here because you still owe me money. While if I prepare the template myself and I mine on that, when I find it, if you don't broadcast it, somebody else will. So you can reject me from a Stratum v2, but I will know it in advance. You switch the timing in which the person knows that is being censored, which is not absolute, but is relevant.
I mean, but that's not relevant to the rest of Bitcoin. The rest of Bitcoin cares, oh shit, my transaction isn't getting confirmed, even though I paid a bunch of money. Or worse, my transaction did get confirmed, and another pool mysteriously reorged the block out. And once you have that kind of thing, we're really kind of fucked. And it really takes hash power moving to other pools to go fix it. And if that happens, great. If it doesn't, well, we're really kind of fucked.
So the solution is always our best friends, governments, banning minings everywhere.
Moving on to the next topic, it's been alluded to twice already in Sergej's introduction and Peter mentioning Monero as a transactional currency. Maybe not necessarily an unpopular opinion, more of an uncomfortable truth is that people really aren't using Bitcoin as payment. And as you mentioned, or not, people are definitely using Bitcoin as payment, but maybe not as much as many Bitcoiners in this room would like. And Sergej, you guys at BitRefill have some statistics that make people uncomfortable.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. From the standpoint of the classic Bitcoin maximalist view that the majority of all activity, the wide majority of all activity in cryptocurrency, in terms of transaction commerce and so on, is all or almost all of it in Bitcoin. That was true up until 2021. And today it's not. Like you see a lot of activity on all kinds of different chains. You see, people using stable coins on Ethereum, on Tron, on Polygon, on other stuff. You see people using base Ethereum. You see people using Litecoin. Like in our sharing of data, there is like an ongoing battle of Lightning Network versus Litecoin. Where they're kind of neck and neck for the past 3 years, and people are like, "What do you mean? Who uses Litecoin?" Well, I mean, maybe the people that use Litecoin don't come to this conference because they're maybe not here, or actually, I don't know who here uses Litecoin regularly. Quick raise of hands. Yeah, well, I guess
we see. I mean, I've used it more than once in the past year.
I have also. So so I guess we're the unpopular ones, but.
Although, to be clear, the way I've used it has always been to go and convert Lightning to Litecoin to go pay obscure services.
Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's what's an unpopular opinion. I guess, in my view, opinions you can draw from that. Like, to me, the core tenet of Bitcoin maximalism was network effects. That eventually all money should converge on one because of, what do you call it, when you want this, but
double coincidence of ones.
Yes, thank you. And that eventually it should all land on one. And I think that we've, for the past years, I've been seeing something else. And that, in fact, we see a broader fragmentation. Now, Bitcoin is still the biggest one, but it's maybe at...
I think that's
30% of activity, and like combined stablecoins are bigger than that, but they're split over.
I think the problem is that even maximalists like us never expected Bitcoin to be bigger than fiat, especially as long as fiat works. And stablecoins are not really competitors to Bitcoin in a different way that fiat is. They are just stablecoins, so-called, are fiat payments, but they can use the blockchain Wu in order to mess with regulators. So it's just like PayPal. But PayPal has to follow some rules, and a stable coin can just say, "Oh, sorry, I'm using the blockchain, so I cannot stop this transaction during Saturday." So that's not competing with a shitcoin. That's competing with fiat, which is the dominant.
How about Ethereum then, and Litecoin?
on Tron, on Ethereum, Litecoin. I never used Litecoin in my life. I used Dogecoin once because some guy had to give me €1. It was 2016. Yeah, I did install a Dogecoin or something, but Litecoin never. I'm surprised by your statistics. I think there may be a bias that doesn't explain it away, but maybe put it in context. If you have the money that most Bitcoin accepting business will accept, you just spend it. If you need to spend Litecoin, you need Bitrefill. You cannot spend directly Litecoin in most places. You need some kind of intermediary, while Bitcoin is more spendable directly. So you have this kind of slight bias in which you providing the service, you will call the few people that have that, mostly from gambling. People are doing speculation of currency. They remain with some bag of speculation. They want to spend it. Why pass through Bitcoin if you accept Litecoin directly?
I think that argument is counteracted by the fact that like other companies in different parts of the world, different services that share statistics have very similar statistics, right? You can look at Living Room Satoshi has statistics. You have BitPay statistics. There's something going on with Litecoin there that I don't understand. But like there are some companies that are regularly publishing. Coin cards are publishing statistics. But
it would be the same for them. What I mean is, if you have Bitcoin, you don't go to Bitrefill as much as if you have a result of trading in shitcoins. If I have shitcoins and I traded and now I have to spend, I need some service like yours. If I have Bitcoin, I also have other options. Like I can pay for my, I love Bitrefill, but to pay for hotels and flights, I don't need Bitrefill. To pay for my...
What do you use for hotels and flights?
I just Alta something, I don't know. I use cheap air. They close down and they send me to another link.
Yeah, but so that's the thing is what are these dominant Bitcoin only services? But like, look, it could be anything, and I think your argument about fiat stablecoins being fiat, and so they don't really count. It's like, yeah, okay, sure, but like end of the day, it's like some person is signing with a cryptographic key, some kind of transaction on some kind of network. They're achieving some kind of financial goal. It provides an empowerment for them. I think it's interesting and meaningful.
Well, I think, going back to this idea of, one currency will rule the world and so on. I think what we're really seeing is that for saving in the model, in the type of saving model that Bitcoin does well, having a unit of value that cannot be seized, et cetera, Bitcoin is overwhelmingly dominant.
After fiat, unfortunately.
But fiat though, fiat isn't dominant for that though, because fiat people don't save money in.
Well, some normies. I mean, we know many normies.
Some stupid people do, but for the most part, they don't. They don't actually save money in fiat. They save money in things denominated in fiat sometimes, but they're not actually fiat. Very few people, save money directly in a bank account with no interest. That's not something that's actually a wide thing. Fiat, the total amount out there gets dominated just because the wider economy is just so damn big, and it gets denominated in fiat. But for actual savings, Bitcoin dominates. But the catch is, for moving money around, just to go send value from one place to another, there's this whole tail of things that are actually pretty good at what they do. And I think a lot of services that offer crypto as payment, just because it makes sense, they can't accept credit cards. And again, there's an endless variety of these things, like file sharing sites, porn sites, VPSs, email services, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a huge list. All those things that are not ideological, they just accept what's easy, and usually that means accepting whatever cryptocurrency people want to come up with. And there's lots of people with cryptocurrencies floating around because they do day trading and stuff.
But assume that people are really using Bitcoin for saving, and now they have to transact. So I have Bitcoin for saving, you will have Bitcoin for saving. I have to buy something from you. Now I need to send Bitcoin to an exchange to get a shitcoin because I want more privacy or lower fees. So I have to spend Bitcoin on chain, spending the fees or ruining my privacy. Then I have to send you the shitcoin and you have to do the opposite. So the only scenario in which we don't do that is because we were already saving to some degree long term. We were already batching in shitcoin. And that's basically happening because of shitcoin casinos. So the main use case is to send shitcoins
This
around.
seems like a real
trading.
huge effort to just not admit that people are using Litecoin for something.
Well, but we know in terms of value they're not, because the total
trading.
value of of Litecoin is small. I think what the real issue here
But
is
they're using it to
number
store
of-
value. They're
hang
using
on,
it
hang
to
on.
spend. Like,
I think
what's
the
the
thing
problem?
is the number of people.
Well, the problem is that-
hang on, I think the number of people who play in the shitcoin casino is much bigger than the number of people who actually bother to go save Bitcoin. I suspect that's actually the real answer to a lot of this.
exactly.
And the second reason is that legitimately the user experience of things like Tron for a lot of use cases is just better. You get instant transactions, you don't have to care about Lightning nuance, and it just seems to work.
But PayPal is even better than Tron.
Well, yeah, well, that's why PayPal beats Tron.
Yeah,
like, you know,
No
credit
brainer.
cards beat all this stuff in any use case where you're allowed to go use them. That's why credit cards go dominate.
Yeah,
Now, the
absolutely.
second thing is then a lot of shitcoins that go make compromises because they're actually totally custodial in practice. Those things then dominate because the user experience is then better than the next step down. And finally get something like Lightning, which doesn't have the marketing budget to go reach out to these people, say, hey, you know, you could just use Wallet of Satoshi. It's pretty good.
I don't understand how identifying the reasons people might be using Litecoin is an argument that they're not using Litecoin the real way. Like, I don't understand what you guys are trying to say.
Well, the sustainable way.
People are using it. They own some. They use some. They use it for some things.
But
like, how does that
I'm not
contrast
arguing
with
against
Bitcoin?
that. I'm just saying the total value of that out there is clearly less because the market cap of Litecoin is way less than Bitcoin.
But also, I
and I
mean,
said
you're-
straight out.
You're saying
the
all things that
hang on.
are not disagreeable.
But I said straight
what
out,
is
the
it arguing
number of
against?
people
What's wrong with
is
that?
probably higher.
So why identify the reasons people are using fiat is important. Because we have a strong opinion. The opinion is that fiat is not sustainable for inflation reasons, confiscation reasons, censorship reasons. People are using fiat because they find value in that. And we think that value is misplaced, the trust is misplaced, because as long as it works until you have hyperinflation and confiscation. So we are saying, we know that you are using fiat, but we think you shouldn't, and I will not. Same thing with shitcoins. We know that people will buy every ICO token from everybody trying to get more money. Most of these people will get wrecked. And most of the people are using stuff for technical explanation that are fake and are created as a gamification of the gambling.
But
it's not even honest gambling.
Your ability to judge the use case does not negate the use case.
So, and it implies that
fiat
people
as
aren't
well.
using Bitcoin for gambling for some reason.
Hang on, the phrase most of these people will get wrecked, I think is actually really misleading. Like if you're using something like Tron purely to go send money back and
No,
forth.
I'm thinking about Litecoin long term.
Well,
If you like
well, I mean, no, I think Tron's a better example of this. Tron is something
that's
which will
fiat.
probably fail in a really bad way reasonably soon because it's highly centralized, saying it's bad tech, whatever. But for the chance of failure per transaction you do, if you're not keeping your savings in there, is actually pretty low.
But if you're keeping your savings in Bitcoin and not batching long-term Tron, then you have to send Bitcoin to the exchange to get Tron every
Well,
time.
that's it.
That's
Most
inefficient.
people don't have savings. Like the group of
I don't know why
people
you
who
think
save
Tron
money
people
in
do
Bitcoin
that
is
at
tiny.
all. Like,
Nobody does that. Exactly, nobody does that. People that are sending around Tron are just receiving it immediately. They don't use it to save it. So somebody is basically going to
Say
get...
that, you don't know that. Like, but maybe we can shift the topic. I think an interesting angle of this is and something that keeps bugging me in when we get stuck in these debates is I think we all need to, there's a lot of goal conflicts in Bitcoin, right? So I mean, very simple goal conflict, like who's our main nemesis? Is it the banks or the central banks? Just for example, right? Like what are there's Bitcoin has all kinds of different properties and values and so on, and we all value them differently. Right. Another classic goal conflict is like, do we want Bitcoin to be small and pure and very decentralized, or do we want Bitcoin to be big and soft and for everyone, and the spectrum of those things? I think that we as a group need to be better, not this group, the broad group, at articulating our individual preferences and sort of disclaiming that, because you know, like, hey, is Bitcoin a savings technology or is it money for the internet, for example?
I
Like
think
there's
that's not a
duality
hard
there.
thing, though. I mean, we've done a great job of that. We've created a savings technology, and people who don't like it can go somewhere else. Like that. Like,
No, he's
Bitcoin
talking
number
about-
one doesn't fail. Number
Then you're
two, we
denying
build
in
tech-
stats that they are. Like,
well, but
not you,
it's like,
Giacomo.
I think because this is a popular opinion in the Bitcoin community, that shows, yes, we have articulated this very well. Some people who try to go make businesses may not like it very much, but it's very clear what Bitcoin is. You know, Lightning, as an example, is secondary to Bitcoin's main purpose. It's very nice that we can go trade Bitcoin quickly, but the main purpose is clearly to go have a store of value that doesn't fail. You know, that is clearly what the by value majority of Bitcoin is being used for.
I'm not sure that's the goal because clearly both Satoshi and also the early Bitcoin proponents were also thinking about using it transactionally very, very often. But it's an actual reality, just like the reality that people are using fiat more than Bitcoin is something we have to accept until we change it. The fact that we use Bitcoin to save more than to spend is also a reality you have to accept before you can change it. And mostly everybody who still has fiat has non-technical but financial reasons to spend fiat first. For the same reason in Venezuela, if you have Bolivar and dollars, you will spend the Bolivar first and the dollar later. So I know very few people that use Bitcoin for spending. People that want to show off for some good reason of culture, marketing, or something, or people that have no alternative. And people that have no alternative are either people that are all in, so if you don't have fiat, you will spend Bitcoin, or people that want to buy something that is forbidden to buy through fiat. So you have to avoid some sanction or avoid some censorship, or you have to basically buy on the dark net markets. So these people will use Bitcoin to spend. Everybody else will not, for the simple reason that they have fiat, they can spend it first, it gets devaluated further, and they will do that for the foreseeable future. We cannot change that by making Lightning better. We should make Lightning better for the future where actually more people will be all in, and that will happen. But it's for the future. Right now, most of the people still hold some fiat, and they have all the reasons to spend fiat first, including doing that on Tron or PayPal or whatever.
Well, so here's an interesting question for the audience. You know, show of hands, how many people earn more money in salary through fiat than Bitcoin?
Good try, IRS.
Now, how many people earn more money deposited through Bitcoin than fiat? Like,
okay, you dox yourself.
Right there. You know, I think it goes and shows your point very, very, very clearly. Spending Bitcoin is a fun thing to go do for the vast majority of people. For some of us, it just makes sense because we already have it.
I think that you know, Sergej was trying to address that there still remains a dissonance within the popular opinions. For example, like there's endless hours of people doing podcasts talking about Bitcoin as money, like including today, like people in this room, like there's a lot of talk of Bitcoin as money, but Bitcoin as digital gold versus Bitcoin as money, they're not exactly compatible ideas.
How
like
not?
the more you optimize for Bitcoin as digital gold, the less you can actually have feasible thing. You can't even have Lightning anymore.
I mean, gold was a transactional money for most of the human history. Gold was money for most of the human history. And every other form of money has been denominated in gold for a while.
That doesn't mean anything in this conversation. Gold isn't Bitcoin. Like, in order to have Bitcoin as money, it needs to be affordable to as many people as possible to use as money. It needs to be practical as a currency. And so if we're going to say that, for example, if we're going to say, okay, we're going to keep the blocks as small as possible, we're going to keep Bitcoin as decentralized as possible, that is an optimization towards the digital gold path, not the money path.
People will not avoid spending for technical reasons, but just for financial reasons. They will spend depreciating assets first. So even if you make the blocks super large, people will still save Bitcoin because they still have alternative stuff to sell before.
Also, there's diminishing returns. I mean, you know, as you make the blocks smaller and smaller, the benefits you gain for decentralization goes down.
Same is true in the opposite direction.
Well, I mean, well, as you make the blocks bigger and bigger, very quickly you go hit something that's just centralized, and that's that. It's boring. And, you know, the thing I think from a tech point of view is that Lightning turned out to be relatively easy to go implement, and you didn't have to compromise very much on the Bitcoin side. So, you know, it was quite easy to create a way to send Bitcoin instantly that is objectively a better user experience in many aspects than anything Tron, you know, even things like Tron could do. I mean, Tron takes a couple seconds to send a transaction. Lightning's faster than that. Like,
But Lightning isn't feasible with full blocks.
Well, that's just not true.
No, it is.
You argued the same thing yourself in other panels. But like, wouldn't you say that like when basically if you have a situation where people can't afford to exit the second layer, then they're running a trusted channel, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but trusted channels aren't necessarily even a thing that negates the use of Lightning. Like,
it certainly negates the point of it.
No, I don't think it does.
USDT on Tron is also trusted, and we are saying that people are using it.
Yeah. Like, it's hard to do worse than the alternatives because the alternatives have such terrible.
No, I'm saying you don't need the technology aspects of Lightning if you're just going to have it be trusted.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that's just hang on. That's just a sliding scale for how much money you're willing to go in. You have to go put in a Lightning channel to have it trusted or untrusted.
I wouldn't do it at all in that sense. Like, why would somebody waste the time of making a channel?
Because it's a sliding scale on the amount. Like,
Sergej.
the fees are $100. You need to be in a position where having $100 worth of fees to close your Lightning channel is something that's worth it for the amount of money in the channel. That will still be worth it for bigger entities. Of course, the fees are $1, it's the same. And of course, if you do Covenant-enabled L2, it's very different
Right, but this is the point of how I mentioned that there's a dissonance between the optimization. What we're going to have is in that situation where only large entities use Lightning, is you have a more centralized Bitcoin.
But I don't think that's a dissonance in, like, optimization. That's just saying, look, you've accepted that the first thing is important, and you're just unable to technologically go make everyone happy.
You're going to extremes. I'm not sitting here saying make everyone happy. I'm saying optimize for. In other words, do you want as many people as possible with as many transactions as possible?
Optimization
or do
for
you want
spending
as much?
is called fiat. Just exists.
Yeah.
And it works pretty well.
Okay, and so to bite on that, I guess, to say that, and I think your argument is valid logically, but it does undercut sort of everyone trying to build something meaningful on Lightning, right? And frankly, and I know that you're more describing the world as you see it more than maybe your personal opinion here, but I think that makes a very interesting point here, in that very often the argument is like, oh, first we shall build a store of value, and it's some kind of number that you keep, and then it goes up, and then you use.
It's also my voice, basically, so very good.
Then you use, actually, it wasn't intended as that. And then one day the mighty hyper-Bitcoinization comes, and we shall smite all the shitcoiners. And suddenly everybody is going to dust up the old Lightning stuff that we built in the early 2020s, and then suddenly we're going to have a Lightning economy. And it's like, is that how the world works, or does the world usually work in terms of like gradual progress towards a certain type of state?
But we have gradual progress with Lightning. I mean, we have gradual adoption of Lightning. I mean, maybe not necessarily that gradual in some points of view, but like, maybe that is what's happening.
But
we also gradual adoption of stablecoins.
It's different adoption than what was expected out of the gate, which is like individuals sending peer-to-peer, but it's really turned into this interoperable network for large exchanges.
Well, I
even
can't agree with that.
many of us are using Sovereign.
Run Lightning
No, you
channels.
definitely still can, but like
that's not what's happened objectively right now, and it's hard to predict the future because we don't know what better L2 systems are going to look like. And generally, the purpose of them is to let you open Lightning channels for less money.
Well, and I agree with that too. And maybe it's like a thing like we were talking about with mining, you don't know until you run up to it. Like Bitcoin historically has proven when you reach your limitations, people get creative and provide those solutions.
Well, also, I think that we are being gradual also on the hyper-Bitcoinization point. One of the points I was making this morning is that hyper-Bitcoinization can be a geopolitical event, but it can also be just you going all in Bitcoin. When that happens, you will start to use it transactionally because you have no alternative. So when all your savings is in Bitcoin, you will be super happy to spend Bitcoin with Phoenix or Breeze or whatever. But before you have to move all in, which is happening to gradually, just person by person. It happened to my cousin, not me because I'm a fiat maximalist. Good try, IRS. But it will happen to more people and more people. It's gradual. So we need Lightning to be ready when we may have some shock, like hyperinflation of the US dollar. That will be an event that we have to be ready for, and that will be a shock. And it will mess up things.
So, unpopular opinion, a lot of Bitcoiners assume that in the scenario of hyper-Bitcoinization of the US dollar, everyone will suddenly shift to Bitcoin. And it's a little bit citation needed on that.
Unpopular opinion is that Bitcoiners assume that the conversation around if Bitcoin is money for savings or payment is an interesting conversation. It is the most boring conversation. I cannot believe it's 2024 and we're still having this conversation on a panel. Like, there are so many interesting things. Like, if you want to have this argument, have at it on Twitter, but like, Can we have?
I mean, we were bored with mining conversation.
We
so
can. We block you.
Well, let's move on to something else then, because like this is the most kind of like philosophical dead end.
I think it's a
Sergej
very
hit me with one.
unfortunate thing to promote to the audience and to Bitcoiners. I think
Well,
you're
the thing
incorrect.
is that it's 2024, and we need to like agree that we're never going to agree on anything, because there are people in some other room talking about Bitcoin, and their purpose for Bitcoin is to put fucking JPEGs on the chain, right?
You
So,
can
like,
put on
not in this
blinders,
conference.
but
well,
they were-
not at this conference, I
Okay,
know,
okay,
right?
okay.
But like that's the, I mean, like this is like.
I'm maintainer of
I-
Libre Relay.
I
You know,
feel
I'm
like
making
I-
off
I-
return unlimited.
I mean, this would have been maybe interesting in
Spammer.
2017 Riga conference, but like I feel like I don't know.
The problem is that these topics, they are very relevant in conversations related to the changes that are proposed for Bitcoin. And so if you don't take a position on these topics and you aren't well informed on these topics, you're going to support things ignorantly.
No,
and
no one seriously is proposing a change to Bitcoin that
CTV,
makes,
CAT, I mean,
and none of those things makes a trade-off between things like block size and L2.
make a
of those
trade-off with
things-
complexity.
All of those things are about enabling better L2s to go further down the direction of Lightning. Now, there's debate over what other things they might do by accident, but for the proponents of those things all have this vision of using more L2-like things to go and scale better off-chain.
The point is that they do have trade-offs regardless.
But not the trade-offs in this axis. It's a very different type of set of trade-offs. And a lot of
Well,
it's just trade-offs.
it's up to
of
the listener or the understander to decide the subjectivity of the value of the trade-offs, but there are trade-offs to making soft forks to Bitcoin, to adding more complexity to it. Complexity is something to be wary of.
Oh, I have something very unpopular. So I think that making change to Bitcoin, technical discussions are way less relevant than political discussions, because even if developers like to say, oh, this is just politics, it's not about the technical merit, changing the rules on a consensus system is a political matter, exactly, and not a technical matter.
Your viewpoint is so unpopular. You're sitting next to a guy who quit his day job and got into Bitcoin because he took one look at it and thought, that's going to be political. This sounds like fun.
But you are some popular, so... But you know that there is this reaction, like I don't like SegWit2x because these guys are trying to use the New York Agreement as a way to take control or to establish a narrative where they have control to Bitcoin. And you can answer, oh, but this is not this is not a technical objection to SegWit2x. It is not. It is literally a political objection, and as such, is very important as a precedent for the independence of Bitcoin. So when we talk about this stuff like new opcode, sometimes I like to look at the narrative around the people proposing it and the precedent they are trying to establish, and I think that's more relevant than simulating 1,000 possible food guns with a Meville or something. Exactly. Every reference to fucking Woody is completely...
Well,
let me.
They have a direct relationship with the technicalities as well, though. Like they're you can't separate them.
There's a small group of people who really understand the minute details of the technical side of these upgrades. I mean, I learned this with the block size war SegWit. They could have and then Taproot could have never envisioned something like ordinals being possible, and that's a lesson for me personally.
Can I answer to the guy, the heckler? I think he's right. Like, I came to Bitcoin to avoid politics, not to have politics. I think you're right, but as long as you want changes to the rules of the global consensus, you have no alternative to play some level of politics. Maybe it's not fiat politics only, but there's some politics. When you stop with politics, that's fine. You can use Bitcoin, but you will not change L1 rules anymore. Because it's a political process.
I think one of the issues with the politics is that you invite the notion that everyone is relevant in the conversation as well, especially in technical matter. So there's this expectation now that we've created, specifically like one of the downside like of the USF thing and all of that is like this idea that every Bitcoin user should have its say in technical conversation, that every soft fork that should happen in Bitcoin should sort of like have a cosign from every single node runner. That's never been the case. It's most likely never going to be the case. I think there's a slight possibility that there's an opcat soft fork that happens and every single person on this stage might be opposed to it, and it might still happen. So like you have to be. I mean, there's place for debate, but there's also the fact that it invites like the types of Sybil attack where you can easily stall progress in Bitcoin from a technical perspective just by creating a very loud crowd. I mean, you could effectively leverage UDI by saying, well, let's just put UDI against any soft fork that's, supporting every good soft fork proposal, and just because people hate UDI, and I love UDI by the way, just because people hate UDI, they're just going to reject it out of hand.
That's called ossification, and eventually it's a feature, not a bug, because it means that nothing controversial can be imposed to anybody else. It happened, if you try right now to go on Internet Protocol version 4 and propose something, you will not manage to do it, not because your proposal is bad, but because the system is too large for you to matter enough to change it. And with Bitcoin layer 1, eventually it will be the same. I hope not yet, because I think we can fix some things, but eventually it will happen. It's not symmetrical. It's not that a small group, a loud minority, can change Bitcoin. Every loud minority can reach a veto power on changes. I think is eventually good.
Well, so Opcat's an interesting example here, because Opcat is a soft fork. Now, miners can go and impose it through, because of course one way to look at a soft fork is censorship. They're censoring transactions in blocks that go and violate those rules. Now, the catch is, though, if miners go impose Opcat, and then node runners do not, everyone using Opcat knows that the moment miners stop doing this, all the nodes will allow blocks that violate the Opcat rules to go pass, and people are going to lose a ton of money. And that's a very powerful thing, a very powerful disincentive to tying up money in Opcat. Now, conversely, when like SegWit, or for that matter P2SH were enabled, there was this argument, oh, well, so anyone can spend coin, it could be just stolen, so yeah. But no. The vast majority of people running nodes enforced those rules. Miners are not in a position where they can go turn this feature off. They can't take those coins because the community as a whole agrees that, no, we want these rules to exist. And that's why, like it or not, anyone who runs a node, indeed, anyone who has Bitcoin does have a say. Now, they have says in different nuanced ways, but you do have a say.
With different ways.
The issue is that 99% of Bitcoiners are not actually qualified to assess any sort of soft fork proposal.
Nor do they have the resources and like the stake in the network. Like every Bitcoin holder has a say. If you have like $5 of Bitcoin in your wallet,
and we only have one implementation that's popular, so it's basically a force feed. So like you make a change to Bitcoin, everybody that installs the next version now supports that change. There isn't really an active approval process. It's all just basically right at the moment a Bitcoin or dev driven process.
I went and fucked over your ZeroConf idea by forking Bitcoin Core and going and running different versions of it for years on end till finally I won. Like, it is not true that we won implementation.
You won by politicking with the miners. You didn't win by.
And also, you had a very unique situation in that we're talking about the mempool. We're not talking about consensus.
Well, if consensus is something where there's a disagreement like that, you absolutely can do the same thing by forking Bitcoin Core, convincing enough people to go run your code, and that's it.
Right, but that's what I said. The problem is there's only one actual popular implementation.
That's the argument that a lot of people are making right now, is if they are able to get, because it's not a UASF scenario where the miners were trying to hard fork Bitcoin here. If you're able to get enough miners on board and a certain, perhaps small minority, but somewhat with enough stake in the network to start running an Opcat enabled soft fork, then what is the option? What are the options for people that are opposing it? They're gonna have to fork.
No. I can just make a $100 transaction, all in fees, violating cat rules, and then he's going to join me with a child pay for parents.
But the miners are supporting the Opcat.
Well, so these miners. But let's put my money, and then his money, and then Mr. Hodler money on top of a child pie for parents, building up with some end sequence, with some relative lock time, and then eventually on the table, the first miner that takes will make a lot of free money that other miners are letting go.
But you're not affecting the people that are using Opcat normally in this context.
But
and
if
it seems very
minority, the majority can fuck them over. Like, as long as the vast majority of nodes are not enforcing those rules, you are saying that the vast majority of rules doesn't care about opcat. A tiny minority might. The majority of hash power might go and say that they want opcat to exist, but you can absolutely bribe them to go turn it back off again. Like, that's how this works.
And you heard people putting money in that kind of a code. They can lose the money. You can turn it into anyone can spend, like with the soft fork kind of reasoning. You can really steal money.
Yeah, it only depends like how hardcore you want to go about it. And I feel like quite a lot of people, and I mean, this is not necessarily my opinion, right? But this is an opinion that's being like discussed and whatnot, where the argument is basically like, if miners go ahead and do that, like if miners go ahead and activate like CTV, to what extent people are going to care enough to sort of like actively reject that action? Basically.
Would I spend my money to stop CTV? I don't know.
Like with yeah, exactly.
Well, this kind of happened with Taproot, right? Like it just kind of like got activated. There wasn't really like a lot of people that were like begging for Taproot. There wasn't a huge problem that we were hoping Taproot would solve. It just kind of slid through eventually.
But no position. It was just master was.
I still don't run Taproot on my personal nodes. Like I want, but
so what version of Bitcoin?
The point is, I can't. What I'm getting at is because Bitcoin Core is the only popular implementation, and you want to say these things are soft forks. I don't actually have an option of running Bitcoin without Taproot safely, and so now I never like agreed to Taproot, but there it is. You know what I mean?
People like your viewpoints were at all common, you would have an option of running Bitcoin
but
safely.
99% of people are not qualified or even interested to participate in that.
No, that's not how this works. So it's not that 99% aren't qualified or interested. It's that Taproot is just such an obvious thing that it was very easy to convince 99%.
They're not qualified. It's not obvious.
Bitcoin's a savings technology. Who cares about making transactions, right?
People are qualified to go in, like, this is the entire basis of the theory of democracy. People are qualified to have opinions about things that they aren't experts in because they can go qualify the actions of experts. And that works really well because it's quite
There's
easy
no
for
voting
experts.
system.
Hang on. It's quite easy for people who are experts to go point to another expert and explain, your expert opinion is actually really stupid. Here's this simple step-by-step argument. And people then look at that argument and say, you know what? That guy is stupid. He's not actually an expert. And they change their fucking mind. And, this process works pretty well. And yes, there may not be a direct voting system, but every single person running a node is
There kind of is a voting system. It's Bitcoin Core repository, right?
For now.
But that's not the voting system. The actual voting system is what software you run. The Bitcoin Core repository.
But let's say most people still run Bitcoin Core and they upgrade, they blindly sign.
But they run Bitcoin Core because there isn't debates about what Bitcoin Core is doing loud enough that anyone cares. Filtering is a great example. When people thought that Bitcoin Core should have more filters, Luke Jr. went off and explained stuff on Twitter, and some people agreed with him. And now it's, 5% of nodes are running Luke Jr.'s versus like 0.1%.
And the beautiful thing is
Unpopular
that Peter is arguing
no
the
one
opposite.
runs nodes.
Sorry?
Unpopular opinion, no one runs nodes, by the way.
That's strong.
I mean,
we know
like,
to some degree that people do, and how many.
Well, yeah, but like in the context of Bitcoin, like this is just like,
But they don't have to run nodes until something controversial
I agree because this is the point of that conversation, which is like running a node is one thing, but voting with your money is another, and it's just as relevant.
I love this panel every year. It's good when you get heated argument like this. We've got 2.5 minutes left, and Sergej, you had something completely separate. I don't know if it was a joke or a throwaway comment when we were walking past each other, but you have an unpopular opinion that CBDCs are not a bad thing.
Oh, at the last moment, the last 2 minutes, you come with that.
I'm going to take 2 minutes and 8 seconds and then give the word to Giacomo. And we can all sit
We're
there forever.
all going over.
Well, I think it goes back to, I guess, if Bitcoin's main enemy is the banks or the central banks, right? And if it is the central banks, then we can be all afraid that, what if they make internet money that you can use to spend stuff, even though I don't know how that works with the store of value thing. But like fundamentally, I think from in a democracy, whatever Western democracy that we currently have, I think that the surveillance and financial oppression or disempowerment of a CBDC would probably be strictly less than what we currently have. Because currently what we have a system is when there's regulations and then they are enforced by banks that take a so-called risk-based approach, whatever that means, and have completely opaque rules and regulations. And because their private companies can, for example, deny service to any person or company for whatever reason, whereas the CBDC that is run by the government, then it becomes a political question. So you can bring it up in election campaigns, how it works. If you don't like it, you can vote for the other guy. You can bring up particular clauses, but mostly, like the government, like the IRS in the US and similar, like they don't deny service to someone that they don't like for arbitrary reasons. That would be strange.
People been out of hospitals for 2 years, just 2 years ago, because they disagree with some government policies.
Yeah.
They were kicked out of schools and government jobs. The governments can definitely exclude whatever they want from whatever.
It's still a question of political debate, and if you don't like it, you can elect the other guys, as opposed to private companies where you don't know.
If you don't like a private company, you can just buy from another private.
My main point, just to finish and give the word, I think CBDCs are going to be excellent tools for buying Bitcoin, because it's going to be very difficult.
We got an extra 5
to ban
minutes,
that.
so.
Well, CBDCs, a lot of the proposals I've heard, they're not going to be run by government. They'll be run by private contractors on behalf of government. Often, for political reasons, they're proposing to have banks run them, because, banks have very strong reasons not want CBDCs to exist, because we'll kill retail banking. So one of the political arguments getting used is, no, we'll have the banks run the CBDC. They'll do all the sort of AML KYC stuff they do already, and we'll just have a slightly different accounting system. So you'll have all the same problems there in the same buck passing.
I don't think CBDCs are happen. I think, well, yeah, exactly. CBDCs are complete red herring, in my opinion. They are already here. They are called stablecoins.
Called Visa and MasterCard.
Well, I mean, you can look at it. So we don't have to speculate about how they're going to act. Like, you can look at Tether or Circle, and I think it's like. It's the most, like, there's no point for governments to start issuing, I think, CBDCs, because stablecoins are a beautiful roundabout way for them to monetize their treasury in a way that doesn't require the type of legislation, that doesn't require them to go to the Senate to create this instrument that would be made available globally. They can just go behind the back door, they're literally doing regulatory arbitrage themselves, the governments, right? In the same way that like Bitcoiners or blockchain companies they're saying to Circle or Tether, it's fine. You can buy treasuries from us at a rate that, I mean, let's be honest, like no one, I don't know how much like treasury like Tether has at this point, but no one in the world would be allowed to buy this amount of treasury without having like a seat at a certain table and having having the type of green flag. I mean, I know that these are your best buddies, and I'm not saying that they're necessarily like bad people, but I'm saying that they have to abide by obvious regulations to be able to
play the game.
They have to play the game.
But it's
exactly.
not a safe game in the long run. It's not. But the fact that you can play a game for some years is not a guarantee you will be able to play it forever.
Right.
Look at e-gold. E-gold was okay to compete with the dollar for 10 years, and then suddenly the guy was at home arrest and the business was shut down. Government reacts in a way which is not always gradual and predictable. You can have a window of arbitrage in which you do something that the Fed doesn't like, and then there's no more.
Right, but I mean, in the context that we're looking at things and the growth of Tether and the growth of other stable coins, it seems to me like they're only going to proliferate because, like I said, it's much more convenient for them to monetize the US dollars that way than it would be to create some kind of like harebrained like CBDC scheme.
But you got to understand, that's one particular political drive for CBDCs to exist. Another political drive for them to exist is to genuinely get full surveillance over everything. I mean, I've been asked to consult on projects like this where, an example of the requirements I once saw was given was the sender has to be AML KYC'd in full. They got to know exactly who the hell it was. The receiver, they got to know exactly who the hell it was. And every single transaction made, they wanted full receipts with exactly what was bought or sold. To the point where, like, if you go off to, like, the gas station and go buy a pack of gum, the government would know that you bought a pack of gum at the gas station. That was the requirement.
And stable coins are the other way around. Stable coins are abiding with the laws in the primary market. The buyer of USDT must be KYC, the seller as well. But in the secondary market, they are allowing unregulated trade, which is the opposite of this goal.
But Peter, that argument you just made, it already existed with like Visa, MasterCard.
No. But hang on. So it's more nuanced than that. In most countries, Visa or MasterCard, the transaction records don't get revealed to the government. And this is one of the things where they want a
not to the
legal
government,
framework.
but to like people buying that data to sell you things.
No. In a lot of countries, that data is private.
But would
like
you
EU
say,
is mostly that way.
Wouldn't you say that the
yeah.
government? Sorry, quick. Would you say that the government cares more about monetizing their debt than they care about like actual like KYC and AML?
Depends on which government you're talking about. Now, the example of the governments, I gave those requirements. I never was told exactly who they were, but the client, the intermediary, did reveal it was like some fucking dictatorship in Africa somewhere. And they obviously had an incentive to have full surveillance on everything that was happening in the country. And I think there is a part of EU and US politics that wants this. But there's other parts that are more free.
But also, to monetize the debt, you also have to print money and to have the market absorb that money. And you need something like negative interest rates at sometimes. And if you don't have censorship of transaction, you cannot easily avoid savers from escaping from your US dollars into alternative assets. Censorship may be seen as separate from inflation, but when you have to use inflation to monetize your debt, then people will try to run away from the fiat money. And censorship is a great way to keep people confined.
But you can censor the gateways. You can control the intermediaries.
But centralizing is usually more efficient. So if you can disintermediate commercial banks and do it your own, it's difficult because central banks will not be happy. Commercial bank will not be happy. But you can do it, and it's usually more effective at censoring. Centralization is good at censoring. It's just, in general, very difficult to manage politically. So they prefer to.
I do got to point out, too, I mean, there's a whole branch of politics which is just communists. And I think a lot of them are not thinking in terms of, debt and all this. I think they're thinking in terms of, well, they want a planned economy. And they see it as, well, we can ignore all this stuff and just force our planned economy.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we're way over time. This has been a pleasure.
That's an unpopular thing to say.
Let's give it up for these guys.
Sure, actually.
Amazing. Great panel. Yes, wonderful to see such a bright minds colliding with each other. You can see sparks flying around, and I'm sure the sparks are going to engage more debates, more discussion for days, weeks, and years to come. So we are slowly arriving at the end of our presentations, and I have some great news. We will have an after party here. There will be a DJ, and there will be an open bar. An open bar is brought to us by amazing Stackwork.ai, which I was using maybe even 2-3 years ago. And for me personally, it was one of the smoothest experiences in my life. I'm not saying it because they're sponsoring or helping us enjoying the evening. I truly felt like this is one of the underrated projects in Bitcoin space because it allows people to earn sats while doing microtasks. So on one side, there are companies that needs to break down some complicated task together with AI, and then it breaks it down and gives mini tasks to the people. So for those of you who is online right now watching, next day, tomorrow, you can watch the stream, go to stackwork.ai and start doing some tasks and literally earn some sats, and you can just withdraw it to your own self-custody wallet. Great. So that will be it for today, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to technical team, audio, video, live stream. Thank you to all the volunteers, all the organizers. Thank you yourselves, and I love you so much. Come talk to me if you need anything. Thank you. Woo!